Good morning. I did not get a ton of sleep last night. Fuck me, man. I'm so sleepy. I'm very sleepy, Foxy. Ow. But it's okay. We'll get through it. You know, I feel like I should stop ending my Tuesday streams with saying, gee, I sure hope nothing happens the next 2 days. Because I feel like I woke up Wednesday morning and, like, there was some, like, large figure that resigned or some shit, and then we had a shooting, and then just so many things happening. Gamersup cans are restocked. Go buy cans of Gamersups using code Kirsche for 10% off. I fucking love cans of Gamersups. A newscaster, aye. Every day I don't stream, the world comes closer to ending. I am clearly the fabric glue holding reality together. And please stop doing this to us. Do I have the Proctor curse? He sleeps, someone graduates, I'm not live, bad things happen? Thanks, I hate it. That's a good question. Where is my BGM? Must have not been on when I ended stream, whatever I was doing last. Welcome to Friday, Sleepy Friday. Hope you caught what Madame Savvy's been reporting about patient 0 of the global censorship attempt. I've been retweeting some of her stuff when I see it, but I'm not sure what you mean by that. Looney Lenny, thank you. No, I just like modern style architecture, but you recommend me checking out the Aesthetic City. Is this like when a tall guy is named Smalls? Is it like when a fat guy is named Lil Guy? Is that, am I about to click on that? It's gonna not be aesthetic at all, and I'm gonna be upset. Is that what you're saying? Emperor Creatine, that you got a job? Let's fucking go. Wait a minute, how are you super chatting so much if you didn't have a job before? Hold on, wait a minute. Congratulations, my guy. I hope you like the job. Hope it's better than whatever fucking job you had last. All career change, always fun. Thank you, Emperor Creatine. Thank you. Engaged viewer, thank you for being engaged. No rings are available, though. I'm gonna call you short and handsome. Hint, hint. Oh, boy. Unemployment super chats. Don't say that. Good Friday afternoon. Friday, hello. Happy early Labor Day weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna want to try and take advantage of like any Labor Day sales this weekend. I don't really know, man. Emperor Creatine donating with welfare check. You shut up. You're here to be warm. Thank you. Friendly, extremely reminder that if you are a warm body and you go to kick, I get American penny dollars just for you existing in my kick chat. Hey, thanks. You're wonderful. Gonna be amazing when you end up on financial audit and Caleb is like, what are these Streamlabs charges? You know, I give all my money to an anime fox woman. And then I'd be like, Streamlabs? Who's this guy donating to? I use Stream Elements. Glad your taxes go to a fox woman. Silver Cartographer, thank you for the member. And Guru Ganesh, thank you. Gotta forfeit all possessions to the Foxu. Look at the Kirsche. Would you not give all of your worldly possessions to a cute little forest critter like that? Kane's Brain, thank you. You forget which modern philosopher said this, but it rings true. Ball with the bar, the bang, diggy, 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 said the boogie, said jump up, the boogie. Was that fucking Kid Rock? Hold on, wait a Looney Letty, thank you. They like old style. You just type stupid. Me too. Relatable. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Don't worry, you were still being paid. It was, you were on the IT bench in between projects for about 3 months, and I have a new project. Oh, okay. Alright, good. Good! Hopefully your new project is fun and exciting. Giving money from plasma donations. A W Jello Man, thank you for the 14 months. That was the Sugar Hill Gang. Rapper's Delight is the name. What? Huge Labor Day PC. Yeah, true. Huge Labor Day PC sale using my linku at Starforge. No code necessary. Just use my link. Wonderful. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Is mayonnaise an engaged viewer? It can be. You put like an iPad with my stream on it in front of a jar of mayonnaise. You know, Kick will count it. Patchouli, thank you. Currently in a tin can in the sky. You're not trapped in here with them. They're trapped in there with you as you watch an anime fox woman. I hope your tin can in the sky lands safely. I get progressively more terrified of those things as time goes forward, unfortunately. Kept referring to the model as getting the D surgery. The only thing you can imagine D refers to is dick and cup size. Either one concerns you. This man doesn't understand going from 3 dimensions to 2. Before Kid Rock used it, yeah, it was a Sugar Hill King. I don't know what a Sugar Hill King is. Inches, my guy, thank you. Hello, Foxu. Everyone got to go home and you're stuck at work welding your life away. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know a bunch of people got out of work early today for laborers. I wonder if that's common the weekend before Labor Day. You've been had gaming, thank you. You're turning 27 this weekend. You won't be here because you're doing stuff with friends and family. Love watching you, Fox Lady. Well, since you won't be here, happy early birthday! You've been had gaming. I hope you have a great birthday weekend from what it sounds like with your friends and family. And I hope they get you the delicious cake of your choice. Please enjoy. Happy birthday! Happy birthday. Welding at home. Iron Man in chat? Maybe. You're a viewer and you're engaged, so you're an engaged viewer. It's bad your fiance doesn't like Foxu's voice. Huh. It's okay, you know, not everyone is okay with lesbians. It's okay to be homophonic or whatever they say, you know? Sean Haruki, thank you. F in the chat for Count Dankula's pug. He had to be put down today. No! No! What the heck? Why? Doesn't even feel like he was that old, but I mean, maybe he was. I don't know. That makes me sad, though. It's always sad when people have to lose a pet. At least Tectone's dog will carry on that pug's legacy from what we've seen recently. Yeah, F for Mr. Buddha Pug, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Yeah, you're enjoying waking up from your birthday hangover. Woke up to the whole Minnesota disaster. Been praying for the kids and your own sanity. snapped at your little sister from all the stress of the last couple of days' events. Oh man. Try your best not to snap, you know? You gotta be the Rock in an insane world. That's how I see it. I try not to snap, you know? Clown Attack, thank you. So glad to see me live. All hail Foxy. I'm always here on Fridays unless something disastrous happens. Moose Nugget, thank you. Ketchup Tithe, madame. Your local McDonald's raised the price of McChicken by $1.30 this past month. You remember when it used to be on the dollar menu?
Spicy cat
And now it's nearly 4 times that. You are now radicalized. Wasn't like Taco Baco bringing back a whole bunch of like old menu items? Can they bring back old menu prices as well? Can we do that? Can we get the Chick Star back? I'll actually go to Taco Bell if they bring back the Chick Stars, okay? And fucking Drake and Koenig, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. We're just getting fucking chilling here. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Joe Winko, a lolcow, endgamed recently. Who the fuck is that? There's so many lolcows now that they just have like regular human names. Endgamed recently, but because he planned this for months, he scheduled weeks or months or years of uploads on YouTube ready 4 days after, and his YouTube has had both videos and community posts. Maybe he's a genius. Maybe there's gonna be something in like the last upload a decade from now. Old menu prices are gone forever. $1 doesn't buy shit. I remember when my grandma would make jokes when I was a kid because I would ask for like $1 to get candy bars, because you could usually get like 2 regular size candy bars for $1, and sometimes they would do like a buy one get one free, so you could buy like 4 candy bars for $1. And I was like, damn, I'm gonna get high on sugar because I'm like 9 years old, bro. And my grandma was like, you know, back in my day when we had a candy shop, we can go and buy candy for a nickel. And I was like, fuck, man. Why can't I buy candy for a nickel? And it's like, living in current year, it seems so nonsensical that you could use any kind of change to buy anything at any point in time. You know? Don't spend it all in one place. Here, right? You miss penny candies? $1 can buy you a box of lemon heads from the ice cream truck.
Vigorous spanking because you've been a
I can't think of anything in current year that only costs $1 besides Arizona iced tea, because that man was like, I will kill to keep this drink at 99 cents. How come you can get 4 candy bars, man? You know, you remember being able to buy energy drinks for $1? They're like $3 now. Remember when buying 3 12-packs of soda was only $10? Just think of how much high fructose corn syrup with flavor you could buy for $10 back in the day. Arizona T-Man and Costco hot dog CEO are kindred spirits. Apparently Costco is like deep in the DEI sauce though, so like we gotta get rid of that. You heard he may raise the price of the drink. He better not. He better not. Arnold Palmer half and halves are liquid crack. They are. I don't know what the fuck is wrong in the Bunkerland chat. I've started putting bread in the fridge because I've realized that bread starts going moldy if you leave it on the counter for like 3 days. All right. And like, I had another thing of Arizona and I'm paranoid about it now, right? After that one that I like drank that had mold in it, I'm fucking paranoid. So I get the bottles of iced tea, like the 12, I think they're 12 packs of like bottles of half and halves. And so like I opened one and I drank most of it and then I put it down on my computer desk and I don't remember like if it was there just one night or 2 nights, but it wasn't very long. And when I opened it back up, I gave it like the sniffer test. I was like, I'm gonna sniff it. I'm terrified now. So I sniffed it and I was like, damn, that smells kind of funky. I mean, it doesn't look like it has mold in it, but it smells wrong. And so I don't think I can drink it. And that makes me sad. So now I just need to have like everything in the fridge all of the time. And I don't know why everything molds so quickly. It's blowing my mind. You're supposed to always sniff test everything all the time. I shouldn't have to. That shouldn't be a requirement. Good bread is only a few days of shelf life. Yeah, I picked up a brioche loaf the other day. And by the other day, I mean like several weeks ago. And I put it in the fridge so it lasts longer. But for some reason, the sticker on it says sell by September 18th. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. In no universe should I be buying a loaf of bread in the beginning of August and it have a sell-by date mid-September. Is this made of wood pulp? Is this real bread? Can I squish it and it'll just puff back up? What's happening? Didn't we previously determine that it's super humid in the bunker? Have I installed a dozen humidifiers yet? I haven't, and I've definitely forgotten to make the suggestion. I can't even claim credit for that. I definitely forgot to even mention dehumidifiers. But also, I'm not sure how helpful they will be, if I'm being completely honest. And I can't explain why. Have I ever bought Wonder Bread? My dad bought Wonder Bread when I was a child. And then my grandma was like, you shouldn't buy that for children. You should buy the organic grain sprouted bread. And my dad was like, okay, Mom. And so he did. Do I live in a fucking tin? Oh my god. Sorry. I kind of live in a tin can because, you know, bunkerland, but I just got a coffee, but I didn't notice that it didn't have a normal straw. And so I went to suck on the straw and it was a massive straw and some of it escaped my mouth because I was ready for tiny suction, not like giant flood, you know? It could have been us, chat. The answer to your question is this real bread? The answer is always no, unless you go to a special bakery. Everyone uses fake flour. It's bakery bread. It's not even like a brand bread. It's like local bakery bread. So I was like, what the, how the fuck? Mid-September, what the fuck? Chat, your straw is so... Oh, your straw is so big. I don't know if I can use it correctly. Is it a Slurpee? No, it's coffee. It's coffee. Boing! I got to scroll in chat here. Mr. Infernal Paladin, thank you for the 4-month member, thank you. It's the humidity and air quality. A dehumidifier and air filter should reduce the risk massively, especially the air filter. East Coast Moldy. Well, I mean, you don't know where I am. What if I'm on Central Coast, you know? But... yeah, there is an air filter. There is an air filter. It was changed recently as well, so I know that. She read the D this time. Yeah, dehumidifier. I have one of those at my apartment. Wait, no, I have the other one I have the humidifier at my apartment because, like, I die because yeah, that's weird. Wait, do I? Yeah, no, it is a humidifier at my apartment. Man, hold on. That reminds me. I saw this thing on Facebook. And I was like, man, women do not know how to use POV. But also, is this not just normal? Is this not just how everyone exists? Like, I would not have guessed that this was an ADHD thing because this is how my brain is on anxiety. And so I'm like, I wonder if this is just not normal. It makes me wonder. It's just, you know. A fringed horizon, thank you. Does this mean the ketchup will finally put her ketchup in the fridge like a normal person? No, that's still on my desk. I don't think ketchup can get moldy. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Costco might have their own version of DEI. By all accounts, they actually value all diversity and want results while being inclusive. But the Costco CEO will self-delete before they raise the hot dog price. Their cookies are pretty good, too. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. All the preservatives are good for you. Get enough in you and your body will forget to expire. I don't think that's how that works, but I do hope we have the technology before I die to put my consciousness in a robot. Giru Gamesh, King of Heroes, thank you. Motherfucker, that's hardtack type bread. You know the things pirates eat. Am I a pirate now? I don't have any rum, though. No rum. Half the people who say shit like ADHD POV just use normal ass shit because ADHD is an easy disability to claim for victim points. Yeah, I feel like that's what a lot of people do with just like most mental conditions, you know? I was like, They talk about having OCD, lel so quirky, and it's just them being a little obnoxious, not actually OCD. Phoenix DS, they give the Canadians new boba coffee. I've never had boba. I don't think I would like boba because aren't those tapioca balls? And tapioca's fucking disgusting, man. I'm not a tapioca person. A lot of ADHD is just misdiagnosed tism. Well, if chat is anything to go by, and I trust you more than the H-1B visa doctors, you guys think I have the autism. Matt Larson, thank you. The fox is from Munya, bringing the fire. I'm straight out of Munya, baby. Tapioca's nice and chewy. Ew, you're old. Only old people like tapioca. You don't like chewy tea? No, I don't like chewy tea. The tapioca balls, but they're basically just squishy balls. You'd probably choke to death. I probably would choke to death on them, but if I managed to not die by sucking the ball into my throat so hard that it could be like a Hadron Collider, I probably would not enjoy the texture of them. When I think tapioca, I think of like grandma in a nursing home or like an old man in a hospital. You know, that's where tapioca belongs. Fake hag doesn't like tapioca, but there's a Facebook video. Where's my volume, you slut? Thank you.
Lizard. Wait, why did I come in here? Yes, I have one. I thought I did the dishes last night. So tired. It's my own fault. I never put it on time. But why did I come in here? I had to come in here for coffee. Did I put the towels in the washer? Or was that just a dream? I can't remember. I thought I did the dishes last night.
I feel like multiple times a week when I wake up, I message like a group chat of friends and I'm like, hey, did I actually ask you guys this or did I dream that we had this conversation? And it's a 50-50 coin flip each time, whether the conversation actually took place or I just dreamed that it did. And I'm pretty sure that's even leaked onto stream a few times, where I'm like, chat, did we do this? I can't remember if I just dreamed I was streaming to you or if this actually happened. You hate doubting your previous actions. This is why I don't like, you know, the gaslighting joke. A lot of people really like the gaslight the streamer jokes. I am not that streamer. Please don't do that. When you talk, I think of JFK. Oh, but my brain isn't splattered on a car. So, you know, I'm better than JFK, right? Because, like, I'm still alive. That's how that works. A brain and robot doesn't work. Most you are doing is storing a replica of yourself in a computer. I played Soma, and I'm okay with that. Saw another good representation of ADHD last night. Oh, boy.
Minute, where did those bananas come from? What the hell? Now I remember buying those yellow ones. Why are those ones so green? I really think I have dementia. What the heliante? Oh yeah, coffee. Throw that ass in a circle. I need to add more coffee to my list. So hard. Ballerina cappuccino. Lizard. No. I really don't want to go.
The like random shit going on in the brain. This is just my existence in the kitchen. Like, I've talked about like the beefy bean zoo before. I can't remember half the weird shit that I do and say in the kitchen because it is just stream of consciousness. Woe to anyone who has to deal with kitchen Kirsche.
Do you have any kids? Yes, I have one. Listen. Wait, what was I doing? Oh yeah, coffee. Oh, it's not done yet. I'm gonna go check my laundry. Crocodilo. Wait, what day is it? I swear tonight is trash night. I really need to set an alarm for that. Oh yeah, laundry. No. What the hell, I feel so disoriented. What is wrong with my brain? Oh yeah, I can't forget to do that return today. I still gotta go by the bank. I still never painted my toenails. We're going on a year streak now. Guinness Book of World Records, here I come. Wait, did I eat breakfast? That reminds me of that one guy that was in the Guinness Book of World Records with those long nails. I wonder what he's up to. Wait, what was I doing? I still need to make that list.
This is just like I saw someone in chat saying it's fake as fuck. Like, it could be, but like this is genuinely just real to me. Like, not the same thing she's saying, but it's definitely how brain is happening. There's a lot more doomerisms in there frequently, you know? Like, what if I am a terrible person? What if I'm just wrong all of the time, but I keep dreaming of reinforcement? What about if I had killed myself? You know, what if I had reincarnated somewhere else and I had a better life by now? Because, you know, I would be like at least, you know, almost a teenager again via reincarnation. What would my life be like? What if I start having memories of my past incarnations, you know? What What if what we think is gut instinct or, you know, just like a feeling, you know? What if that is memories from our past lives that are coming back to us ever so slowly, but we can't quite remember them exactly, so it just manifests as feelings? This is actually a pretty fair representation.
To sell that. Lizard. Is he even still alive? I need to look him up. His nails still long. Wait, did I take my medicine? And how did he wipe when he went to the bathroom? Yeah. What day is it? I literally think my brain is broken. I need to go to the doctor. Do you have any kids? Wait, where's my water? If I was my water, where would I be right Probably now? On an island somewhere.
That is me with my phone 24/7. And the fact that, like, I'm in a bunker with a bunch of manual laborers. It's like, oh, I lost my phone. Can you call it? And they're like, oh, no, I've lost my phone. Let's go ask one of the other guys if they can call it. And then they've also lost their phone. So then there's like all of us looking for our phones at the same time.
I think someone else picked me up from the store. Ow, my hip hurts. My back. Oh my gosh. No. I am such a dumbass. Why would I set it down there? Oh, I probably had to go to the bathroom and set it down before I went in. I never do that. I have one. I still need to put those boxes downstairs. It's been like 20 days. Wait, why did I come back in here? My mind. I need to get more water. Wait, that reminds me. Do we still have milk? When did I go to the store last? Pink Pony Club. Oh crap, I forgot to feed Rusty. Oh yeah, I still gotta get everything together for trash day tomorrow. Pink Pony Club. Wait, where are Rusty's plates? Did I wash them? Why is it empty except for silverware? I'm not digging through that. I'll just use a paper plate.
True.
And then got distracted. Do I need to buy more dog food? Wait, when did he have his last hot guard pill? I swear I wrote it down somewhere. I make so many lists yet I can't remember jack shit. Oh well.
I make so many lists on my computer and I name them things that I think I'll remember. So I'll be like, oh, I put the information about this in the notepad labeled specific information about this. But then I use that notepad for so much else while it's open that I open it and I'm like, is this the right notepad? Did I put too much other information in it? Do I not know what's happening anymore? And so eventually I just give up because I can't find what I was looking for.
At least I remembered his heart pill. There's still something else I'm forgetting. Throw that ass in a circle. Bitch, you're doing a good job. Bitch, you're doing a good job. Lizard. I have one lizard. Make it stop. Wait, where's my coffee? How many baby daddies? Oh yeah, I still gotta submit those receipts. I'm trying to earn a gift card. Oh yeah, I still gotta look up the long-nailed guy. I'm so tired. Oh my gosh, my coffee. Lizard.
I was like, so I don't know if that's ADHD, but it's like very accurate to like my normal day. Yeah, basically the tabs, they whisper to me, chat. Should label all of such text fails starting with the word info. That way I can search by date and just go backwards if I absolutely lose something. What? Patchouli, thank you. Fun fact, doomerism now has an official therapy name. It's rejection sensitivity dysphoria. And they've been hand-fisting it into autism. So what you're saying is now, if I want to get neat bucks, I could just go to a therapist and be like, I have rejection sensitivity dysphoria. And they'll be like, here's $700 a month. That's pretty accurate to what your mind felt like, but you never realized how bad it was until you actually got medicated for ADHD. And when you started taking it, your mind became so much clearer. I mean, that's how I feel when I get high. Like, even when I took anxiety medication, it would give me that calming feeling, but my brain would still be going at like 1,000,000 miles an hour down like 27 different paths at once. But when I get high, my brain is just like, I put the butter on the dog. The butter dog. You know, it's like everything's just really slow and nice. And it feels great to not have any thoughts happening. And I've had people, I've had men tell me, I'm like, so what are you thinking about? And they're like, oh, not really anything. And I'm like, I don't understand that. What do you mean? Please explain the state of being in which you are not thinking of anything. That doesn't make sense to me. And like, learning through like both Tim and Nim, apparently there are people that exist that just don't have thoughts going on in their brain. Like while I'm high, it sort of feels kind of empty, but there's still like a voice in there and there's still like pictures happening. But there are people that just like have no picture, they have no voice, it's just blank. And I'm like, I don't understand.
Not to blackpill and to touch the grass. The grass cannot hurt you.
The grass can hurt you. It can stain your clothes. And what if it has like onion grass in it? That makes you stinky even after a shower. Thank you, Mr. Bigglesworth. That sounds delightful. It it sounds delightful in the way that it's like, I would love a reprieve from the constant motion in my brain. But then I think about, like, that would be terrifying to have that happen so frequently, you know? People's not able to rotate the apple. There's a special place in men's mind that's called the nothing box, which lets us focus on nothing. I want a nothing box. The non-inner dialogue people, the people that can't even envision and rotate an apple. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. It could be bugs in the grass, or worse, depending on what region the grass is in. True, there could be snake in the grass. What if you roll around on a snake, man? I don't want to roll around on a snake. Munya. Engage viewer. Hello, Yanis. Smash the like button for the Foxu. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, thank you, lady. Let's see here. What is this? What the fuck? There's two modes for some people's brains. 1,000 thoughts a second or absolutely nothing. I can slow it down considerably, again, when I get high, but like, I can't make it completely stop. Hidden, thank you.
I have the internal dialogue. I can picture the rotating HD Wumpa fruit in my mind. Men can just turn the thinky thoughts off.
I guess that's why you guys are better at compartmentalizing than the whammons are. This is hot off the press. This is like 20 minutes ago. Holy shit. The head of a well-known, non-offending pedophile activist group has been charged with raping 2 young children in Norway. Well, I guess they weren't actually non-offending then, eh? The group Virtuous Pedophiles, by the way, has been promoted by some academics and journalists as a harm reduction resource. All right, well, I already know that journalists aren't people. I guess we can add academics to that list, because if you're promoting something called Virtuous Pedophiles, you get the wood chipper too, you weird ass fuck. Why would you quote that? What? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Brent Wolfe, thank you. People without an internal dialogue are IRL NPCs. I can't imagine that, man. I can't imagine what life is like that way. Let's see what this is. Director of prominent non-offending pedophile group arrested. The director of a pro-pedophile activist group has allegedly been arrested in Norway and charged with the rape of 2 children under the age of 14. The man, who has remained unnamed in Norwegian press but is known as Charlie online, was reportedly a primary school teacher in Rogaland and was arrested on July 9th. Rogaland. Imagine my shock. According to local news reports, Charlie was remanded to custody, placed under a contact ban, and held in isolation for the first 2 weeks of his 4-week detention period. He has pleaded not guilty to the charge of raping a minor, but was found in possession of child sexual abuse materials. Under Norwegian law, the sexual abuse of children under the age of 14 is treated as a serious criminal offense and can carry severe penalties. I don't know how custody works in Norwegian law, but it seems weird that they say held in isolation for the first 2 weeks of his 4-week detention period. Like, it's definitely going to be more than 4 weeks, right? I mean, I hope that it is. And Charlie was released from police custody on October? Chat, I am slowly becoming more illiterate. Charlie was released from police custody on August 13th and is awaiting trial, according to a co-director of the Virtuous Pedophiles, or VirPed group, who calls himself Marcus, and allegedly admitted to law enforcement that he had sexually abused a child several years ago. How can you make a group called Virtuous Pedophiles and anyone takes you fucking seriously? And secondly, how can you be an actual pedophile who is taking pedophilic action against minors and then claim that you're a non-offending pedophile? I fucking hate this shit, man. Oh my god. Members of the online pro-pedophile community have stated that at least one of the incidents of sexual abuse for which Charlie is charged occurred at a MAP community conference. Why were there minors at a minor attracted person community conference? Where are the parents, man? People bring kids to those? I certainly fucking hope not. Virtuous Pedophiles is a group founded in 2012 that purports to seek the destigmatization of pedophilia in order to facilitate harm prevention and personal support. No, see, there are some things that should not be destigmatized. Pedophilia is one of them. Thank you, Butter Dog, for speaking sense in this crazy world.
Primary school teacher as a leading advocate for a non-touching pedo group. Does Norway not do basic background checks?
I don't know, man. This is a little, yeah, it's like NAMBLA almost. But like, NAMBLA at least tried to put effort into a subversive name, right? These guys were just like, yeah, virtuous pedophiles. Like, it's a little on the nose. It's like bringing a pack of Bud Light to an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting. Fucking why, man? Members acknowledge that they have a sexual attraction to children, but claim to want to lead normal, productive lives without abusing children. The group has repeatedly claimed they have a commitment to non-offending. They position themselves as a resource for journalists, academics, and public education on pedophilia. Wow. Do you guys remember when we were learning about POCD, pedophilic obsessive compulsive disorder? And they were like, if you have POCD, you're not actually a pedophile because you're disgusted at the fact that you're attracted to children. So if you have POCD and you're consuming child sexual abuse material to just confirm if you are a pedophile or not, that's okay. That's normal for you to be doing. And I'm just like, what the actual fuck am I reading? What the actual fuck? How is the North American Marlon Brando a look-alike association subversive? The what? It's not gay if you're wearing socks. What the fuck? I mean, we got them all gathered in one building and they're still alive. The charges levied against the VRPED director stand in direct opposition to the group's stated goals and call into question the group's claims about its own operation. It's crazy that we need to wait for something like this to happen to be like, maybe the virtuous pedophiles group isn't actually as virtuous as they propose. I miss common sense, chat. On a page titled, I am an adult pedophile, the VRPED site reads, don't panic! You are a pedophile, but it's only a part of who you are. You're not alone. There are a lot of people like you who have this attraction and still go on to live satisfying lives and never try to seek sexual activity with a child. Your attraction does not make you a bad person, and you did not choose to be a pedophile either. Are they really trying to do the like, oh, we're just like you gay people. We were born this way. Are they really still trying to do that? Don't drink, but listening to this makes you want to. However, Charlie is being discussed sympathetically within the VRPED community despite the charges against him. My heart goes out to him, wrote one forum member known as Gwen is Gone, who has listed their age of attraction as being between 1 to 12 years old. Bro. I'm not, like... A 1-year-old is a barely sentient, like, sack of potatoes. I don't... What do you mean? I don't... What the actual fuck? Can we play games today? No, there's so much to talk about. Askill, thank you for the knock. Why would the Norwegian media underreport this? For you, it showed a teacher was arrested in Norway. They didn't mention anything about this guy being in a group. Holy fuck. That's insane. Garugamesh, thank you. Bro, wood chipper is too nice. We need to get something better than the wood chipper. You know, can we bring back, like, slathering dudes with honey and placing them tied up in a boat so that insects eat out their insides? Can we do that again? The cheese grater. Paladin Dragoon Rider, thank you. What's that, Chippy? Well, yes, I think you should visit this group. Oh my god. It's been difficult dealing with this news ever since I found out, but I firmly believe Charlie to be a good and upstanding person. This will be an incredibly difficult time for him and our community. What's important is that we stand together and support each other through this process. This person's just like, this is incredibly important. We'll all finally know if we can actually go out and touch children based on what happens to him. Holy fuck. Why is this group allowed? A German man who calls himself Consuela. All right. Okay. I just had to recover from mental damage for a second. A German man who calls himself Consuela added, I hope everything goes well for him and these accusations go away with nothing found. He is such a nice guy. He didn't do nothing. Forum moderator Patty Hopf said, I am a moderator on Veerped doing this good work, and now my boss has been arrested on charges of going against the tenets of the organization. Veerped will not die. We are like cockroaches. We are small in a world that is out to get us, but we're too pervasive and resilient to be put down. I mean, at least he's right. They are like cockroaches. They're disgusting bottom feeders that should be stomped out as soon as any normal person sees them, right? You're glowing so hard. Director Veerped arrested for contact offenses. This is a little excerpt here that I can't really read very well. It's very tiny. Today on the Veerped forum, it was shared that the organization's director, Charlie, was arrested in Norway for child porn and contact offenses. An announcement was made by the organization's ex-director, temporarily back in post as part of Veerped's transparency commitments. While the unrelated incident involving the above-mentioned ex-director's behavior towards a younger person was clear-cut and did not result in prosecution, the details surrounding this arrest of the other director are far more murky, and it will likely take many months, if not years, to work its way through the formal investigation phase and then possibly court. If you have an organization called Virtuous Pedophiles, and both of the men who are directors of it have been arrested for contact with children, maybe where there's smoke, there's fire, is all I'm saying. Like, what the actual fuck? Having read the thread, the first thing I'd do is urge caution. Members say he was having trouble in some respect to his real-life contact with kids. And also note that in Norway, lolly show is illegal. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? So he may have been arrested off the back of a coercive parent's personal grievance, and then they found cartoons. Bro, he's been arrested for raping children. How the fuck are cartoons even a part of this conversation? Am I taking crazy pills, man? Members have also said that it is uncharacteristic he might be engaging in contact offending, but of course the fact it is Veerped might not be seen as particularly helpful with respect to confirmation bias. Boy, Internet Zen Master, thank you. You have several suggestions of what to do with Veerped, none of which can be put in a super chat. Let's just say they all involve removal of skin via medieval methods. Wood chipper is too kind. We need to bring back medieval and Chinese torture techniques. Sergeant Buck, thank you. What did the Spanish German mean by this? Very confusing. A Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Why are they trying to normalize this disgusting behavior? Some things, capital punishment. I really don't know, man. A doggo bongo, thank you. Rev up the chippers. We need something more than the chippers. Munya. These dudes would make outstanding fences. Thanks, Vlad. Steven Scalaro, thank you. You want to find out more about this, but you don't want to have the name for the group in your search history. Relatable. Eker on hate, thank you for oven posting. The incident has been the subject of debate within one of the internet's longest-running pro-pedophile forums, Boy Chat, where men gathered to discuss their sexual attraction to underage boys. Boy Chat has been in operation since 1995 and was founded by a self-described boy lover and operates as a network for men to connect and discuss their pedophilic interest in boys, as well as strategies for promoting the normalization of pedophilia. Man. I didn't know that this was a thing that existed. And now that I do know, I have to wonder. The people who post there have to know that they're being watched, right? Like, there's no way that this group exists and doesn't have federal agents in it. Zero way. The ignorance of 30 minutes ago is so blissful. Men involved in the Boy Chat community share tips on how to avoid law enforcement and advocate for sexual offending against minors. The terms pro-contact and no contact or anti-contact are used to differentiate between those who believe sex with minors should be legalized and those who claim to avoid acting on their urge to abuse. I don't really care what they claim. Share tips, I imagine they would, Jesus Christ. Brent Wolfe, thank you. Tie weights to their feet, give them scuba, drop them in the Marianas Trench so that they can enjoy the pressure changes on the way down. This guy's thinking like a mafioso, man. Let's go. Remember, they're virtuous and perfectly safe. Yeah, you're a chud-coated incel if you don't believe them at their word when they say that they're non-offending. Eskill, thank you for the Canuck. Lolly art can get you in trouble here, but it's rarely investigated. Interesting. The Sonic Extreme, thank you. The wood chipper isn't going to cut here. We must go further beyond. It's like back in the day when I learned about that forum where like guys would post, I have a dog and I'm looking for a woman to get fucked by it. You know, like when you learn of something like that exists, you're just like, there's no way that this isn't crawling with federal agents, right? How are you people just out here typing this shit as if no one is reading it? I don't even treat like my DMs with friends as if they are not being watched, you know? Like, just fucking holy shit. One man band, thank you. Helen fucking Keller could have spotted this from 1,500 yards with Stevie Wonder acting as her second. I don't know, she was under them floorboards for a pretty long time. Sonic Extreme, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. Fuck off! Thank you for the Canadians. Salt and a rusty potato peeler. Remember to peel all the skin from the potato and the salt well. Remember when we didn't know about this group? Those are good days. I'm just astounded, man. Those gents could use some bloody eagles. Virtuous like Catholic preacher during a closed-door choir boy edition. What the fuck? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. 95, you're freaking lucky to have dodged those 6 freaks. I guess so. On July 16th, user John Holt announced that Veerpent director Charlie had been arrested while suggesting that Boy Chat members should err on the side of caution. In Norway, Lolly Show is illegal, he stated, referring to Lolicon and Shota, 2 forms of Japanese illustrated child pornography. He may have been arrested off the back of a coercive parent's personal grievance, and then they found cartoons. Again, why are we even talking about the cartoons when he actually raped a child? And also, I know Canada has laws against it, and that's why for like the longest time, I don't know where Discord's based now, but like for the longest time, You couldn't post anything like that in Discord because it would get your server banned. Maybe that still happens. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to who owns Discord. I just assume it's a group of gay furries somewhere. Looney Lenny, thank you. It's either feds investigating or they like it. Von Cobra, thank you for the 14-month manda. I underestimate the can't perceive breakfast types. No, they don't understand they're being watched. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to just like act as if no one's ever gonna see what you're doing. Holy shit. What a way to live life. Elitist noob, thank you. You have to disagree with me in the chatters. The chipper Americans need jobs. Oh no. Personal grievance is a really neat way to say that their child was violently sodomized. That's crazy. Actually crazy. The responses from boy chat members were varied, but several users have expressed a view that it is impossible to be a non-offending pedophile. The fuck does this say? Hug a veer ped. Oh, it's just like hug a Chinese during COVID. In his own words, not only was this a case of statutory harassment or assault, but seemingly a case of forcing oneself on another person aggressively. I wouldn't be throwing around allegations of sexual aggression based on some veerped's hyperbole over having supposedly hurt someone, especially while you argue the point that their claims about what constitutes harms are fallacious. Another quote, it has hindered community attempts at rights-based progress in the process. And the person said, I call bullshit. No auntie ever need- How are they using our language, those bastards? No auntie ever needed a veerped's help reinforcing the anti-C position. What is anti-C? What? I don't know what that means. Author's a certified ped defender. This is a post from the veerped website. Anti-child? I was thinking like anti-child, but I mean, an anti to a pedophile wouldn't be anti-child. They would be pro-child because they don't want the pedophile touching the child. Neil Lindgren, thank you. Soldier, sir. They're all together in one building. Yeah, it's time for drone strikes, dude. Oh, anti-contact. That makes sense. Okay. No anti ever needed a veerped's help reinforcing the anti-contact position. Well, no, that doesn't even make sense either, right? Because, again, if it's an anti, so someone against pedophilia, they wouldn't... They would just be anti-pedophile entirely, right? It says at the bottom, pro-contact. That's so weird. Are they talking about, like, other pedophiles, but, like, a pedophile who is anti-contact with children? What the fuck? I'm mixing terms. Anti is just short for anti-contact. It would be nice if pro-contact pedophiles were more conciliatory and welcoming towards their mistaken veerped brethren. Oh, it is. Oh, it's literally a pedophile on pedophile slap fight. Especially when a veerped has failed to live up to their own overly ascetic ideals. Show them that it's not all fire and brimstone and ideological puritanism, and that it's okay to come over to our side of the pool. At least while we're not making poster children out of murderers. What the fuck? What am I even reading, bro? M Stealth G, thank you. You got lunch and once again you ask, what the bomba cloud am I reading, Dio? I wish I could tell you. Evil Mandrake, thank you. You know, maybe the Bronze Bull wasn't so bad. Maybe the people who made the Bronze Bull had the right idea, you know? Maybe they had something going on. He who shall not be named, thank you. When you just got back and you heard Veerped, you thought I was talking about some Pokemon knockoff? Oh, blessed ignorance. I wish it was a Pokemon. It would be nice if pro-contact pedophiles are more conciliatory and welcoming toward their mistaken veerped brethren. Oh, they just re-quoted the article, okay. User Fragment wrote on July 16th, I think it's much worse when an anti-contact offends, both ethically and in terms of optics. As a pro-contact, my crimes are basically committed in alignment with my own sense of values and right and wrong. But an anti-contact committing those same crimes is violating their own deeply held code. My conscience is clean. Theirs is not. It's funny how the children can't consent meme is so strong in Veerped culture that no one is even talking about where it might have been a willing or unwilling encounter. If you fuck a kid and your response is, yeah, my crimes were committed in alignment with my sense of values, my conscience is clean. Bro, I can't even conceive of what type of torturous death should befall you. That is an insane fucking thing to say. I wish these were not real people. This is insanity. They're thinking more about the fucking optics than they are about children who got harmed. What the fuck? He was totally asking for it. Holy shit. Richard Gruber, thank you. How do these monsters work? Do they rotate partners when they age out of being children? Just create a conveyor system of victims? I know it's not minors, but reading your super chat reminded me of Sabrina Carpenter's 25th birthday cake with Leonardo DiCaprio on it saying, no, don't get older. You're so hot. Need a wood chipper emoji. In 2022, Redux became aware that a UK-based member of Veerped had been placing letters within books at public libraries. The letters pleaded for more tolerance toward non-offending pedophiles. The man behind the campaign, who calls himself Bly Reed, had the year before been promoted by Candice Christensen, a sex addiction therapist, who serves on the United Nations Human Trafficking Task Force, on her show titled The Prevention Podcast. Christensen is the creator of the website The Global Prevention Project, where she published submissions from self-professed pedophiles. I think I just took psychic damage from that paragraph. A man who placed letters in library books pleading tolerance for non-offending pedophiles was promoted by a sex addiction therapist on her podcast, where she publishes submissions from self-professed pedophiles. And she's also part of the United Nations Human Trafficking Task Force. I feel like it might be a conflict of interest if you're on a human trafficking task force while also publishing like pro-pedophilia accounts. I don't know. It might be a little bit of a conflict of interest, in my opinion. And Papal Monarchist Enjoyer, thank you. POV sitting here at work. Oh, nice. Foxwoman is live. I wonder what she's talking about. Oh my goodness. My stream is literally a real-life rendition of the what's going on in this thread meme. You know, it's misunderstood. She supports the human trafficking. Oh my god. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Of course the UN is involved. The blue helmets. I don't like the blue helmet. Similarly, members of both the Veerped and BoyChat forums have been solicited as participants in academic research. In 2023, Redux learned that a researcher at McGill University in Canada had been conducting a survey aimed at gaining insight from child lovers in online pedophile communities, including BoyChat. The survey featured images of naked children and asked participants to rate their attraction. But why did they have to be naked? I feel like you could have just used fully clothed pictures, right? Psychology PhD researcher Julia Levitan's survey titled Nature and Correlates of Romantic Attraction to Children asked respondents whether they identify as transgender, non-binary, or genderqueer. Interesting. The Lucy Faithful Foundation, a UK-based child protection charity dedicated exclusively to preventing child sexual abuse, praises the virtuous pedophile community. What the fuck? On its official website, where the charity has given Veerped a rating of pioneering. Can I just like decline all cookie? I don't want cookie. Manage. Deny. Thank you. This is on the ECSA LucyFaithful.org. Preventing child sexual abuse. Virtuous pedophiles. Type of intervention: an online mutual support group for minor attracted people, or MAPS, providing information and support. The site and members are committed to maintaining the safety of children and oppose abuse. I'm just gonna press X, honestly. Target population are people who identify as having a sexual attraction toward minors or are concerned about this. Delivery organization: Virtuous Pedophiles is a website which provides signposting, support resources, and information for MAPS. As an organization, they are committed to ensuring the safety and well-being and have an anti-CSA and anti-child sexual abuse imager stance. They seek to reduce the stigma associated with pedophilia to support MAPS in leading happy and law-abiding lives. Do you think that the UK is basically just like, hey, if we let these migrants continue raping all of our children, eventually they'll just let us rape the children too? Is that the kind of logic the UK is working on? Like, I just don't understand what the fuck I'm reading anymore. The rip and tear is getting louder. Mode and context of delivery: online peer support discussion forum and signposting for advice and support. The level and nature of staff expertise required, NA, intensity, extent of engagement with target groups, unknown. Description of intervention: MAPS concerned about their attraction can apply to join the online discussion group. Here, peer members provide advice and support to one another to enable members in leading fulfilling lives, learning to live with MAP status, and preventing child sexual abuse. The Virtuous Pedophiles website has a range of information for individuals concerned about their sexual attraction, including links to professional support services in a range of countries and supportive advice for MAPs and people concerned about a friend or family member. The work of Virtuous Pedophiles has been supported by a range of professionals, including academic researchers in the psychology field. Their evaluations can be found here on veerped.org/our-supporters. What the fuck? And as you can see, they do have a pioneering rating down here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, 153 Garlics. I forgot your first name. Thank you, NP 153 Garlics. Thank you. Munya, munya, munya. Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys don't have TTS on YouTube. I'm sorry. I was just like sitting here waiting for it to kick in like an idiot. This is so disgusting and evil that even though you are seeing it, you can hardly believe it. I will show you man-made horrors beyond your comprehension, and we will have to learn together how to comprehend them. Thank you, NP153 Garlics, my dude. Thank you. A Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Fuck my life, why China? Can we get the Inquisition to go through the universities that want to push this as some kind of thing? There's no need to understand these disgusting people. It's a little wild, which is why when I went over POCD, I was like, yeah, I could definitely believe that somebody who has witnessed abuse or been a victim of abuse could have the potential for becoming obsessively, compulsively worried that they might become the same as their abuser or the person that they saw abusing others. But the fact that the majority of people claiming they have POCD are doing it in a way that sounds very suspicious, and then also when people start pointing out how it's suspicious, they start going, oh no, but I was cured. I was cured of my POCD. Don't pay attention to the fact that OCD isn't actually curable and you just have to manage it for the rest of your life. I was cured, trust me, bro. You know, it's a little fucking weird. Hey. Considering Jimmy Savile, pronounced Savile, is more likely the UK government and the royals are wanting the groomers to do so they don't have to cover for the previous royal and government child abuse. Doesn't that King Charles is a crescent worshipper? I don't know what a crescent worshipper means. Was Elizabeth the last decent royal person living, unfortunately? Ammonia. Mr. Paroxym, thank you. You have an idea? We use the list of people that are part of this group as an execution list. Jesus. He loves oh. The first time watching a Kirsche live, or any live on Twitch. I hope you have a great day. Welcome! You came during a spicy day. Eskill, thank you for some more Canucks, dude! You've noticed that there's been an increased number of cases of child abuse in Rogaland, Norway. You remember having a classmate that was a victim and abused by his own dad. With the internet, a lot of the abuse is being shed to light. I wonder why it was like so easy to cover up previously, you know? I wonder why. Is anyone else suddenly seeing red? God damn. The work of virtuous pedophiles has been supported by a range of professionals, including academic researchers in the psychology field, reads the charity statement, before linking to a series of testimonials posted on the VeerPed website. Oh shit, that reminded me. I wanted to go to the Our Supporters list. Oh, well that's odd. Thank you, Cloudflare. Am I being put on a list for accessing this website? Our supporters: Alan Walker, PhD, Research Associate, Department of Mental Health, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health; James Cantor, PhD, Associate Professor in the Department of Psychiatry of the University of Toronto's Faculty of Medicine, Editor-in-Chief of Sexual Abuse, a Journal of Research and Treatment, and a member of the editorial boards of the Journal of Sexual Aggression, the Journal of Sex Research, and Archives of Sexual Behavior. J. Michael Bailey, PhD, Professor, Department of Psychology, Northwestern University. Klaus M. Bayer, MD, PhD, Prevention Project Dunkelfield, Professor, Director of Institute of Sexology and Sexual Medicine, Charit Center for Health and Human Sciences, and Charit University Medicine, Berlin. Maya Christopher, Executive Director, Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abusers. David Prescott, Director of Professional Development and Quality Services of the Becker Family of Services, past President of the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abusers. Juliet Grayson, former Chair of Stop SO. I don't know what that means, stopso.org.uk. Jenny Coleman, a Help Services Program Director, Stop It Now. Ray Blanchard, Professor of Psychiatry at the University of Toronto, former head of Clinical Sexology Services in the Law and Mental Health Program of the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. Served on the American Psychiatric Association's DSM-4 and on the DSM-5's work group on sexual and gender identity disorders. This is really interesting that Ray Blanchard is on there. Isn't Blanchard what a lot of trans activists claim is crazy because he's the one who talked about, like, autogynephilia being a problem? John Bell, thank you for the 7-month member. Thank you. Yes, that's crazy. What did Blanchard have to say about this? People do not choose to be attracted to children or adults any more than they choose to be attracted to males or females. Not all pedophiles are child molesters or vice versa. Child molesters are defined by their acts. Pedophiles are defined by their desires. There are pedophiles and hebophiles. I had to explain hebephile to someone recently, and I was like, even though the word exists, anytime you try to explain what it is, you're just going to sound like a pedophile, so it might as well not exist, really, if you think about it. Who never act on their sexual attraction towards children. They cannot be blamed for what they feel, and they should be supported for the constant self-restraint they must exercise in order to behave ethically. I support virtuous pedophiles in its effort to reduce child sexual abuse by helping pedophiles to never molest children. What the fuck is that? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure hebophiles are the ones who go, I'm not a pedophile. Pedophiles are attracted to children, and I'm attracted to people aged, 13 to 16. I'm pretty sure that's the hebophile age range. It might be 14 to 16, but it's like teenage range. One day, with medical science, we could probably fix whatever is wrong with their brains. Until then, they gotta go. It's 11 to 4. Oh, it's even younger than I thought. Hot damn. You thought those were the baby ones. No. I think it's 13 or 14 to 17. You believe the difference is prepubescent versus postpubescent. Yeah, like I said, anytime you try to, explain what that is, you just sound like a pedophile. Because, it doesn't matter, man. Lead injections fix them, true. Hebophiles, puberty, pedo is prepubescent. He said they fucked up. The difference is whether the victim is before or after puberty. What a wild distinction. We have Robin J. Wilson, Fred S. Berlin, David Finkelhor, Michael Seto, J. Paul Fedorov, Sarah Good. Sarah Good also has a name that sounds familiar to me, but definitely not as recognizable as Blanchard's. David Lay and Ian McPhail. Just a random psychology grad student at the University of Saskatchewan. Finkelhor is a real name. It's spelled whore, H-O-R, Finkelhor. It's bad, but there's an order of magnitude it being worse when they're really young. Imagine having your early childhood being robbed from a pedophile. I mean, yeah, but you're basically like, I don't know. It's like a weird argument to make. That's because post-puberty traction is normal. Only the US has this weird thing. Sorry, you shouldn't be attracted to a 13-year-old. I don't know what you mean. S-Kill, thank you for the knock. It smells fishy. I'm sorry, you're in the red light district. There's a difference between a 5-year-old and a 17. I mean, yes, there is a difference. But when you try to explain a hemophile is different from a pedophile, you just sound like a pedophile. You know, like there's no need for most people to ever make that distinction. Being attracted to sexually mature females is normal. 13, bro. Are you okay? Are you alright? Figuring out which is the lesser evil does not stop either from being evil. Yeah. I was like, I'm fine with saying, you know, the lesser of two evils when it comes to picking a politician. Not when it comes to pedophiles, man. Isn't 13 the age of consent in Japan? No. Japan had like a federal age of consent of 13, but each individual district had a much higher age of consent. So that federal age didn't even fucking matter. It was just a really, really old law that nobody paid attention to because each district had a higher age anyways. Federally, it's higher now too. Yeah, I think they fixed the federal thing years ago. I know as of like 2018, I think that's what it was, because I used to like flashbanging, memeing people with it. In Tokyo, prefectures is higher. All of them are higher. Prefectures, they're called prefect. Whatever! I'm not Japanese, and you guys know what I mean when I say district. Learn to Japan. I'm not going to Japan yet. It's not legal for adults. The point is, so they don't have teenagers getting in trouble because of their impulses. What? Oh, there was an island in Japan that still had that law. It wasn't practiced and ended many years ago now. I don't know. I don't know about that. Italy is still 14. I don't make it a habit to memorize age of consent around the world, so no, I have no idea what Italy's age of consent is. Eskil, thank you for the knock. So by this logic, is a Muslim a pedophile in disguise? Wait, what? Some places are 21. I think South Korea has the highest age of consent in the world. And theirs is like, what, 21 or 23 or something? I vaguely remember that one because it was like so crazy high. The breeding island where you go on vacation and get ambushed by fertile women. I read that book too. What the fuck? It's the Joker skit all over again. Oh my god. Oh man. All right. Well, we learned about who partners with them, and it's basically a bunch of psychologists and psychiatrists and assorted PhD in psych field people. The group has also been covered positively in dozens of mainstream media outlets. Why? In 2014, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation offered them praise in a profile titled "Virtuous Pedophiles Group Gives Support Therapy Cannot." Isn't the CBC paid for with Canadian tax dollars? This was published in 2014. This is what Canadian tax dollars are paying for. What the fuck? Ethan Edwards, a man in his mid-50s last year, confided his deepest secret to a close friend that he was a pedophile. He's happy to keep my secret, Edwards wrote in an online chat with CBC News, too fearful of vigilantes to give out his phone number. But he says his friend now feels infected by his secret. Edwards, a pseudonym, only realized he was attracted to young girls a few years ago. He says he's never acted on it. I wish we knew his real name, because I'd be willing to bet since this interview in 2014, he's probably been arrested. Now he's devoting his energy to helping others, ensuring they too never victimize a child. Edwards, who says he's from Pennsylvania and is the father of 3 daughters, co-founded an online support group called Virtuous Pedophiles. Both of the directors have been arrested for acts against children. This doesn't say that he was a director, it says a co-founder, but I'm wondering, you know, that's a little interesting. Every time. The 330-member group, which is designed to help admitted pedophiles talk through their conditions and curb their desires, is completely anonymous. He's never even spoken on the phone with his co-founder, Nick Devon, also a pseudonym. Our prime goal in creating it was probably more the public relations aspect regarding the public, to help people see we're not all molesters, but along with that was also a desire to help the pedophiles who qualified. The website is a rare spot where pedophiles can acknowledge their problem and seek help to keep their impulses under control, without fear of being exposed to a world where hysteria about child molesters can cloud any understanding of and research into the problem of pedophilia. No, you see, I think where we have failed as a species is the fact that we stopped just executing child molesters as soon as they were caught. I feel like this is where we started having a downfall as a species. Of course, not everyone agrees with its purpose. The Virginia-based National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, for example, fears that sites like Virtuous Pedophiles operate merely under the guise of helping pedophiles remain celibate, but instead enables them to trade tips and tricks on how to groom children for sexual purposes. I mean, they don't really need a website called Virtuous Pedophiles for that. You can literally just go to Reddit, man. Like, Reddit is free, and there's tons of people there. You know, like, you could, yeah, that's just literally, why would you make a Virtuous Pedophiles group when Reddit is right there, dude? Like, you don't even have to call yourself a pedophile. Reddit is right there. What is this? Well, on the cover, you think there may be legitimate reasons and purposes. Not everybody who joins these groups has an altruistic motive, says John Sheehan, executive director of the Center's Exploited Child Division. But James Cantor, an internationally recognized expert on pedophilia at Toronto Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, calls it a wonderful organization that helps a largely invisible group support each other from committing crimes. Pedophiles often make the news in connection with massive child porn busts, such as last week's arrest in Britain of 660 suspected pedophiles who viewed indecent images. And Pope Francis recently waded into the controversy of pedophilia in the Catholic Church when he estimated that 2%, or roughly 8,000 of the church's 400,000 or so clergy, were pedophiles. What? How would he know that exactly? He went on to describe child abusers as a leprosy within the church. And I mean, he's not wrong. There's no conclusive figure on what percentage of society suffers from pedophilia. What a way to word that. And Cantor, who is an editor-in-chief of Sexual Abuse, a journal of research and treatment, says not enough is understood about the condition itself. One point he does make, though, is that pedophilia is different from child molestation. Pedophilia refers very specifically to the sexual interest, says Cantor. That's very different from people who actually act on the sexual impulse and sexually approach or touch a child. Edwards also says that distinction is important. Although a pedophile, he calls sex abuse a serious crime. A lot of pedophiles never sexually abuse a child and never would. Like, no chance at all, he said. But it's very hard to have to keep a big secret. I feel like it's not, and the only reason you tell people is because you partially get off on the thrill of doing something so taboo. Lysenic, thank you for the biddy. Sorry to interrupt, but if you were to buy an AFK tub of gamer subs, use code Kirsche. What flavor do I recommend? I really like the blueberry lemon. There we go. I was like, what is it? Blueberry lemon cake one. That one's really good. I fucking love that one. That is my favorite AFK. Bullshit, he just doesn't know. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you. Became
Or because Francis was a Jesuit that went and blackmailed Benedict to retire and abdicate because Benny the 13th was going to clear out the pedos in the church. Why didn't he just let him clear out the pedos? Phoenix DS, thank you. The church always moved a boy-touching priest to another location instead of excommunication and handed over to the law, which is weird. I mean, it shouldn't just be excommunication, it should be, like, executed. Battleizer, thank you. You have a sudden urge to paint a white skull on your shirt and change your name to Frank Castle. Anybody else feeling this way? I'm with you. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Hysteria. It's not hysteria. It's a natural goddamn reaction. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty fucking much. I don't know why so many times normal human reaction tries to get relabeled as something hysterical or radical. Kane's Brain, thank you. You had a dream about nuclear war last night, and your dream can't come true soon enough. What is this? A Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Human downfall was giving them human rights. I'm sorry that your tax money goes to this insane shit. Phoenix DS, thank you for more Canadians. Unfortunately, our tax dollars are always misused. Would love it if the CBC was defunded. That's why people were excited when PBS got some funding cuts. Ganesh, thank you. If your friend did that to you, they wouldn't find him. Like, that's no friend of mine, man. Magician Keikaku Stop Motion Series, thank you. Just wanted to say, you have brought light to my darkest days. Having a semi-hard time recently, had lots of success with your channel. Ooh, woo. Hey, congratulations, dude. Congratulations, dude. I'm glad it's going better for you. Nihilism is a slippery slope to communism. I don't want to be no fucking commie, bro. In a world where there is a huge stigma attached to pedophilia, those with the condition are often intensely afraid to reveal their troubling thoughts to family and friends. I don't know why they're calling it a condition. Like, yeah, there's something fucking wrong with these people, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, he has depression. That's so sad. That's not how you treat pedophilia, man. What the fuck? At the same time, laws can also deter them from even speaking to their therapists. Across Canada, provincial rules require that mental health professionals must report a patient to authorities if they have reasonable grounds to believe that a specific child is at risk of being sexually molested or exploited. Isn't that good? What do you mean? It literally says a specific child, which means that if the therapist has probable cause of like, oh, this guy's gonna molest little Jenny at some point because he can't stop thinking about her specifically, that's different than some guy being like, I have an abstract attraction, right? Like, this is literally like, oh, they can't admit that they want to rape little Jenny because then they might get reported to the police. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. Because it's a crime. Like, this is insanity. Tax dollars paid for this. The exact wording varies by jurisdiction, but often mental health professionals err on the side of caution due to fear of lawsuits, reporting even cases where the risk of someone acting on their impulses is not great, or where a patient's comments don't involve a specific child. That's because the normal human reaction to pedophilic thoughts is disgust and horror and wanting them to be taken away. The side effect of that is now people don't come into therapy in the first place. We have every reason to believe that those laws make things worse rather than better. We should be making it easier for people to come into therapy. We need to rewind things back to where doctor-patient privilege was doctor-patient privilege, period. You know, I'd be fine with that as long as if the doctor knew about the person's proclivities and then they went on to harm a child, the doctor got charged as an accessory. I'd be okay with that. They get less jail time than the organizers of the Freedom Convoy. Oh god. Let's see, then doctors would never want to treat him. I mean, apparently they already don't, right? Apparently nobody comes in, so can't leave the house this weekend. You went to TwitchCon and caught a bit of the pedophilia. Need to stay in bed and take the meds to get better. They don't stop there. They end up demanding you praise these things. We've all seen it over the last 10 to 15 years. It's really disorienting to see people, like, finally waking up to things recently. It feels like the last 15 plus years have been just a dark age for us, unfortunately. And it's also really weird. It's also really weird to see people being like, you're not actually pro-gun or pro-Second Amendment, or you want to restrict people's freedoms if you don't want transgender people to have firearms. And it's like, well wait a minute. Let's think about this logically for a second, all right? If someone is transgender, they should have dysphoria, which is a medical condition, which is a mental health condition, which when you have mental health conditions, you're typically precluded from doing things like, oh, I don't know, serving in the military and owning a firearm. So why then is it considered a bad thing to say that maybe we don't let people who have a mental health problem that also has comorbidities with depression and anxiety, two big pushers of both suicide and also homicide, maybe we don't let those people pass background checks with their mental health situation? But it's like, I don't understand. I've finally started seeing people saying that on Twitter, and it's like, damn, that took 15 fucking years. I'm old enough to remember when they were removing dysphoria from, or talking about removing dysphoria as a mental illness. And everyone was like, wait a minute, if you do that, we can't get our transgender drugs from healthcare because it won't be classified as a mental health disorder anymore. It's just like, they didn't want it unclassified. Sometimes the doctor isn't able to the same person, so about if the patient has those... I can't parse what you're saying. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're seeing a pattern here? It all goes back to Canada. Can we invade it, please? I'm sick of our hat, man. Won't have to restrict gun purchases if they're in asylums. Your therapist is a decent guy, agrees that the psychiatric field is a mess, agrees there should be a wood chipper for pedophiles and mass murderers, and despises our country neighbor's MAID program, aka government-assisted suicide. It's a little wild. Women are banned from the military, transgenders are banned from the military. It's just validating. This is a joke. I was like, I don't know, man. It just seems like we had a collective psychosis for the last 15 plus years. And any sort of sane terminology was thrown out the window. Being trans is alternatively medical or social, whichever is most beneficial at the moment. I would say there are the actual real dysphoric people, and they're not a danger to society. They have a mental health condition and they deserve help with it. But then there's also the people who are fetishistic autogynephiliacs. There's autoandrophiliacs, but that's far less common. And then there's people who just use being transgender, even though they're not, as a shield from criticism to push public policy that they want. It's unfortunate. Phoenix Diaz, thank you for the Canadians. You say supermax asylums are needed. You made too many typos, you fixed them. Sometimes the doctor isn't able to save the person, so how about if the patient has those proclivities, the doctor is required by law to submit video recordings of all the sessions with said patient to law enforcement? If they do something? I'm not sure what you mean. Munchausen by proxy also. Oh yeah, that's true. The parents that fucking trans their kids, that one as well. A Phoenix DS, thank you. Supermax asylums, true and real. True and real. Almonia. Where was I? Last year, Montrealer David Goldberg, a former local newspaper editor and minor baseball coach, wrote a candid column for the Atlantic magazine about his own arrest in 2012 as part of an international child porn bust. This man. Okay. Alright, if I speak, I will be banned. I had never asked to be cursed with this sexual attraction, and I had never hurt a child, Goldberg wrote in the piece titled, I Pedophile. He was arrested in an international child porn bust. What do you mean you never hurt a child? After his arrest and 90 days in jail, he put his journalistic skills to work researching the root causes of pedophilia. He concluded it wasn't anything from his past, but was rather a sexual orientation. I hate this quote. In fact, scientists don't really understand what causes pedophilia. In Cantor's work, he scans the brains of pedophiles. Among his findings is that they tend to have IQs that are 10 points lower than the average person, plus lower memory scores. Well, that's not surprising. A larger portion of pedophiles are left-handed or ambidextrous than the general public. A finding similar to those with schizophrenia or autism. Okay, buddy. At this point, it is pretty undeniable that this is a brain phenomenon, although we have not yet been able to identify what's been affecting the brain development. Current research doesn't provide enough evidence to tie pedophilia purely to biological conditions, Cantor says, but it does eliminate the common argument that upbringing and environment are solely to blame. That leaves researchers like him and pedophiles who have not molested children to call for a focus on treatment rather than incarceration. As Goldberg wrote, until we as a society learn that help for those who view child pornography is a far better alternative to incarceration, we are doomed to see the continued proliferation of this problem. Many pedophiles, who often first notice their sexual interest in young children when they're in their teens or 20s, feel intensely afraid of the world discovering their secret. Edwards said many of his group's members not only fear therapists, but they feel like they're being viewed only as a potential offender and not a person when visiting a therapist. That leads many of them to anonymous groups like Edwards' Virtuous Pedophiles. In Germany, a project titled Prevention Project Dunkelfeld, which translates as Dark Fields, taps into that need for anonymity. The free program gives confidential treatment, no names required, by phone or Skype to those trying to control their pedophilia. The website says that no one will be condemned for their sexual preference, but everyone is responsible for their sexual behavior. With the help of specialized therapy, men with a sexual preference disorder can learn to act responsibly. If they're trying to convince people that pedophilia is a sexual preference disorder, what's stopping people from going, well, yeah, okay, being gay is a sexual preference disorder too, because that's not normal. What do they think is gonna happen if they manage to make people believe this en masse? Alfarius, thank you. Yet another day you're reminded your tax money pays for this reporting. You truly do not hate journalists enough. Truly. Truly and really. Control, you just live a celibate life. Done. Not that hard in today's day and age, especially as a man. The amount of people who are unable to practice control is insane to me. It's like... No, not even talking about what we're reading right now, but just people who are like, I need instant gratification. I can't wait for something. Like, it's insanity. You know, the end goal, it's always the same. You want your tax dollars to stop going to the schizo journal asshats? True. The kind of anonymous therapy is impossible in Canada, where psychologists are required to keep a complete file, name and address included, of everyone they see in therapy. I would not want completely anonymized therapy sessions. That sounds like a Pandora's fucking box, bro. Here in Canada, Cantor laments a system that prevents therapists from helping pedophiles. It's difficult to imagine such occurs. Who can they tell? From their point of view, they can't tell a therapist, they can't tell their parents, their peers, their boyfriends, girlfriends, said Cantor. They are as alone as a person can be. And in regards to pedophilia, they fucking should be. Right? That's like, if you are, right, if you do have that attraction, you should just never say anything, never do anything. Just pretend you are a normal human being and never be around children, ever. And then maybe you can live some semblance of a normal life. They should be validated. I hate that, like, fucking validation bullshit that gets touted out, dude. It's always on someone else to provide the control, not themselves. That's what they want government and everything. It's not their fault. Thanks, I hate it. Back to the original article, one notable endorsement of VeerPed comes from Ray Blanchard. That's crazy! Even Redux noticed Ray Blanchard. A professor of psychiatry at the University of Toronto. Blanchard has helped to devise protocols and guidelines used internationally via his work with the American Psychiatric Association, which publishes the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders. Blanchard served on the DSM-4 subcommittee on gender identity disorders in the early 1990s, and was again appointed to the DSM-5 working group on gender and sexual identity disorders. We already read the segment from the website, so we don't need to read that. Blanchard was also responsible for the DSM entry for pedophilia and conferred with self-described MAP activists associated with a group called Before You Act. Before You Act has campaigned for years to change and ultimately eliminate the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders entry on pedophilia. During a 2011 symposium titled Pedophilia, Minor Attracted Persons, and the DSM Issues and Controversies, hosted by Before You Act, co-founder Richard Kramer, who uses a pseudonym to conceal his identity, used results of anonymous surveys conducted with the participation of members of Before You Act in an attempt to establish that pedophilia is an innate identity that emerges in childhood. Well, no, because if you're a child and you have a crush on another child, that's just fucking normal. It's when you get older and you still have attraction to children that it's a problem. What did he mean by this? What did he fucking mean by this? Well, former Before You Act co-founder Melsheimer died in 2010. The co-founder and current head of Before You Act, Kramer, also has a long history of pro-pedophilia lobbying and has admitted to having a sexual attraction to boys. Prior to his involvement with Before You Act, Kramer operated a website called the Male Homosexual Attraction to Minors Information Center, which advocates favorably for what Kramer describes as feelings of sexual attraction that some men have for underage boys. The website notes a previous symposium addressing the issue of removing gender identity disorder and the paraphilias from the DSM. A move which would ultimately amount to depathologizing harmful forms of sexual behavior. Yeah, why the fuck would you do that, man? What did they mean by that? Yeah, but not for girls. Well, I mean, it was for gay men. So gay men aren't going to be molesting girls, right? You know? Why is it like 80% boys? That's a great question. Next question. Trying to make it an identity, which explains the maps thing. Well, I mean, they've been trying to make it an identity for ages because the map language has been around for a very long time. The new thing is the POCD. Like, POCD, I'm not, when I see people using that, I'm just like, I'm gonna side-eye you because I very much doubt you actually have an OCD that you're claiming to have. You know? They want to bring back Greek love. Classic. Definitely need to be identified. It sounds like it's in lockstep with the Child Protection Act legislation, making it easier to find children. I certainly fucking hope not. But goddamn, that was a, breaking news story, as it were. Jesus Christ. Who could have predicted that the director of a non-offending pedophile group could be charged with raping children? Wow! And no one could have seen that coming. Completely unpredictable. And speaking of completely unpredictable, let's go figure out what the fuck is going on with the recent trans shooter. Let's go figure that out. Oh, you thought it was going to be the Minnesota one. No, there was a second trans shooter in the last 2 days. Sasha Shakur was arrested for allegedly shooting and killing a man in Massachusetts, posted a video admitting that he uses the women's locker room at a local spa because he identifies as a woman. This alleged killer was invading female restrooms. Trans violence is an epidemic. He was non-offending until he offended. They always are. Wow, it's always in the last place you look. What the hell is even that? Demon! AJ the Groundhog, thank you. A solution to the pedophile topic. Mr. Woodchipper and Mrs. Smith with Uncle Wesson. True. I for one, think we should bring back Chinese torture methods. Dean Domino, thank you. Have some money, Foxy. Also, of course, the APA is a part of this. A few years ago, they put traditional masculinity as a mental disorder. We need more traditionally masculine people if we are to take back our countries. Grilled cheese and Joya, thank you. And then for one day, for no reason at all, a fox woman rose to power. I hope I'll get to talk to a lot of fun politicians when I move back to New England. I don't know what kind of like interview content I could do with them, but I would love to, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Burger! You can hear Nux Taku face-palming in frustration from here, especially given he might be a dad now. Why do those people always pop up? Wait, Nux is having a kid? Is this a meme? And bring back capital punishment and leave the bodies hanging in the street. Jesus. A plague lord Ardorf, thank you. Treatment rather than incarceration will end the problem. Boy howdy, if it's genetic, I can think of a way to eliminate the problem. Less of those genes. You know, maybe some people reproducing isn't as terrible as previously thought. If masculinity is insanity, then commit me and give me lots of lumber to work with. Nux gave major hints. Oh boy. I mean, that'd be fucking crazy if true. Huge congrats if true. Pneumonia. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Don't go looking for the British Columbia man that got home arrest for a small amount of child porn on their computer. Damn judge, too. Wait, what? Wait, what? You're gearing up for Oktoberfest events in New Hampshire? That's still like a month away, brother. What do you mean? There's no way that this is the product of genetic drift. This is 100% learned behavior. Back to Sasha Shakur.
Play, you stupid video.
Woman. So right now I want to talk about my experience as a trans woman.
I'm gonna stop you right there. There ain't no way with your bald ass head and your deep ass voice anyone believes you are actually dysphoric. Get the fuck out of my face, you disingenuous cunt.
Going to the spa. I'm not gonna mention the specific spa I'm at for safety reasons. They have been pretty accommodating. I wouldn't even say accommodating, I would say accepting of my gender identity. And I don't want that to change if I let the internet know where I've been able to be safe as a trans woman. Anyway.
I hate that these people can just lie so blatantly like this. And there will be a whole host of deranged women and soyed out men who will see this and be like, oh my god, if only we had accepted him more, this wouldn't have happened. I don't understand, bro.
I have been to this spa before. The first time I was here,
Homie just threw on hoop rings and lip gloss. He was literally like, oh, I look like I'm in a telenovela. I'm the main character.
I was the only one here when I showed up, and the woman asked me, and I think I had my hoops in, but I probably had like around the same amount of facial hair I have now. I didn't have lip gloss or anything. I don't think I had lip gloss on that, but I'm pretty sure I had my hoops in, or I had earrings.
If I saw this man in public with like no lip gloss and hoop earrings, I'd be like, oh, he's just gay. Like, oh, that's just a gay twink, bro. Like, what do you mean?
In.
Hoops mean girl.
And that first time,
yeah, hoops and studs, the two genders.
The woman asked me, which locker room, what gender you identify with, and I said, I'm a woman, I identify as a woman. And then she took me to the female locker room, and that was the first
She's a dumb bitch.
time I had been in a female locker room, and it was so humanizing because it was set up to humanize.
What? I have never had the thought when I walked into a woman's restroom of, oh, this is so human. What a human restroom. I feel seen and human. Fucking Mark Zuckerberg sounding ass. What the fuck? Imagine how many female clientele they lost from that one stupid woman's decision. I can't even imagine. Eskill, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. And Master Prick, thank you for the gift member as well. Thank you. Brosif, thank you. Where's the we're full fuck off merch? True. Internet Zen Master, thank you. And here you thought Valens was the dictionary definition of AGP. I think we have a new contender. I don't know. Where's his rape facility breeding ASMRs, you know? False claim. There's no such story in available news. Well, that's just not true. So we have this, more trans violence. Sasha Shakur, a man pretending to be a woman, was just arrested in Massachusetts after he allegedly shot and killed a 57-year-old man. Shakur was reportedly spray painting on a local bridge when the victim took a picture of him, which started an altercation. Shakur then allegedly shot the man during the incident. Shakur was arrested at his home, which was covered in graffiti such as Black Lives Matter, Free Palestine, and Defund the Police. Why does this keep happening? Can I just say how insulting it is that this thing had a house and graffitied it? Bro, what are you doing? That is a nice skirt, though. I like his skirt. It's really easy to be a woman these days. I fucking guess so, man. Defund the police so you can shoot people. Just randomly free Congo on the house? What is GLM? I don't even know what that means. A house in Shrewsbury? Is it really a house? Fair. Actually fair. I will say, at least he was able to follow directions. He didn't start trying to run. I'll give him credit for that. That's rare. I know. That's why I'll give him a credit for that one. That's rare. It just looks like someone from East LA. It does. A very peaceful arrest. This cop looking at the house is probably like, what the fuck am I seeing? The guy only survived because he's a white male. Brother, in what world is this a white man? Are you part of the, like, government facility that does the crime statistics? If this man is white, I am whole ass Japanese. Like, what the hell? It's about as white as the evening sky. What the fuck? We were like, what, here-ish? Doggo! Adding white to the list of modern-day meaningless words. True and real. He's clearly a white male. That's true. He survived a police interaction. Honorary white now. Don't think about the white victims of police brutality. You know, those don't count. A modern Englishman. Munya. He's white by Netflix standards. I hate that you're right. But there are some articles here. There are some articles. Mr. Burritos! Thank you for the 1,500 Rs. You're able to believe basic empathy and logic would stop people from wanting to hurt children or perpetuate their damage by watching CP, but you feel like if you don't trust yourself to be around them, it's too late. By this point, the only solution is self-deleting. You would think so, but I mean, self-deleting is a pretty hard choice to make for some people. You might have been afraid of being the dog's chew toy. Oh, true. That's why the police have the doggos. Wait, he has shit written on his windows, too. Can we zoom in on that? What does he have written on the fucking windows, bro? Plant something something. Stop Cop City. Is Sasha Shakur? It looks like it says Cuckoo Captain, but I can't really read it. And free Lil Durk. Who the fuck is Lil Durk, and why should we free him? Who is Lil Durk? I'm gonna Google free Lil Durk. Let's see who that is. Free Lil Durk is a slogan or chant used by fans of the rapper, of course he is, Lil Durk, as he is currently facing a murder for hire case and has been denied bail, leading to a trial in October 2025. The phrase also appears as a song title by artist Jockey Sosa, and a feature on the song Free RIC by 42 Doug. Okay. All right. Lil Durk official. Oh, we're learning who Lil Durk is, chat. I need like something that's not a song to talk about freeing Lil Durk. Okay, maybe Lil Durk trial. Okay, how about that? Here we go. Rolling Stone. All right, Rolling Stone surely will have information here. So, I mean, you can... Damn, this is more expensive than VTuber merch. A free Lil Durk shirt is $45 fucking dollars, man. Or even VTuber merch isn't that expensive. What the fuck? That's crazy. And then we have this DD Osama free. This has 1.8 million views. There's no way. There's no way those are real.
Seems like the whole world is popping off this week.
Free Lil Kirsche
in the US, and Indonesia just kicked off a revolution in their capital.
Oh shit.
Stay safe out there, honorable chatters.
What is Indonesia revolutioning over? Aschenbauer, thank you, my guy. That's a whole world going crazy. Let's see what's darking it up in here, chat. Okay. Okay, so we're 16 seconds in and he's already talking about sodomy? What? This is supposed to be about freeing Lil Durk, who's arrested for murder for hire?
It's
okay, he can say it. He's one of them. Those are the rules, chat.
We in Miami, see the ops, then we gon' flock, nigga. Bet the switch go. Watch how
I really hate the word ops. I'm gonna say that right now. We've read the word ops in like several things I've gone over in the past week. I really hate reading that. Also, damn, bro. This is a Louis Vuitton belt. And it is bland. It just has the LV on it, man. I don't understand the point of buying something from a brand just for their logo on it. It's like you want to appear wealthy by buying things that you think wealthy people buy. Like, just that's weird to me. Like, there's no reason you couldn't have just bought a $20 belt that's black. I'm not gonna spend like hundreds or thousands of dollars. I don't know how much a Louis Vuitton belt costs on a logo belt like that.
nigga.
That's rude. Did they just zoom in on his logoed socks? I don't understand! What does 3 commas in his bank account have to do with freeing Durk? I don't understand! That's a $720 belt? What the fuck? Think of how many chicken tendies you can buy with that, man. Think of how many chicken tendy takeout dinners while you're curled up in your bed you could buy with $720 worth of belt money. I don't really want to listen to the rest of this song because I feel like it is not relevant at all. So here's the article. Lil Durk denied bail again in murder for hire case. This was June 9th, 2025. Well, at least sometimes bail is correctly denied. The rapper is facing a life sentence if convicted, which would make any innocent defender consider flight as the rational alternative. Why do his dreads look like that? Something ain't right there, man. Oh, hold on. I have to go to an archive site for this chat. My bad. Sorry. We're sidetracked. We are sidetracked, but like, the trans shooter had this written on his house, you know? So I gotta do my investigative journalism and learn about who Lil Durk is and why some random transgender person would write Free Lil Durk on their house. Your cousin bought a $400 Gucci belt and then less than a month later turned around and tried to sell it because she needed rent money? Oh my god. Jacko Hard, thank you. You keep remembering the transsexuals are very passive quote from Silence of the Lambs, and you feel like it gets truer with all of these stories. Oh man, Silence of the Lambs. That was a pretty good movie back in the day. About to write Free Little Kirsche on the side of my house. True. The gangster Kirsche. Phoenix DS, thank you. Don't understand. Is he trying to flex on people with all the money? Flash that in the wrong neighborhood and he'd be robbed? I have no idea. Uncle Hall, thank you. Who let this guy cook? This is straight ass. There's gotta be a young gentleman that can actually rap in this generation. Patchouli, thank you. Rap used to involve rhyming and telling a story. What the hell is this? I like listening to Eminem on occasion. Sean Hoogland, thank you. As someone who does leather work, you'll say there's different qualities of leather and a good quality belt will last for life. Not a brand name though. Yeah, if I'm gonna buy like a good quality leather belt, it's probably not gonna be from Louis Vuitton. Like, the person he had apparently killed a friend of his. Another friend of his told him to let it go because he'll ruin his life if he didn't. Guess what Lil Durk did? Sheila Booty Blaster, our on-the-ground correspondent for rappers' murder for hire plots. Thank you, Sheila. Lil Durk will remain in custody pending his October trial. In a new ruling issued Monday, U.S. District Judge Michael Fitzgerald declined to release the Grammy-winning I've never heard of Lil Durk, and he's a Grammy-winning rapper? For what? What did he win a Grammy for? What the fuck? Born Durk Banks. Okay, well, if his parents literally gave him the legal first name Durk, I can see how this might have happened. On a new beefed up bail proposal, including $4.5 million cash and a 24-hour home detention with electronic monitoring and private security. The main problem here is that based on information in the sealed pre-trial service reports, the proffered funds are only a fraction of the defendant's net worth. Judge Fitzgerald wrote in his 5-page order. He said Banks is facing a mandatory sentence of life in prison without parole if convicted, and such a possibility would make any innocent defender consider flight as the rational alternative. The judge also said that while he accepted the defense claim that Banks has business and spiritual reasons to travel to the Middle East. Bro, what? Why would a Grammy Award-winning African-American rapper have any business and spiritual reasons to travel to the Middle East? What the fuck? He saw no evidence explaining exactly why Banks sought tickets to Dubai shortly after other defendants were arrested in the case. The court finds that the defendant did attempt to flee abroad. At a hearing last week, Judge Fitzgerald said the new proposal, which included an additional $3 million from the Chicago rapper's own coffers, was going in the right direction. But it still wasn't enough to satisfy him. We can turn this back on. The judge said he was looking for even more of the musician's net worth on the line, possibly in the form of Banks' intellectual property rights in all of the music. He said with the entirety of his net worth at stake, Banks would be less likely to flee because it would leave his wife, mother, and children impoverished. Banks, 32, has pleaded not guilty to charges he hired a group of hitmen to travel to Los Angeles and commit an execution-style murder in broad daylight on August 19th, 2022. Federal prosecutors allege the intended target of the purported murder-for-hire scheme was Tyquan Terrell Bowman, also known as Quando Rondo. Okay, Quando Rondo is a lot more fun to say than Lil Durk. I don't know who these people are, but I'm on Quando Rondo's side. Just by how funny his name is and how fun to say. They allege Banks believed Bowman was involved in the death of his friend and protege, Davon King Von Bennett, Prosecutors claimed the alleged hitmen stalked Bennett in Los Angeles and ambushed him at a gas station near the Beverly Center shopping mall, firing at least 18 rounds from multiple guns, including a machine gun! I want a machine gun, what the fuck? Bowman's cousin, Savia Robinson, the dash be silent, was struck and killed as he traveled with Bowman. Banks vehemently denies the allegations and has been in custody since his arrest last October. When the All My Life rapper appeared in a federal courtroom in downtown Los Angeles on June 2nd, he couldn't stop smiling at the group of more than 24 supporters, including his parents, in the audience. His wife, India Royale, sat in the front row. These people aren't fucking real! We got fucking India Royale, Lil Durk, fucking Quando Rondo. What am I even reading? Bro. Judge Fitzgerald listened as Banks' lawyer Christy O'Connor argued that the defense deserved access to the secret grand jury testimony that led to the inclusion of some of Banks' lyrics in his initial indictment in the case. Prosecutors initially alleged that Banks' song Wonderful Wayne and Jackie Boy, which was released in December 2022, referenced Banks' alleged revenge on Bowman. In the song, Banks raps, "Look on the news and see your son, you screamin' no, no." What the fuck? Prosecutors claimed it was a reference to Bowman seeing Robinson's dead body. At a prior bond hearing on December 12, 2024, defense lawyer Drew Feindling, that's an interesting last name, argued that the song was recorded months before the shooting. He offered a sworn declaration from the song's producer, Justin Gibson, supporting the point. They didn't do their homework, that's bias that impeaches everybody, O'Connor argued, referring to the prosecution. She said the inclusion of the lyrics to the prior indictment meant there was false evidence or testimony presented to the grand jury. She said it undermined the credibility of the whole case. The lyrics were stripped from the second superseding indictment filed last month. Feindling also addressed the court last week, saying that multiple tranches of discovery, but did they have alpacas, already handed over in the case, failed to corroborate prosecutors' claim that Banks orchestrated the murder-for-hire plot. He said the government seemed to be relying on a single text that Banks sent to the alleged co-conspirator on August 18th, 2022, the day before the shooting, in which he said, "Don't book no flights under no names involved with me." Feindling said the text was vague and taken out of context. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ian Ianniello countered that the government has more evidence, but it was not yet required to turn it over. He cited the trial date set for October. Judge Fitzgerald said it was possible that the assailants involved in the shooting simply wanted to prove themselves to Banks. While it's possible, perhaps plausible, that the defendant was pulling strings in an abstract manner at some point, there has to be proof, the judge said during the hearing. It might be plausible that Mr. Banks was orchestrating all of this, but at the same time, it might be plausible that they were hot-headed people who wanted to impress him. At some point, you've got to come forward with specifics and not just generalities. Before the hearing ended, Robinson's mother, Andrea Robinson, addressed the court. She said she flew in from Savannah, Georgia, to deliver her emotional message about the death of her only child. "I never in a million years thought I'd lose my baby," Robinson's mother said through tears. "He had a family, he has a mother, he has 3 kids. They will never know their dad. It hurts so bad that I can't pick up the phone and call him." Banks' trial is set to begin October 14th. In a filing last week, prosecutors confirmed they would not be seeking the death penalty against any defendants in this case. What did Lil Durk win a Grammy for? Boo-hoo. Just like Louis Vuitton, people go to Dubai because they think that's just what rich people do. I mean, I know why Instagram thoughts go there, but I think that's a different thing. Lil Durk Grammy Award. Oh my god. He's gotten 4. He got one in 2021 for melodic rap performance, 2021 for a rap song, 2022 for an album, and 2024 for a melodic rap performance. What the hell? What the hell? That's crazy. What the fuck? Looking at the 2024 nominees for quality songs featuring both rapped and sung vocals. In 2024, the nominees were Kehlani and Jordan Adetunji singing Kehlani Remix, Lato singing Big Mama, Erika Badu and Rhapsody singing 3 a.m. They're the winners, by the way. They won in 2024. And then Beyonce, Linda Martell, and Shaboozey singing Spaghetti with 2 eyes.
This just in, the mammal formerly known as Kirsche has been arrested on 69 counts of buttering dogs and 10 counts of using code Kirsche. When asked for comment, the mammal only said Munya. This has been a Kirsche news update.
Munya! Kirsches are meant for war crimes. You want to be called Spaghetti? I the spaghetti. All right, back to the crazy trans person now. All right, I had to figure out. All right, why did they write "Free Lil Durk" on their window? Police in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, say a man was killed Thursday morning after confronting another man over graffiti at a local park. It has since been discovered that the suspect in the shooting is a trans-identifying male who has a criminal record. Wow! Authorities responded to Jordan Park at 8:47 a.m. after a 911 caller said he was being attacked. During the call, the dispatcher heard gunfire in the background, said Shrewsbury Police Chief Kevin Anderson. While officers were responding, dispatch advised that they could actually hear shots on the 911 call. When officers arrived, they located a victim, provided medical attention, and that victim was transported to a local hospital, where tragically he died of his injuries. The victim, a 57-year-old man whose name has not been released, was shot multiple times. He had just dropped off his 6-year-old child at school before encountering the suspect. Worcester County District Attorney Joe Early Jr. said, "Oh, man. Damn, he was old to be having a kid, too. That's nuts." There's multiple reasons you don't listen to music made after, 2008. Same. There's, a handful of songs after that, but not very many. The gentleman who was shot was returning from walking his 6-year-old child to school when he interacted with the man on the bridge. It appeared that the man was doing some type of spray painting. He took a picture of the man, and that started the altercation. Police later arrested the alleged shooter, identified on social media as Sasha Shakur and legally as Snehal Ansh Shrivastava. He has to go back. Outside a home at 29 Edgewater Ave around 11:45 a.m., SWAT officers with a K9 entered the property minutes later. Any street that has the word edge in it, that is, you don't want to be there. That's like MLK Boulevard levels of lock your car doors, get out as fast as you can. I don't care if it's like Edgewater, Edgewood, Edge Rock, anything that has edge in it, you get the fuck out of there. Can understand why he wanted to change his name. The residence was covered in graffiti with slogans including Free Palestine, Free Congo, BLM, GLM, and Ganja Gardens. A sign in the window of the house that reads Sasha Shakur also confirms a social media account username. That's really helpful when they just tag their name everywhere. Authorities described Srivastava as known to police. Say the line! He was on our radar! Though no immediate charges were announced. Law enforcement activity throughout the morning was concentrated around the Jordan Pond walking trail, about a third of a mile from where Srivastava was taken into custody. Police tape closed off parts of the trail and sections of shoreline where graffiti were also visible. Residents in the area were instructed to shelter in place until police confirmed the suspect had been located. Shrewsbury Public Schools informed families that students and staff at the nearby Coolidge School were safe. Officials said the shooting did not involve the school and no other campuses were affected. The shooting comes just one day after another trans person, Robert Westman, killed 2 children and injured 17 others at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis. Andy No contributed to this report. Andy No is how I found this, actually. He was at the edge of the radar. Man, literally shot a father who just wanted him to not graffiti. Remember, for all the bail reform freaks out there, broken windows, policing prevents this kind of stuff. That reminds me, there's this fucking guy in New Hampshire who seems hella based. I responded to one of his posts the other day. Hold on. I in the moment. Let me find it. Let me find it. It's relevant here. Here we go. Was his first name? No. Oh, pussy breaker. Thank you. Why the free the Congo? Are the Belgians getting uppity? The Congo's always at war, man. So, this person said, the actual reason we can't incarcerate our way out of crime is because literally every American commits dozens of crimes every single day. Speeding, jaywalking, drinking in public, etc. The people who think they are most hardcore about crime are people who think that their crimes are different for some reason. Jeremy Kaufman from New Hampshire said 80% of all crimes are committed by people with 3+ prior arrests. Most people are not criminals. A tiny minority are antisocial psychopaths who commit most crimes. This is some of the lowest hanging fruit policy there is. And I'm pretty sure Asmongold even said something similar recently, where he was just like, things would improve immensely if we just had the bottom 2% of the population perpetually incarcerated or something like that. I can't remember exactly how he put it. But I responded with, I too agree with this Democrat plan of crime prevention. And it says, Bill Clinton did not implement a national 3 strikes law, but signed the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, which included federal provisions similar to the 3 strikes concept for serious federal offenders. The legislation was a bipartisan effort that aimed to reduce crime by increasing penalties for repeat offenders. The purpose of the law, often called the Crime Bill, was designed to make communities safer and targeted violent crime. It was provided for a mandatory life sentence for individuals convicted of a 3rd serious federal felony. The bill passed Congress after a lengthy process and was signed into law by President Clinton on September 13th, 1994. And, you know, I think this might help things. Not only having these, especially not just federal, but, like, on a state level, right? If we had this, like, 3 strike thing on a state level, and it was actually enforced, get rid of, like, the activist judges and the activist DAs who just let people go a million times. If we actually adhered to this, it might actually do something. I think he references some small percentage often, yeah, so that you get outsized benefits if you just incarcerate that small number. You're just super predators. Mr. Paroxysm, thank you. Question for pro-gun control people. If he had a criminal record, how did he get a gun? It's almost like they don't fucking work. Yeah, and that other trans shooter, how did they get a gun? Their mom being very fucking suspicious, man. Suspicious mom. And, I'm just gonna quickly check this other article by Andy Ngo, since this is where I found it, to see if there's anything new in this one, because it does say it's been updated with more information. Sunal Shrivastava is a 26-year-old male. Identifies with she, her pronouns. Vandalism of public property. Victim has been identified as 57-year-old Kevin Doherty. Oh. No comment was able to confirm Srivastava's real name from records associated with the house where the suspect was arrested. He is an Indian national. He should have been sent back. I'm Sasha Shakur. I'm a black Indian two-spirit trans being, raising funds for myself and my community. God damn. Despite the seriousness of the case, Shrewsbury Police and the Worcester County Sheriff's Office have so far refused to release the name of the suspect. I contacted the Sheriff's Office and left a message. Oh, GLM is Gang Lives Matter. We found out, chat. Artist and spiritualist, creator of Gang Lives Matter. My album King is out now. Sar, I redeem Kangs. Srivastava was arrested at his home following the incident. His residence displayed numerous leftist slogans, including Black Lives Matter, Free Palestine, Defund the Police, and Stop Cop City. He surrendered on the street and was taken into custody without incident. How much do you think he tanked the property values of his neighbors by graffitiing his house like that, man? What is this?
Opportunity presented itself once, it will again. All I'm trying to do is win. And these niggas ain't my friends, and these women play pretend.
Can he say that? He's Indian, not black. I thought the rules were like you had to be black to say it.
So I'll never trust a bitch. That's why she on my dick. Double C, cause I'm a crib. I'm a Calvin Coolidge crib, so come on, I'm my president. I'm a product of this shit, but still I'm trying not to trip.
What?
Some rappers all endorsing Trump and all of them legit. And everything I sacrifice is all they rich as militants. I'm still sticking on my chest to say I'm crip, I'm different. That don't mean I'm something less, it just me, I do not recruit.
DMCA? There's no way that's DMCA unless that's not his. I assumed that was his rap. Fucking auto-tune. Not even T-Pain uses that much auto-tune. In February 2025, Srivastava posted about difficulties entering sex-segregated spaces as a trans-identified person. Right now, I want to talk about my experience as a trans woman going to the spa. I think... Wait, no, this is a different... How many trans women going to the spa videos did he make?
So right now I want to talk about my experience as a trans woman going to the spa.
We watched this one, right?
I'm not
this is
gonna
10
mention the
minutes.
specific spa I'm at, and I think I have my hoops in, and that made me feel unsafe. Even though I was the only person in there, at any point, I was worried that a man might walk in and see a woman changing.
Sorry, chat. I ain't a woman today. I ain't got my hoops in.
Cause I have breasts. I don't care if I have facial hair, I have breasts. I don't want to be in a locker room with men.
Just because you have gynecomastia does not make you a woman.
And I cried a lot that time. When I was in the locker room, I cried a lot. I felt stressed in my body, like I wasn't able to de-stress. Even after the massage treatment and everything, I still was stressed. After the treatment, I cried. I went in my car and I cried for like an hour. And I wanted to kill myself after that. And I didn't think it would be that serious, but I really was destabilized by that. And this time I came back and I booked a session. And I booked a treatment, and in the notes I wrote, I'm a trans woman. If I have to use the male locker room, please just cancel my session. I don't think they even saw that because of how quickly I booked it and showed up within the hour. But I showed up, and at first she started to walk me over to the male locker room, and then I said, I'm a woman. And then she just corrected and brought me to the female locker room. And there was another woman that was getting her treatment that came in with me, and she didn't look like she had an issue with me being in there at all. She looked more comfortable with me being in there than I even was comfortable, because I was still...
Oh, come the fuck on. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am so sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. Bring back the asylums. I don't think we need to listen to that whole thing. He's fucking crazy. On one of his websites where he explains his ideology, he calls for blacks to group together for a revolution against the US. He also expressed militant support for Palestinian nationalism. Much like the weird condition where, like, non-white people are for some reason, you know, the strongest white nationalists. If you're not black and you're encouraging, like, a black nationalist revolution, your fate is probably not going to be very good. You're in a spa locker room and that thing walked in the locker room. Wouldn't you look as unbothered as humanly possible to avoid possibly becoming a target? Yeah, right? Like, you complain when you get out, man. The people of Palestine do not deserve to be terrorized off the face of the planet because some fuckhead crackers think it's their divine right to rape and kill. The state of Israel is a fraudulent Israel and can go right to hell. We should kill them all, save Palestine, and just be done with it. Bro, what the fuck? Bro. This man was a literal ticking fucking time bomb. Are you kidding me? I don't know, bro. I don't know. Actual response, yeah. It's fucking crazy. Man has no idea what Palestinians would do to a black trans man. Well, it's a good thing he's Indian. Standalone complex, thank you. Tyler, the creator over here, true. He continued, the protection of Palestine requires the eradication of Western-based genocidal white supremacy. This will require parallel actions of American warfare to eradicate the enemy at the source of their creation. We must stop all cop cities and reclaim them as training grounds for our own warriors. Eradicate the enemy at the source of their creation? Is he advocating to glass Africa so we can get rid of Yaqub so Yaqub stops making white people? That seems about as rational as everything else he says, right? This was not Srivastava's first run-in with law enforcement. In September 2022, Westboro police arrested him after a brutal, violent attack. Officers spoke with a witness who stated the alleged suspect drove his vehicle towards the victim in an attempt to run him over, and then exited his vehicle wielding a machete, which he used to cut the victim during the altercation. The Westboro Police Department released in a press statement at the time. The violent assault case was dismissed last month? How the fuck can you try to run someone over and then get out of your car with a machete and then cut them up and then have the case dismissed? What the fuck? How does that happen? Perfectly sane behavior. I hate Massachusetts, man. What have they done to my state? Srivastava was charged on Friday with armed assault with intent to murder and carrying a gun without a license. The mainstream media is not reporting that he's trans-identifying, and he was ordered held without bail. Armed assault with intent to murder. The guy is dead. He did murder. What do you mean? What do you mean? Murder was done. Yeah, the murder was done. He done dids it, bro. God damn. All right, let me see. I wasn't sure how much information on the shooter there would be. And so I'm just going to bring up the best place to go for information. Eine Moment. Yumma, yumma, yumma. Yumma, yumma, yumma. Kiwi Farms incoming. I mean, yeah. This was like my number one reason for using the farms throughout the ages, is like whenever there's a casualty event or like a mass shooting or just, something that the media doesn't like reporting on, going to the Autistic Archivers was always the best place to get the most up-to-date information. So hopefully this still holds true. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Get rid of the activist judges. The trans card should be revoked and not be allowed to be used as a get-out-of-jail-free card. I agree. It's a little crazy. So, they have a Daily Mail article linked here, and I'm sure this is just transcribing most of it. An active shooter situation was underway at a Catholic school in South Minneapolis, and this was a couple of days ago. Gunmen attacked 20 people at the Annunciation Church on 54th Street, according to preliminary reports that have not yet been confirmed by police. These 4 people are injured, 2 are dead in the mass shootout, the reports add. Minnesota State Troopers, local police, FBI agents, paramedics, and a large number of ambulances have responded to the scene. Update 1 here. At least 20 people are feared to have been gunned down. I think there's only a confirmation of 2 deaths, right? It was an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, if I remember right. Obviously terrible, but it's good that there's not 20. Correct. Preliminary reports indicate at least 4 people are injured in the mass shooting, although authorities have not yet confirmed the number of victims. So this is all old. Update 2. First listed archive that seems to be up and running. Thought it should be added. Let's see here. Uploading sucks. Robin Westman. Let me see what these files are before I open them. 2 dead, 17 injured from your last recollection. Jesus. Okay, so this is from the YouTube channel. These are the videos from the YouTube. I don't know how much of them I can show. 58 flies. Yeah, the zapper's nuts. I love my zapper. A lot of people took the mask off. Yeah. If that 20 is injuries, not all of them were shot, like you said. Terrible stuff, but he didn't gun down 20 people, probably, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's bad, but thankfully not 20 people dead. Okay, it's not even loading. Video hosting on the fruit farming site is pretty terrible. That's like, anytime I try to skim through the video, it just does that forever. But he did have a video on his YouTube channel with a weird-ass manifesto. Very weird-ass manifesto. You heard it from this side of the screen. The zapper's intense. I love the zapper. A moth, unfortunately, got caught in the zapper the other night, and damn, that one was fucking loud. They're courting the self-delete. The whole book is written in Cyrillic. Yeah, which is weird. Because, like, you wouldn't expect someone like this to have an intense knowledge of Cyrillic. So I was like, what the hell? Sometimes you have to wait for that entire video to load. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Spicy cat raid. What the
Yeah,
hell?
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know, is he making moose noises? I don't know if I want to watch the moose noises. That's kind of fucking mentally ill. Immediately no. Apparently showing the manifesto is against TOS? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Those are the noises he makes for the whole video. What the fuck? Yeah, be gone, Satan. We need that. If he wanted to be a woman, shouldn't he know more about the acrylics than Cyrillic? What the hell? Mr. Peroxim, thank you. Still can't believe this piece of shit garbage thing mentioned Brandon Herrera. I think we're gonna be seeing that a lot more frequently. Much like, you know, it was just PewDiePie mentioned ages ago by fucking that crazy shooter in New Zealand, right? I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of these deranged people trying to implicate random content creators. And not even, I think, for any... I mean, Brendan Herrera in this case, like, it's probably a political reason from the shooter. But for the most part, it's probably going to be just deranged people trying to, quote-unquote, troll content creators and implicate them in shit they have nothing to do with. I mean, look at that weird fucking freak who basically... read Anal Violence's articles and then decided I was his Oshi, and then he brought a gun to like some fucking rally, bro. Like it's just going to start happening more frequently, unfortunately. With Brandon being as big and running for office, he's going to be trying to implicate him by all sides. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. He wrote a lot of things that made no sense. I think this is very clearly a person who is mentally ill and just wanted to cause as much chaos as possible, but I think it's also naive to try and talk out of the fact that he was very clearly radicalized by left-wing violent rhetoric. I feel bad for Brandon. He didn't deserve it, and Tiny Gonzalez will try to use it against him. Probably. Which, I mean, again, is the point, right? These people want to cause as much chaos and damage as possible because they're fucking crazy. Seems like a terminally online 4chaner wanting to be edgy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And let me see here. Do. Ugh. That's really dumb and gay. How am I supposed to talk about a mass shooting event if I can't show the mentally deranged scribblings of the shooter? Why did Hassan Piker have to ruin this for all of us who want to report on things? I don't like, I've shown manifestos and I've read manifestos on stream before with literally no problems. With literally no issues. It seems like the dude went homicidally insane after realizing he couldn't publicly admit he was brainwashed into thinking he was trans by weirdos online. Probably. Because what doesn't he ruin? That's incredibly upsetting. Yeah, no, apparently Twitch has rules that prohibit showing or reading shooter manifestos, as they are typically classified as terrorist or extremist propaganda. The community guidelines explicitly state that users may not display or link to such content, even for the purposes of denouncing or opposing it. Falls under broader prohibitions against content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. In 2025, Hassan Piker was suspended for broadcasting and discussing a shooting suspect's manifesto, with Twitch citing violations of their terrorist content policy, even when presented critically. I think this is a terrible decision to make. If you're not able to discuss how mentally deranged and what these people were consuming, how are you able to talk critically about this situation in any way, shape, or form? Like, it's basically just censoring information that the public should have. The rules changed because Hassan fucked up. I was like, it's crazy that if he was actually criticizing a shooter's manifesto, that's what got him banned? Instead of having like a terrorist on and like gassing up said terrorist? That's crazy, man. That is insanity, because they likely have people on their staff that's part of protected communities. That is so dumb. That is so dumb. He was glazing the manifesto, if you remember. I don't know. I don't watch fucking Hassan Piker, man. We'll just ban Hassan and other crazy people instead of implementing censorship. Jesus fuck. They're probably scared that Eggy Man's gonna sue him too. I don't know what he would sue him for, but like, I wish he could. And the bias shows on Twitch. No, it was his chat supporting and agreeing with the manifesto. That's fucking weird. To be clear, you can talk about it, just not quote it or show it. So yeah, it's a bit weird. That is weird. Because it's like, I like showing what I'm reading on screen so people know I'm not like taking it out of context or just making some shit up, right? Like, that's insanity. I mean, I can read the suicide note, right? Like, that's... No group should be protected. That's the entire reason why we're in this position. Agreed. There shouldn't be protected classes of people. Everyone should actually, unironically, be on equal terms. He was reading it ironically and wink wink nod nodding the whole thing. Once again, I guess people being disingenuous ruin it for everyone else. That's fucking horrible. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Terminally Online 4chaner, you take that back, sir. The bastard was clearly a Redditor. I don't know, have you been on 4chan anytime in the last, like, 5 years, bro? Place is unrecognizable. The group that they were part of, 764, is decentralized radical Satanists who are accelerationists. I don't know if he was part of any group. I don't know if he was part of any group. We're not saying it's a Fed setup, just that if it was, it would be a perfect one type comments. So, well, it's not the manifesto, so the suicide note. To my family and friends, I don't expect forgiveness, and I don't expect any apology I have to hold much weight. But to my family and those close to me, I do apologize for the effects my actions will have on your lives. Please know I care for all of you so much, and it pains me to bring this storm of chaos inside your lives. This will affect so many more people than the ones that are immediately... I can't read that last word. To my mother and father, I'm sorry I didn't turn out as you had hoped. You did not fail me. You gave me so much. I truly appreciate the love you have given me. I feel I was raised to be a good person. I've kept these traits of empathy. I feel like someone who turns into a school shooter does not know what empathy is. Like, they're probably able to sociopathically emulate what they think empathy is, but I don't think they have any. That's fucking crazy. Self-sacrifice and good character. Please do not think you have failed as parents. I was corrupted by this world and have learned to hate what life is. Life is love, life is pain. There's too much to accept, too many things to put up with just to live. I'm tired of the pain this world gives out. Please move on and continue to give your love to my brothers and sisters and the rest of the world. Yeah, no, the parents failed, and this person is just insane. Like, you can't even begin to try and make logic of insanity, so I can't even ask, like, how they believe they're empathetic and loving. Like, like, they're just not. They're just not. Corrupted by this world, aka terminally online, right? They may not forgive you, but you need to move on from me. Forget my life and the pain I've brought. I love you both. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry. To my siblings, I'm sorry for forever tainting the rest of your lives. Your careers, lives, relationships, all will be turned upside down. Please hold on to who you are, not who I am. Change your names if you must. I wish I could tell you that before I go. Is that a thing? Is that a thing where, like, they will forever be haunted by this for the rest of their lives? I feel like most people understand that if the family is not complicit, they have nothing to do with it, right? The mother, however, she's suspicious as fuck. She is suspicious as fuck. They mention love a lot. Jesus Christ. Second page of the suicide note. I love you all and truly appreciate the time I have spent with you. I have such an amazing family, and it hurts me to throw this wrench into the works of you good prime, maybe? I don't know. Some of this is hard to read. I feel hope when with you. I cherish our time together. I appreciate all that you have taught me, and I felt inspired to be like you when I grew up. I hope you're able to move on and continue your lives without being forever followed, forever haunted by my actions. Forget me and all that I am. Hold on to memories and your loved ones. I love you all. I just don't think you do. To my friends, I trust you all to give your memory of me however you see fit. I'm sorry for the confusion and heartbreak this will bring. I truly appreciate all of you for showing me a good life and helping me through dark times. I've had so many good times that gave me hope. Unfortunately, this world has too much pain to deal out that I can't come up with the good sides of life. I hope you all can move on and forget the pain I've caused. The fuck? Basically, I'm doing this and fuck whatever happens after because of this. Yeah, like, just incredibly selfish, but they're trying to hide their narcissism behind the nice words. I've wanted this for so long. Oh, God. I am not well. I'm not right. I'm a sad person haunted by these things that do not go away. I know this is wrong, but I can't seem to stop myself. I'm severely depressed and have been suicidal for years. No one fucking cares. Not like this is like some sad, sappy pity party of absolute fucking nonsense. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares about what you feel when you decide to take your misery out on other people. Like, if you genuinely were this depressed, you could have just offed yourself, man. You could have just killed yourself instead of going after random people that have nothing to do with you. Especially children, man. Like, what the fuck? It's just evil looking for pity. Yeah, absolutely. Dude mentally broke after he found out he could never be a chick. Only recently have I lost all hope and decided to perform my final action against this world. I don't want to kneel down for the something of this world. I don't know if he tried spelling atrocities. I'm not sure. I want to die. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees, constantly in pain. Then you should have just killed yourself instead of going after innocent people. You fucking freak. He took the asshole's way out, truly. His mother should be charged too. His mother's really fucking suspicious. There are 2 more pages of this, like, self-flagellating suicide note, and I just really don't feel like reading them. There are 7 pages of the manifesto that I am apparently not allowed to read on Twitch because Twitch hates the public having information. So I guess we can't read the manifesto. Let me see where the thread marks take us. Mom is the one that signed the name change? Yeah, the mom signed the name change documents, and she refused to work with police, and she got a criminal defense attorney. So... let me keep moving through the thread marks until I find updated news here. Because I'm sure this thread was moving fast as fuck when things first came out. Yeah. Fucking, like, 11 pages in, they first start talking about finding the manifesto. And then, for some weird reason, they had, like, this video. This isn't the manifesto. They had a video of them just, like, reading a dryer manual.
Hey, y'all. Today I'm gonna be reading the Amana Electric Dryer user manual. If you are unsure of the temperature to select for a load, select the lower setting rather than the highest setting. Push to start end of cycle signal.
So like, I'm not sure what that is. That's a thick ass jawline. Yeah, I feel like if this guy hadn't tried like trooning out or hadn't tried being crazy, I feel like if he hadn't tried being crazy and he didn't get sociopathically demented, he probably could have been like a decent person, you know? Kirsche, no! I forgot I'm not on side scrollers, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The Catholic in you is praying for the children. This thing did us all a favor by self-deleting, so we know he's currently being immolated down below. You rest well knowing that, at least? Yeah. Yeah. It's just, like, it's upsetting when people target children, right? Because, like, they haven't fucking done anything. Like, they're just fucking kids, bro. Like, why? Why are you doing this? Who reads dryer manuals? Oh, man. Who nuked this channel after Crowder got the tip? I mean, YouTube always deletes this shit immediately, so it's a good thing people archived it before it was deleted. Oh, my God. That's 100% a Fed real American test? The Feds only want crazy Americans to use for shootings? I don't know, man. Charles looking Habsburg bat. He does have a bit of the Habsburg face, I'll give you that. Let's see here. Let's move on to the next thread mark, man. Yeah, part of like his drawings that was in one of his video. I don't know if the drawing is part of the manifesto because I haven't watched the video. I was planning on reading the manifesto on stream with you guys, but apparently we're not allowed to do that anymore. But they had like a drawing of a church. They were like stabbing into the aisle with a knife. Yeah, that's it seems like sane behavior. You had a Redditor celebrating the death of children. Empathy Force strikes again. I mean, it might be posted in the thread, so I might find it. But there was like an image of like the political chart thing, and like the two left sides had a bunch of Reddit posts of people celebrating this. I really oh god, I can't show things from this person because they have a slur in their name. It's so sad. The drawings look like something an 8-year-old would do. I mean, one-man band, thank you. Why does the Crimson Shin have a carrot top wig on? Jesus Christ. Mildly OCD, thank you. Every mod just had a stroke, thanks, Kier. I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. You know, when I'm talking about psychopathic people, sometimes it just comes out, okay? Dude had a drawing in his manifesto showing a demon looking back at him from a mirror. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all. Probably can't show that, unfortunately. But yeah, here's more archives of his YouTube videos, which I cannot show. Yeah, his mom here. I remember seeing this on Twitter. On Sunday, we honored Mary Grace Westman, who is retiring from Annunciation. She has provided such wonderful hospitality, friendship, and compassion to all who gathered for the last 5 years at Annunciation. You will be missed. Congratulations on your retirement. So his mom worked at the church that he shot up, and she retired from working there in 2021. This is also the mom who is refusing to work with law enforcement for some fucking reason, which is kind of suspicious, you know? What really bothered you lately since the shooting is that by federal law, it's illegal to carry, even concealed, a lawfully possessed firearm. All that does is keep people defenseless, not as immediately applicable when the shooter's outside, but still, yeah, no, I agree. Gun-free zones literally are just, like, criminal havens, essentially. Nare Mooncat. I love Mooncat nail polish! Thank you. Not sure where to best tangent this in, but I may want to check out the Not In Your Butt video from Tantus. My corn tangent reminded you of it. I've never heard of any of those things you've just said. Patchouli, thank you. The more people tell you they have love and empathy, the less you're inclined to believe them. The more someone has to bleat about how good of a person they are, the more suspicious they are. Speaking of, Snowdacious, thank you for the member. Oh, thank you for the member. Alright. There's 139 fucking pages. Holy shit. Holy, yeah, someone in the thread also made the very obvious notice that I care so much about my friends and family. You know, literally turns their lives into hell by becoming a child killer association. True. I'm the Wokler, baby. Irony 2025 is so dead. Yeah, hopefully they posted the pictures of the weapons here, because that's not the manifesto, so I can show those. Well, I can show those. Let's see here. More archives of the videos that I can't show. Chat, don't write shit on your firearms. I mean, I think that can be fine. Just don't write obvious hate symbols on your firearms, right? Like, oh yeah, here we go. Like, maybe don't write kill Donald Trump on your firearm. Maybe don't do that. Rip and tear, the little Doom reference. We got just random shit on here. Hello, brother. Of course they drew loss, because why not? I don't know what the meme next to loss is. Do you believe in God? Well, this guy obviously did not. Just another kill thing. Killer sadist. Sponsored by BlackRock? Yeah, then, you know. You know? Modern day Philistines. I'm more concerned with optics than substance. True. True. Look at the wrist. Yeah, it's a very thick wrist. Alvinin Holmes. Lanza. Rostilikov. Whitman. Are these just names of shooters? I only recognize Lanza. Did he just unironically write the names of a bunch of mass shooters on his fucking gear? That is psychopathic. Why is he like this? What the fuck? Might have actually been sponsored by BlackRock. Anthony, thank you. If you call yourself an asshole all the time, does that make you a good person? I don't know if that's how that works. Sergeant Buck, thank you. To demonstrate how compassionate and good I am, I will now ruin absolutely everything. True. The one thing you notice is all his gear looks brand new, like it was purchased just before it happened. Absolutely no wear and tear. It does look all pretty fucking new, I will say. There's more. I didn't even know he had more than one. What the fuck? It says love on one of his magazines. Please. Please. Where's your god? Suck on this. Actual demented behavior. Where is your god? Actual demented behavior. He said in the manifesto he was spending all his paychecks on weapons. Man. Oh, the guy who posted the pictures explained one of the words on one of the guns. Koyaanisqatsi is a famous non-narrative documentary about the effects of civilization on nature. It's a Hopi word that means world out of balance. Robert Bowers was the perpetrator of the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting. That is such an obscure piece of knowledge. How does anyone remember that? That's crazy. Wonder... Let's see. Pekka Erik Auvinen was the perpetrator of the Jokila school shooting in Finland. Adam Lanza was the Sandy Hook. Charles Whitman was the UOT Tower shooting. James Holmes was the perpetrator of the Aurora Theater oh! I didn't remember that guy's name. I know what he looks like, because he's got the fucking crazy hair. Vladislav Rosolyakov was the Kirk Polytech College shooting. I remember that one as well. That was the Russian guy that basically tried to emulate the that college shooting from ages ago. Columbine. There we go. That's the word. He tried to emulate Columbine, right? Just Googled shootings and paint markered them on. Fucking probably. The Pakistani national, thank you for the Canadians. He'd bet money the kids being trans, feeling the way they felt, saw the world is in massive part because of their mom. Fucking probably. Fucking probably, man. How did anyone remember that? Well, if you're obsessed with, or feigning to be obsessed with spree killings and shooting events, well, I guess the guy posting the pictures could have just looked up Kyoyanshi Kwatsi. But it's still like, I would have just written that off as like some random fucking Cyrillic scribbling. And Marc Le Pen was the perpetrator of the École Polytechnique shooting. Oh, I didn't even know France had one. I guess I fucking don't remember that. That's nuts. Let's see. Columbine was a high school? Oh, shit. Sorry, chat. I thought it was not a high school. Yeah, Columbine High School. My bad. My bad. I was not alive when that happened. In Canada, it's the one that got all of our guns taken. It was Montreal. Oh yeah, I forget that you Canadians have, like, mini French there. Virginia Tech was the yeah. One-man band, thank you. Obvious attempt at the false flag. It's like they flipped through a Vosh video and used every supposed right-wing slur and meme and sharpied it on their gear. Yeah, I would not be surprised if we see just more people writing as crazy things as possible. Because, again, it's just to foment chaos. It's to get everybody pointing fingers instead of just being like, this is a deranged, psychopathic weirdo who was radicalized by, quite obviously, the direction where the violent rhetoric is most common. Let us see. Minneapolis mayor slams people who are praying for the victims of the Catholic school attack.
And don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
I mean, yeah, but gun control is not the answer to that. That's not actually going to bring any kind of peace. It's just going to make us more, like, able to get killed in other easier ways because criminals don't give a shit about what laws you institute. Democrat demands common sense prayer control. And also, it's like when people are talking about praying for the kids, it's just like when something this nonsensical happens, even though I don't pray, I understand the meaning behind when people say they're doing that. Right? Like, you just feel at such a loss that something so nonsensical has happened, you know? This loser cried at Floyd's casket. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, he's one of them. I see. He doesn't, because he doesn't have a soul. I feel like most politicians could fall under that. Let's see. Where's the next information? St. Floyd. Reddit's worried about the optics. Oh boy, can I see this Reddit thread? r/4tran is private. Alright, I'm not allowed to see it, but here's a screenshot from it. Someone said, resisting the urge to say something I really shouldn't. Total cis death was towered by some other people. Totally not unhinged behavior. You don't want to be demanding, but you're at 10 months. Can you get your dish? please enjoy your placenta pudding. Oh my god, here's a bunch of screenshots. A shooting made by a white, cis, hetero boy. We mourn all the victims of this accident with all our heart. Shooting made by a queer, not confirmed. Fucking trans identities, they will pay off. They will pay off? What do they mean by this? And also, if we want to get to the nitty-gritty, this man was a cishet white male. Like, I mean, any way you slice it, this guy was not gay. And, you know, a breakfast comprehension. Missing the real issue just to hate on a minority you dislike is wild. A shooting made by a white cis hetero boy. Poor kid was mentally unwell. This is why men's mental health matters. I mean, this person was also very mentally unwell. And it didn't help that they were mentally unwell and involving themselves in highly radicalized spaces that glorify violence. We saw this one already. Anyone not getting ready to abandon the ship is kind of blind and stupid. The world is over, at least for now. What did they mean by this? What did they mean by this? To be fair, there are too many shootings in this stupid country for any specific one to stay in the spotlight for long. Even the political assassinations in Minnesota fell out of relevancy like immediately after they happened. Who cares? Optics is already below hell. Another trans shooter, dumbfuck, a fall for psyops when they're accusing every offender to be trans. It's not accusing if they're claiming it, but again, this is why it is important to differentiate from like actively dysphoric people and then these crazy ones who are fetishists or ideologues using a trans identity as a criticism shield. But there's a lot of people who haven't committed mass shootings who don't want you to do that because then they can't continue pushing their fetish or their ideology. These people are living in Narnia. Yeah, Reddit brain, man. Columbine was in 1999. I was alive before that. Well, I was a tiny infant. Stay vigilant. Cisoids are lurking. That's a new oid word for me. It's literally a trans person who posted pics about killing Trump. The thing that never happens happened again. Trans violence is a real problem. What an easy bet. Imagine. When is the things that never happened again going to become like some kind of dog whistle, man? Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Happy Friday. Off topic. Have I heard about Elon Musk taking on Microsoft with an AI operating system called Macro Hard? Swear this guy is a comedian. No, I've never heard of that. What the heck? The median cis American is more likely to believe trans people, wait, why are they? Are genetically predatory school shooters and rethinking gun laws. It's so over. When we talk about the like white male shooters who have clear mental health problems, it's usually they were on some kind of antipsychotic drugs. What are the odds that this trans shooter was on antipsychotic drugs? What? I really don't understand. And maybe stop being shooters then. Yeah? And I tweeted out like this chart thing that basically in the last 15 years, trans shooters have overtaken the other demographics in mass shooting situations, which is where 4 or more people have been killed at a minimum. And, you know, considering how short of a period of time the entire world has lost its fucking marbles and decided to give credence to these people, that's a little crazy if you understand per capita and you realize how many of the shooters in recent years have been trans. I'm just saying. Like, the mental health crisis is the same as it was before. We just have a lot of trumped up mental patients that probably should be not on the streets. Per capita's right wing, Kirsche. Fuck. Fuck, man. Yeah. Imagine multiple kids dying and then you going on Reddit to complain how you're the real victim. Like, literal fucking insanity. Children murdered in cold blood at a church. Transgender Redditors most affected. I'm trying to find more information here. Milady. Hello, milady. I'm hoping this is a troll account. Right, this has to be a troll account. Terrible that all of these news programs persist in the horrific offense of misgendering Robin Westman, who formerly began identifying as female from male. I don't think you should give a shit about someone's pronouns when they've psychopathically murdered people. You know, I feel like that's a line anyone should be able to easily draw. It's a troll. Good. It better be. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell, because there are people. Oh my god. There are people who would defend that. For those unaware of the type of people politically in charge of Minnesota, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, a little video here.
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
I don't even remember him saying that. Why would you say that? What is going on in Minnesota? What is going on? Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, Peggy Flanagan, wearing a Protect Trans Kids shirt. That's just a little weird. It's a little odd, bro. The VP debate was wild. That is wild. Sparky, my guy, thank you. For a group that bases their agenda on minority status, they surely don't think once before antagonizing the major demographic they think is out to get them. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy waiting. Why is there a knife in there? Don't ask questions. Somebody posted the Habsburg face. That's funny. Let me see. Looking for more news updates in here. Where's the skull and crossbones? What the fuck? We're talking about the Cyrillic Journal. Brian Krasenstein saying very silly things. Praying is the problem here, not the solution. People use prayer instead of action. If prayer worked, a house of prayer wouldn't have just experienced this tragedy. All I know is that it's clearly not working. You guys remember how I said that, like, I stopped believing in God as a child because I prayed for God to make Pokemon real and he didn't? This is like child thinking. I don't think that adults who pray genuinely believe that because they prayed, the thing they prayed for will happen. It's just a comforting thing that makes people feel better about either terrible or inexplicable things that happen. Need to find the local bishop's response to the anti-prayer statements. Again, somehow these fuckers are the lovely, intolerant, and high IQ people. Literally operating on, like, a child's worldview. That's crazy to me. If only that was true. Why do these people think prayer comes at the cost of action? Yeah, I don't know. You can do both, man. You can do both. Psycho, thank you. YouTube shooter was a real woman, didn't get anyone. Trans shooters always get many people. Just evidence men make better women. Oh, God. You know... I don't know if I can tell this joke that I used to tell anymore. Deus Vult is a prayer. Olive, oh, it's about me, so, you know. Like, women tend to, when women try to kill themselves, they tend to go for less painful methods, right? Women tend to go for the pills or for the car in the garage. And men just, like, pick up a gun or a noose, right? So, back in the day... Back in the day, I was like, you know, I'm a real woman because I failed at killing myself. Dying is painful. It really is. It really is. And trips to Home Depot, man. They really don't want people mourning to stop praying, because if they do, it won't be peacefully. Prayer is a way to cope through faith. Lord, forgive them, for they know not what they speak. True and real. You thought it was funny. Well, I don't know, man. Let's see. Cash Patel posted something. More news here. Thank God you failed. I know, I was a fucking retard, man. Updates on the shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. There were 2 fatalities, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. In addition, 14 children and 3 adults were injured. The shooter's been identified as Robin Westman, a male born as Robert Westman. FBI will continue to provide updates on our ongoing investigation with the public as we are able. It's about time. See, a lot of people in chat disagreed with me saying hate crime should apply to people that they don't normally apply to. Because most of you are just like, hate crime just shouldn't exist. I was like, yeah, in a perfect world, maybe they wouldn't. But if hate crimes are going to exist, I feel like they should be applied equally. All right, if they're going to call anything against certain groups a hate crime, I'm glad that this is being counted as one. It shouldn't exist, but use the law against them. Yes. Yes, and true. That's not all it's for. We'll give a rundown one day. Winnie, thank you for the... As an atheist, you really do not understand why others had Christians and Catholics? You mean hate? You want to go back to when it really didn't matter what you believed? Yeah. It should really be like, you know, you can believe what you want. Like, I don't care what you do, as long as you're not trying to force me into it, you know? It's like, even from my family, like, I don't feel forced into anything when my aunt is just like... You're living in a house with men and you're not married to them. That means you're sinning and going to go to hell because men and women cannot cohabitate without marriage. I'm just like, okay, thank you for praying for me. She'll send like prayer cards and rosary beads all the time. Like, I got really nice rosary beads. You know, I use them as like decoration in my house because like, they're really nice, man. But I haven't prayed the rosary since I was a teenager. I got like statues of the Virgin Mary, like an ornate cross. You know, she like cares. Like, I know that she cares, but it's just like, you know, go to hell, Kirsche on. Oh god, I use rosary beads as... No, you don't do that, Kirnoff. But a dog. But a dog. Dog with the butter dog. Monya!
Nah, bring back the 30 Years' War. I want to fist fight the Pope.
Why? Why fist fight the Pope?
Thank you, Quando Bandwi, for the 69 buttered doggers. Thank you, thank you.
Blue Mew, thank you. God helps those who help themselves. Prayer alone is the sin of sloth. Help. Generation Odysseus, thank you. Christians definitely do believe what they pray for will happen. It's just that sometimes it's not the Father's will or timing. God isn't a magic genie, but has his own will and designs. Yeah, but you see, if you pray for things frequently, and like you always pray for improvement, and you're constantly getting knocked down, it's just like, man, God really needs to stop giving his toughest battles to his most autistic people, right? Like, just... Eventually, if nothing ever goes right, you're gonna lose faith. Like, that's just the end game of things there. And sometimes what we pray for doesn't come in the way we expect. Also true. Sonic Extreme, thank you. I've always believed humans are wired to need some sort of higher power to believe in, whether that be a deity or worse, another human. Which is a weird thing to think about, right? Because, like, if I think about myself... I am agnostic, so I'm kind of like, yeah, I feel like there needs to be something that's a higher power, but I don't know what it is, right? I have no specific evidence of like what religion, if any, that exist on Earth are correct about what that higher power is, you know? And so it's just like, I don't have that like belief in a specific higher being, and I don't think I'm a terrible person. And it would be nice if other people could operate in the same manner, but it seems like some people, without like that direct line of some sort of higher power to consistently look to and believe in, they just go fucking crazy. And I don't understand that kind of mindset. Right? Because, like, I try to use empathetic reasoning, and I try to see things from other people's perspectives, even if they're fucking lunatics, right? Because that's how you understand how some not understandable things happen occasionally, right? You're like, well, using retard logic, this is how this person became a monster, you know? But there are just some things that don't make sense, and I wish I could just extrapolate the way I think onto other people. Because if I could extrapolate that, then it's like, oh, well, more people would be able to practice moderation, and that would solve a lot of problems. More people would be able to practice deferred gratification, and that would solve a lot of problems. More people wouldn't be reliant on needing some sort of concrete belief in a higher power. I'm not talking about religion in this case, but like the people that adopt cult mentalities and treat that as a religion. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I wish I could do that. Your own version of paradise exists within your heart. Reality is that there are always good people who worship, but for those who seem crazy, the god they worship is themselves, probably. She wants all of us to wander around the kitchen thinking 1,000 things at once, chat. I mean, it's a good thing that not everyone is like me, but I wish I could take some of the, like, I don't want to call it coping mechanisms, but I guess the good traits that I possess and, like, help other people to have those. And you don't think a chat with multiple different views is a good place for this topic? What do you mean? You have your own internal synthetic spirituality for the part of you that needs it. You made it and you can control it. Nobody else can, but you do not reveal specifics to anyone. You notice the super atheists have replaced religion with politics, and specifically identity politics. You've seen people cry over statues of politicians and judges when you worked at your state's capital. That's insanity. That's insanity. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Better to have the rosary for when you might need it than be without it. Better to believe in something than end up a nihilist like the shooter. It's like, I mean, again, I do believe that something has to exist, right? It would seem really silly if there wasn't some kind of higher power, considering how many civilizations throughout history have all had their own interpretations of what a god or multiple gods might be. So it seems like it's plausible, and it would be really weird if we somehow had nothing, at least to me. Imagine Sisyphus happy. It's called Pascal's wager. Don't really like that either you have it or you're screwed? What do you mean by that? I'm on the right side, fuck everyone else. You're 24, a little intoxicated, but I speak the truth. I don't know if I speak the truth, I just speak what I feel. And I try, like, when I get new information on things, I try to adjust my view and my opinions on things, because the more information you get, the better informed of an opinion you have. And you're always going to be obtaining new information. So, like, you can be really consistent on some things, and that makes sense. But if you have the same consistent opinion on absolutely everything that you did, like, 10, 15, 20 years ago, you're probably not consuming enough information and being willing to challenge worldviews that you have. Not every person has developed higher order thinking. In fact, oh shit!
Our blessed Foxu of the cursed tabs. Do you know about bathtub Madonnas? Very interesting American Catholic yard decoration. It is a shame how faith in God has been replaced over the last 100 years with faith in sinful things.
No, what is a bathtub Madonna? I don't know what that is. Cold acid, thank you for some knowledges, but now you have to explain to me what a bathtub Madonna is. You're no longer an anti-theist because it's too fucking exhausting being a smart aleck asshole to people who did nothing to you. Yeah? Zantetsu, thank you for the CRCs, buddy. Christianity never promised an easy life. Quite the opposite. Ask the people who had to watch their own families torn apart by lions. And that's kind of like, I guess, an interesting thought exercise, right? And again, who knows who's right? If I had to pick something that I enjoy thinking of as real, whether it is or not, that would be the theory of reincarnation. And I know some people argue against reincarnation because, like, when you look at India and you see the devaluation that life has taken there, some people attribute that to believing in reincarnation, where if everyone believes like, oh, if you die, you just get reincarnated as something else, that devalues life as it is in its current form, and people care less about the value of life. Like, sure, that could be something that exists. Who knows? I don't pay too much attention to India if I don't have to. But if I had to believe in some kind of life after death, I like the reincarnation theory. It would be nice if reincarnation theory was real. I think that would be a really cool thing. I don't know if it is, but I would like it to be. Do not redeem. I think reincarnation would be a lot more... What word do I use here? A lot more interesting than if there was merely a heaven and a hell and some sort of intermediate gray place where you go if nobody knows where to put you quite yet, you know? Did I hear about the manga where a guy reincarnated as an ASMR microphone? No, I didn't. Born in India, learn of reincarnation, look around, debate whether you reincarnated up or down on the cosmic scale. Well, that's like, when I mentioned the other day, there are some people who believe that, like, when you couldn't possibly have knowledge of a situation, you get sort of a gut feeling, or you have like an instinctual feeling of this might be wrong, or I'm in danger, or I know this is gonna happen kind of thing, right? And some people don't know where that feeling comes from, but that feeling usually ends up being correct. And some people have theorized that that is reincarnation theory in practice, where those gut feelings or those instincts are actually from the past lives that you lived, and it comes, instead of in a form of a memory how we know it, in the form of an instinct to help you through situations. That's pretty cool to think about. That's called heartburn. I eat Tums for that, baby. Trippy? Yeah, it's very trippy. I don't know, it's interesting to think about. It's the bacteria from your parents passed down. I was like, it could just all be, you know, made up to make us feel better, and that there's something, you know, on the other side so we don't fear death quite as much. Who knows? But it's something I enjoy thinking about. You call it a survival instinct? Our senses are pretty weird. Maybe. The ASMR microphone manga sounds like some fucked up Adam Sandler or Rob Schneider movie idea. True. True. Reincarnation and karma? Clearly it is to justify to treat the casteless others like shit because it has a lot of bad karma from its past lives. Oh, it's like, karma is also an interesting thing. And I don't know how much I believe, I guess, in karma, right? And I feel like a lot of people intrinsically link karma and reincarnation because, right, there's that belief that, like, the more good that you live your life, the better your reincarnation will be. And if you live it in, like, a bad way, you get reincarnated as, like, a bug or some shit, right? I don't know. There's a lot of different beliefs when it comes to that. But I feel like if karma was real, we wouldn't read as many of the stories on this stream as we do, because karma would just take care of these people, and that doesn't seem to happen. So I don't know how real karma is. The West has a huge misunderstanding of karma. It might be. Karma just seems like a really bad way to explain social capital. Maybe. I don't know. I liked playing karma in League of Legends back in like 2014. Gut feelings and instincts are actually passed down through genes. While humans traditionally communicate learned knowledge, it doesn't mean we lack passed down instinct from previous generations. You see this in birds knowing migratory patterns in spite of never... Fucking chat scroll, you bitch. In spite of never knowing them. The same with aquatic mammals and other migratory species. Doesn't that lend to what I was saying, though? Like, you're saying that instincts are passed down through the genes, but we don't fully understand, like, what memories even are, right? And if everything is just sort of like electric synapses firing in our brains, what's to say that those gut feelings and instincts passed down through genes aren't just memories of a past incarnation of life, right? That, like, it would fit your explanation exactly. Genes? I have great genes. I still remember being hit on as a teenager and someone said that. Guy was at the skating rink. I think I was like 16 or 17. A guy was like, you have the genes I'd like to see in my children, or something like that. I can't remember the exact way he phrased it, but it was fucking, what the hell, bro? Kirsche has great genes, I do. The world is ruled by evil right now. If there's karma, it's gonna destroy the world. I don't know. What's my belief in zodiac signs and astrology? I don't really have any. I like looking at stars, and it's fun to say I'm a Cancer. I mean, I guess, you know, if I read fucking...
Cancers are very emotional, and they're very loving and emotional creatures. And I was like, well, yeah, I agree with you. I cry a lot. I'm a crab. But like, I don't think I would ever read like a daily horoscope, because I don't think any of it would ever make sense, right? Genetic memory of a tall, pale, lanky humanoid with big dark eyes. What happened to us as a budding species? You know, like maybe if I'm trying to get pregnant, I can go into like crazy astrology girlfriend territory and be like, okay, our largest chance of having a boy instead of a girl are gonna be if we have sex in the sideways position under Aquarius down and Taurus rising after the third blood moon in the fall season, right? Like, just go fucking Cancer and a League player checks out. Look, I quit playing League because my doctor told me it was bad for my blood pressure. Or you could just do IVF and make it easy. No, I want to be impregnated the real way with my man's dick. There's a story about the egg. The concept is that every person born throughout time is just a different stage in the incubation of a universal being. Kurzgesagt has a video about it. Thank you, Mildly OCD. That is an interesting theory. Try Dota or Path of Exile. Unfortunately, I hate isometric games, so I will never play Path of Exile. And also, I played League of Legends first, so when people tried getting me to play Dota with them, I was really fucking bad. Why the fuck would you do IVF over having sex? That's what I'm saying! Smite is superior. Smite was a lot of fun. I like playing Smite. Should thank your lucky stars that you quit playing League. That game is shit. True. Don't believe in Zodiac and crystals, but you still want a Ouija board and explore haunted houses? Still a white woman? Well, I mean, I do believe in ghosts. I believe that ghosts are real and that aliens are real. You know, I gotta have some fantastical beliefs, otherwise life is just boring. iDubbbz chose IBM over sex. What? Do not consort with the demons. Look, man, if so many wives are leaving their husbands for ghost dick, there's gotta be something to it, right? Aliens are real. Just look at the weirdos on Reddit. True. Oh, I got so fucking distracted. I was trying to look for more new stuff. Hold on. We were talking about the shooting, brothers. We got hella distracted. What's happening?
All of us. And I have heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community.
Bro, kids got shot. Why are you talking about the trans community? Who is that guy? Wasn't there a comedian? Was it Norm Macdonald? I can't remember. They tweeted out something like, yeah, the terror attack was terrible, but think of how this is gonna make all the peaceful Muslims look. Was that Norm Macdonald? That was Norm? Hell, fucking good old Norm. Love that guy. Gee, I wonder why.
Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity.
I don't think they need any help being villainized. I'm gonna be real.
We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids.
That's a great place to cut that off, actually.
All of us.
Shut up, woman. CT2608, thank you. Karma beliefs created the caste system in India. Bad stuff happens because you're a bad person. A Book of Jobs refutes this. That is really odd. Because, like, then, if you believe in that, then wouldn't you believe that, like, moving up in the caste system is impossible and you just gotta live with, like, whatever shitty lot you were dealt? Sparky, thank you. Kid shot. Transformers most affected. And this piece of shit literally 5 minutes ago talk a bunch of shit about Catholics. Imagine. Oh, man. Let's see. Where are more news updates? Oh boy, someone recreated the copy pasta with "You will never be a real mass shooter." If you're born into a low caste, you're forever a pleb and can never work your way up. Imagine. Doesn't that just incentivize people to leave and never come back? Yeah, that's what I would think so. Apparently it's inhuman to dislike or hate someone who shot 2 kids, which is kind of crazy to me. Like, this person is definitely a fucking monster. Why can't you call a spade, bro? Here's another screenshot, which I think is probably Reddit. Someone said, "Wake up, another mass shooting. Please don't be trans, please don't be trans, please don't be trans," repeated a million times. Someone said, "Is that the first thing you think about when you hear of children being shot and murdered in a school on the first week back?" They responded, "Yes." The person asked, "Why?" And the first person said, "Because I value trans lives more than cisoid lives." Yeah, like I said earlier, don't really need any help villainizing themselves, actually. There's not really anything we can say that they haven't said themselves that's way worse. Let's be honest. The sign of peace and tolerance. This is on r/mass killers. In the wake of today's tragedy in Minnesota, the sub's mod team understand there's a lot of public interest in the case. The team is also aware of an online account and online postings apparently associated with the shooter in this incident. Even though the evidence of a connection does seem strong, for safety reasons, any and all posts on the sub about the shooter and his online activities will be deleted until law enforcement confirms the shooter's identity in a press conference/release. Please withhold whatever you have about this sort of material until the police clear everything up. Nowadays, information sharing in the minutes and hours after a mass attack, especially one with high visibility such as this, is characteristically confusing, frenetic, and rife with misinformation, unintentional or otherwise. Additionally, posts about the shooter's videos and writings in connection with the attack may potentially be a violation of the sub's rules against sharing manifestos, live streams, etc. Thank you for understanding, and please wish the victims, families, and congregation of the Annunciation Church a speedy recovery from this horrific act. And of course, please remember the 2 children tragically lost today and commemorate them however you can. This is why the farms is preferable. Because they will let everything be posted, and if something is wrong, it will get corrected. It's like, I've reported on shootings in real time as they are happening, and as we're getting, like, the information posted online. And it's like, usually the only thing I shy away from is reporting people's names. Because reporting a name that could be incorrect could be kind of dangerous. I'm just glad information about this jackass got out before the media could squash it. Daylight is one of the better cures for evil. I really do hate how when these things happen, every single account related to the perpetrator just immediately gets wiped. So you just have to hope that archivists are faster at finding them, which they usually are, than any kind of law enforcement or people at YouTube. Literally after this happened, YouTube started recommending you how to build gun tutorial videos. YouTube's been a parent that knows you're trans. Oh my god. Do not become the next glowy asset. The irony of evil Kiwi forms having more journalistic integrity than the mainstream media and self-proclaimed geniuses and experts on fucking Reddit always has been. My biggest issue has always stayed the same with the farms, and it's like the allowing of doxing just random innocent people because they're just not liked. Like, that's not a good reason to go and post people's, like, identifiable information if they haven't done anything wrong. This is just another person yelling about, here we go. Curious how Reset Era was taking the news. Oh, boy. Oh. I haven't thought about Reset Era in ages. User banned, drive-by posting unsourced information in a sensitive thread, account in junior phase. The alleged shooter is trans, apparently, and the right-wing grifters on X have already started with the hate and fear-mongering. User with 96 posts decides to chime in. Isn't 96, like, a decent amount if you're not living on a forum? No, they aren't, and you know it. Not to dogpile, but the moment someone finds they're writing alleged in their post should really stop and not make that post. Are you going to apply that to journalists then? My wife mentioned something about seeing that the shooter was trans. She was only asking me because she doesn't want that to control the narrative. But I also remember the shooter is trans being part of other shootings too, and can't remember if it's ever been true. Maybe the shooting at Covenant in Tennessee. Want to make my post clear, I'm only asking because I'm trying to gain some clarity on an event and counteract misinformation. I see that's already the fucking narrative. God, literally, children are dead. Weirdos LARPing online most affected. Yeah, there's a name change filed for the alleged shooter. That's going to be the narrative. You'll also begin to see even more Democrats distance themselves from trans because of it, if this is confirmed. None of the narrative will be about guns or the shooting itself as usual. Why should it be about guns? If a crazy person wants to kill people, they are going to do it. Gun does not kill people. People kill people. Winnie, thank you for the it's Reset Era and Reddit. They're terminally on them. They're like 90-something posts. They're not one of us. As stated, this kind of shooter identity was going to happen sooner or later. The problem remains on the guns in question. The problem about the guns in question is how this person managed to get them, and the mother is very suspicious. American Christians are definitely their own sect sometimes. A fucking cult is what it is. I live in the country at the center of Catholicism, and yet America makes it look tame by comparison with these kind of takes. I don't understand how you turn a shooting at a Catholic school that resulted in fatalities into some kind of criticism about Christianity and Catholicism. Like, how does their brain work? Don't answer that. At this point, the trans community creates way more monsters than any other group. I was like, didn't people used to joke about how incels would just become the girlfriend? Is this what we're seeing? Let's see, where is other news updates? FBI is treating this shooting as a domestic terror attack against Catholics. That is true. We read that from the FBI director earlier. Here's one from Christy Nome. We have confirmation that the shooter at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, Minnesota, was a 23-year-old man claiming to be transgender. The deranged monster targeted our most vulnerable young children praying in their first morning mass of the school year. This deeply sick murderer scrawled the words, "For the children and where is your God?" and killed Donald Trump on a Rifle magazine. This level of violence is unthinkable. Our deepest prayers are with the children, parents, families, educators, and Christians everywhere. We mourn with them, we pray for healing, and we will never forget them. I don't understand how, like, as a parent, you don't go crazy after something like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's see, if you look at, what is this? Can I show this? Looks like it. somebody made this post. If you look at Washington Post school shooting database and remove accidental discharges, gang violence, police shootings, etc., there have been 4 mass school shootings since 2023, and 2 of the perpetrators were transgender, 50%. And then this was a reply in the comments. We have the non-binary shooter. We had the Denver shooter identified as trans, Aberdeen, Nashville, Philly, and Perry. I don't even remember the Perry shooter. I don't recognize the Denver shooter either. I remember reporting on the other ones, though. This Wapo! Emperor Creatine, thank you. Guns don't kill people unless it's a SIG P320. Per capita is wild. It is. It is wild. It is a wildly growing statistic. And when a group of people is allowed to just constantly spew violent rhetoric with no consequences because they can use their identity as a shield, it's no surprise that more of them start becoming radicalized. It's a good thing. They shouldn't be remembered, yeah? Yeah, it's kind of a good thing that we can't remember their names. Let's see here. This is more translating the manifesto that I can't show. Where's the manifesto? I can't show that. More manifesto translating, some more video archives. There is a part that says, was he affiliated with 764 NLM Com? And it does say there was a rumor, however... There was a rumor, however, ultimately that was misinformation by an uninformed reporter that was camelbacked by others. So, not a part of the 09A cult, whatever the fuck that is. Not a part of the cult. I don't know why this keeps, like, going to a different fucking thing, man. Keep clicking on the wrong shit, I guess. Let's see... Someone made some zitter threads here. I don't like the word zitter. Da-dum. Yeah, this was the person who said that they were part of 09A, so this was just rumor, not true. Rumor, not true. What was his ideology? Just crazy person. I don't think he really had an ideology. Just literally fucking insane. Slur. We're slurring up in here. Let me hit that button again. Just terminally on 9 nonsense. Update 5. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Oh my god, that's huge. Huge update. Damn. So this looks like a time-stamped rundown of, like, everything that happened. Senior Vice President of the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus reviewed a recent YouTube video by Westman showing various guns and ammunition. Dorr identified the weapons as an AR-15 rifle, Mossberg 590 cruiser shotgun, Smith & Wesson M&P compact 9mm handgun with 3 magazines, and a revolver that appears to be a Colt 38 special police issue. He also saw in the video 2 30-round AR-15 magazines among numerous other holding anywhere from 20 to 60 rounds. AR-15 magazine had M855 NATO green tip ammunition, while the 9mm handgun had full metal jacket rounds. Both of these are relatively cheap range ammunition not usually used for hunting or self-defense. The NATO round is designed to shoot through barricades utilizing a steel core. They're sold cheaply as surplus range ammunition. Twin Cities restaurants responded to Wednesday's tragedy the way they know best, through hospitality. The Lowbrow offered gift certificates for meals to victims and families of victims who are regulars of the South Minneapolis restaurant, asking friends and neighbors of the affected to get the gift cards or meals to those who need them. Our hearts are heavy, full of rage and sorrow, the Lowbrow wrote on Facebook. South Minneapolis know that we love you and hope to be there for you in the coming days and weeks. We want to be a place for you to break bread and grieve. Red Wagon Pizza, about a mile from Annunciation, is closing early Wednesday at 7 p.m., so team members can attend a candlelight vigil. El Sazon Cocina and Tragos, which is around the corner from the school, offered their restaurant as a place to sit, gather, grieve, or simply share a meal with others. If you need comfort, a listening ear, or just a reminder that this community cares with you, our doors are open. That's really fucking nice of, like, community places to do. Mika Lim, thank you for the 6-month member. Thank you. The question is, how did he know to use that ammo? Most people don't know that ammo is designed to be armor piercing, even level 3 armor. I don't know, man. Bolly Cat, thank you for the 500 biddies. Message is brought to you by the Breakaway Movement. Sane trans people that just want to be considered normal and not be celebrated or gain extra rights over others. God, the scrolling. And to send pedos to jail, careful browsing. There's a lot of hard R words that are visible on screen. Oh yeah, I know. That's why I keep shutting off the source when I flip around to different places. I gotta be careful, because Twitch don't like the no-no words, even if you're not the one typing them. God forbid you come across one in the wild on the internet. D. Danny, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I'm on you. Let's see, Robin Westman was employed for several months earlier this year by Rise, a chain of medical cannabis dispensaries in Minnesota. A spokesman for the chain's parent company, Green Thumb Industries, confirmed in a statement. Westman was not employed by Rise at the time of the Annunciation Church shooting. Rise is cooperating fully with law enforcement, the statement said, but the company declined to provide additional details about Westman. We're deeply saddened by the tragic events that occurred today in Minnesota. Our deepest condolences go out to the victim, their families, and the entire community impacted. Nick Peterson, spokesman for Children's Minnesota, released the following. 7 children between the ages of 9 and 16 were admitted to the hospital for care. 1 patient has been discharged. In a statement to social media Wednesday, school staff asked for prayers and praised the reaction of the first responders. Danielle Gunter, mother of an 8th grade boy who survived being shot, said in a statement Wednesday afternoon to news media that we feel the pain, the anger, the confusion, and the searing reality that our lives will never be the same. Yet we still have our child. Gunter praised the police who raced into danger for others, for us. We thank them all. Our son shared with us that an MPD officer really helped him. He said the officer rendered aid, hugged him, reassured him, and prayed with him before getting into the ambulance. She called on leaders in the community to place armed security at schools to prevent another tragedy like this. There is no higher calling than keeping kids safe, and it starts with protecting them from evil in this world. About a decade ago, I would have been like, teachers should have mandatory, like, gun training. Teachers should be carrying in order to defend the children that are in their ward while they're at school. But seeing how completely overtaken by, like, Marxism a lot of teachers have been, I would not trust the majority of teachers to handle a firearm. And so I no longer think that that is a viable thing to do. I don't know how viable having armed security is, but maybe we should unironically bring back children learning at shooting ranges, because that way they can learn how to handle a firearm, they can learn to respect it and not treat it as a toy. I feel like that would be a much better thing, get people acquainted with it, and get teenagers used to shooting it, get them understanding how they work. Guards, not teachers. Schools need a lot more fortification. Yep. We should also bring back paddling in schools. New Hampshire allows teachers to carry with no special requirements. That's very interesting. New Hampshire not had any issues with that yet, I guess. Dama bless, thank you. See, Gavin's secretary put her foot in her mouth using his Twitter account? No? I don't remember hearing anything about his secretary. From your understanding, back in the old days, there were actual shooting classes? There were actual shooting classes. You went down a rabbit hole about the drama around the SIG P320, and holy crap, it's so damn corrupt. I don't know anything about that gun. I'm gonna be real with you. So let's see. 2017 Annunciation yearbook showed that Robin Westman, who went by Robert at the time, attended the school for at least 1 year. And this goes back in time. The way they acted was nothing short of heroic, talking about the police. Governor Tim Walz said that on the first days of school, instead of joy and curiosity, they were met with evil and horror and death. We often say this is unspeakable tragedy. There are no words. There shouldn't be words. FBI Director Kash Patel said his agency is investigating the act as domestic terrorism and hate crime. Pope Leo, we read about the message earlier. I don't think there's anything necessarily new in this write-up. Let me close this and go forward. Because I know that there's been reports of, like, the father supposedly being a glowy or some shit. But I need to know if there's any sources for that. Former CIA. Oh yeah, here's the fucking Reddit thing that I remember seeing on Twitter. The base to take the fight to their kids so they can feel what it's like to be attacked for your identity. Elect a fascist. Your kids are legitimate targets. Republicans are enemies of humanity, and thinning the herd is our duty. More dead Christians, LOL. To me, it seems like if you elect a really bad guy that's cruel to people and weaponize his cruelness and horrific behavior against your neighbors, some of those are horrible, and it gets cut off. Maybe the Christo-fascist parents will think twice before supporting an admin that kills Palestinian children. Conservatives want to kill all trans, shouldn't be surprised when we fight back. Heroic, they want to kill our kids, we're going to fight back. This is Republicans' fault for trying to genocide us. Am I supposed to feel bad that rich Christian kids are gone? Good riddance. The trans community will not die lying down without a fight. I hope the guns are okay. Future religious extremists dying isn't a bad thing. It's hard to believe this could happen at a Catholic mass, Hart told NBC News. What's hard to believe? Is it because you thought your imaginary sky daddy would protect you from the decisions the politicians you elect make? It's not hard to believe at all. You just wish your made-up bullshit worked instead of actually doing anything about it. Once again, they don't really need any help looking like villains. Gonna be truly fucking honest here. Not a cult, by the way. Yes, the tolerant and empathetic party of love, by the way. You cannot reason with people who hate you and who believe that they are correct in hating you. God wants a meeting with them. Aw. Aw, someone posted this. Is there any slurs visible? I don't think so. Someone posted this. I wish more people would read the entire thread because it's one of the best examples I've seen of real-time archiving I've seen on the forums in a long time. Yeah, this is like the purpose, right? Like, fucking archive all of this shit before it gets memory holed and scrubbed from the internet by people who don't want you knowing about what's going on. Let's see here. This is another Reddit screenshot. Jesus Christ, this person doesn't know how to fucking thumbnail. Happened at a church. Must have been God's will. I thought it was a good joke. Fuck off, man. People died. Define people. I see you not using the right-wing term version of it because they celebrate when LGBTQ+ minorities and others die. What? What are they talking about? Where is this celebration? Where is your bleeding heart for all the children who die every minute around the world from starvation? Go back to your hole in the ground. More good news. ICE is planning to hire them at 18 years old, give them a badge, gun, government car to drive real fast in and cause accidents intentionally, and the ability to carry machine guns, rifles, and short-barrel shotguns in addition to other military hand-me-downs like APVs, drones, and surveillance equipment that violates privacy. What could possibly go wrong? More like that wall is being used to keep people in the US, not out. This is your reminder that ICE is looking to hire more agents to deport illegals. So if it's been a dream of yours to get them the fuck out, go apply at ICE. He looks like the result of the first relationship between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalitis. What the hell? Why censor the usernames? I think it was posted like that, censored. I don't think anybody on the farms would post it with censored usernames if they had the original. If you have a 4-year degree. I think they removed the degree necessity, didn't they? I could be misremembering, though. Well, somebody from the Europores angry about Americans and their guns, of course. What is this? Okay, I have no idea who this person is. Let's see. Military doesn't use short barrel shotguns, the justification for the NFA banning them. What the heck? Okay, here's another update. This was another update here. Sarah Edgar's eyes filled with tears as she held her young daughter close in the gymnasium at the Academy of Holy Angels, where one of Wednesday night's vigils was being held. Her husband held her 4-year-old son, Enoch. I know that's a biblical name, but man, don't name your son Enoch. That's just like, he's gonna be a target for bullying, man. Who attends Annunciation Church. Edgar said she was running late to drop off Enoch on Wednesday morning. When she arrived, another mom told her a shooting was happening right now. She immediately turned around and was barricaded by dozens of EMS vehicles and more than 60 police cars. I knew something wasn't right, she said. Community members attending the vigil range from young children to high school students, families, and older adults, including priests, nuns, and rabbis. I still want a bachelor's in Spanish-speaking skills, at least in the state you're in. I feel like Spanish-speaking skills are a must. You have to accurately tell them to get the fuck out, right? Depends on your definition of short. Some of the breaching ones are pretty short, to be honest. Gun safety groups Protect Minnesota and Moms Demand Action organized an 8 p.m. vigil at Lyndhurst Park in Minneapolis. Shortly before the event started, children were playing basketball and rolling their bicycles through the park. This is, I'm at Lyndhurst Park in Minneapolis, where residents will gather to mourn the 2 children who died and many more who were injured. Attendees had laid flowers at home base. Libby Holden, a volunteer organizer with the Minnesota chapter of Moms Demand Action, said after becoming a parent to twins, every shooting felt different. It felt more immediate and it felt more traumatic. To keep her kids safe, Holden said, she bought the best car seats and enrolled them in swimming lessons. But I really felt powerless to stop gun violence, she added. So she decided to volunteer with the advocacy group. Holden chose to send her children to private school partly because of the sense of safety associated with the institution. But today's shooting and many other shootings, they all show that no child in America is safe from gun violence. That resources for private school or parental involvement, those can't buy your way into security. Maggie Emery, executive director of Protect Minnesota, said she hopes the vigil is a first step in collective action to prevent a similar event in the future. Although it is not a space for specific calls for advocacy, organizers expect public officials such as Senator Amy Klobuchar and Mayor Jacob Frey to appear. Aside from accurately putting people who are mentally disturbed in mental institutions, there's not really any way to prevent these things. Like, you just have to report on the signs of a mentally disturbed individual. And sometimes they are unfortunately very good at hiding it. Criminals don't care about gun laws? They don't. They don't. Ryan, thank you. Redditors can't meet God soon enough. More than 600 people attended the vigil at the Academy of Holy Angels on Wednesday evening to mourn the Annunciation students who were killed in the morning's shooting and pray for those injured. Louise Fowler, a vigil attendee and member of Annunciation Church since 1987, said she knew Mary Grace Westman, Robin Westman's mother, when she worked at the church, and by extension, Robin. The family worked hard with this child who had a lot of problems, she said of Robin. Know that Robin Westman's educational background, dude looks like a literal fucking clown. Like, holy shit. 2017 yearbook photo shows Robin Westman as an 8th grader at Annunciation Catholic School. Westman attended high school at Minnesota Transitions Charter from August 28, 2017 through October 16, 2017. School official did not provide any other information beyond confirming the dates. Westman attended St. Thomas's Academy. In 2021, Westman graduated from the Southwest High School in Minneapolis. 3 children remain at Children's Minnesota. According to the hospital, 4 patients have been discharged. Under state law, any purchaser of a firearm is subject to a federal background check, but not necessarily a permit. You need a permit to purchase a handgun, but not most shotguns or rifles. Certain shotguns, rifles, or pistol-type firearms are classified as semi-automatic military-style assault weapons under state statute and require a permit to purchase. That is really a really silly designation. Semi-automatic military-style assault weapons. A 70-year-old retired teacher who declined to be identified said he lived next door to Westman near the intersection of West 47th Street and York Avenue for several years before the Westmans moved out in 2021. He said Westman was attending Southwest High School and would walk by his house. Westman could often be seen rollerblading on the sidewalk and in the alley. We didn't talk to him. We saw him going to the school and coming back. I was taught to protect my students and accept everybody. It really doesn't matter the gender issue. All 10 survivors remained at HCMC on Wednesday, according to media relations. This is just back in time. Alright, so that's about everything from that update. Semi-automatic military-style assault weapon with a side of fries. I would like a side of fries with my gun. Oh boy. Again, I can't tell if this is a deranged individual or a troll. If the reports are accurate that the Minnesota church shooter is transgender, please, my request to my fellow journalists, do not refer to her as him. Fuck you, buddy. Literally impossible to tell the difference between someone trolling and someone who's just deranged in current year. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, we don't need to look at that. His name is Gerald. He was very confident that it would be a biological male. I don't know what this is. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. Do. Saki here. Jen Psaki is sobbing on live TV because Christians offered prayer to the families. She says that recognizing the suspect as transgender weaponizes a community. They want your guns. They really don't care about any of the children. Interesting.
And all they should be hoping to do is have someone to sit with at lunch or someone to play with on the playground. And they should be waiting to hear an update when they get home. And that is not what these parents at the school experience today. Sorry, this is a tough one. Having your child killed while they are sitting in a pew for a morning prayer service is not what any parent should have to worry about. And I have felt a mixture of anger and a lot of anger and emotional exhaustion about this today, as I'm sure many of you have, because we have been here so many times. And yet again, like clockwork, half of the politicians in our country have little more to offer than thoughts and prayers. That is all they are offering. Join all of us in praying for the victims, was Vice President J.D. Vance's response today. That's what he said. That's it.
That's a
Please
nice,
join me in praying
humane
for everyone
response.
involved, Trump wrote. We have seen this play out over and over again. There is a shooting, then come the thoughts and prayers, and then comes the attempt to shift the focus. This is what always happens. You're going to start seeing narratives. You're already seeing them. They're already out there about how the shooter was trans. You're going to see narratives about how the shooter appeared to be anti-Trump and anti-Semitic.
But those are all true things. Don't believe the facts of the matter. Just rally for gun grabbing. What the fuck?
And clearly was in the midst of a mental health crisis. There's no question about that. But here's the thing. There are trans people all over the world. There are anti-Semitic people, unfortunately, all over the world. And people filled with plenty of political hate all over the world. And mental health issues are not unique to the United States. And yes, we should do more to address them. But it's also an issue.
But if you keep ignoring the heights of radicalization in certain circles, I know noticing that white supremacy isn't actually the most dangerous thing right now, because like anyone who gets outed as a white supremacist literally gets depersoned and made fun of and disregarded by everyone because they're rational, right? Like it's just a rational thing to do. Like, oh, you fucking believe in a supremacy thing? Fuck you, buddy, get out, right? Nobody defends those people. But whenever it's someone else that commits a shooting, it's like, oh, well, we can't talk about the levels of violence and the glorification of violence and the radicalization that happens in those other spheres, right? Like, I don't understand why you can't point those things out. What happened at the Taylor Swift young girls dance class in Britain again? Who did what there? Dibbers, thank you. You don't hate the news enough. You'll never hate the news enough. SGTD4C, thank you for the 13 month. Haven't been as active in recent months. Hope things are good. Things are fucking looking up, brother. Hope things are good with you.
All over the world. But this is the only country where shootings like this one happen this often. The United States not only has the highest rate of gun violence of any country in the world, it's become a leading cause of death for young people and teenagers in this country. That should make everybody angry.
If I speak about the statistics, I will be banned. But if you look at the statistics, America's actually much safer. If I speak, statistics are haram, not allowed.
Weaponizing the shooter's identity is meant to distract from what matters. That is what they are doing, trying to distract from what matters.
It's not really a distraction. Like when you have someone who's, a crazy incel, you read their manifesto. When you have someone who is like a crazy supremacist in any direction, you read their manifesto. You learn about the depths of craziness that these people have gone through. And I think it's important to learn about that instead of just be like, oh, it don't matter.
Here's what matters. Today's shooter bought the rifle, handgun, and shotgun they used to do what they did today legally. We live in a country with more guns than people where there are not universal background checks.
Well, once again, you do need a background check to purchase a firearm, but the problem here is that for some reason, these people aren't treated like they have a mental condition when they do. So, I don't know, man. We're just now getting to the end of the 15-year-long dark period we've been in. So it's probably going to be quite a bit longer before people are having the will to have that conversation.
There are not bans on assault weapons, and it is far too easy to buy a gun. It's the guns, everyone. It's not really a secret. There are a lot of things to feel outraged about right now, and I really try.
Yeah, no, this woman's just crazy. That's crazy. The guns don't pull their own triggers. They really don't. It's really weird how they always try to make it like the guns are the ones causing the violence, and it's like, no, a crazy person will do the crazy thing with whatever weapons they have available. We have background checks in place to make sure that certain people don't have access to firearms. But if you preclude certain people from being called mentally ill, then they'll pass those background checks. Like, what do you expect to happen? Didn't the Parkland shooter get his background check passed even though the FBI had been tipped about him by classmates? I don't remember if it was the Parkland one, but yeah, one of them did have a background check that passed somehow, even though they shouldn't have. Anthony, thank you. Yeah, you purchased 3 pews yesterday and you had to do a background check for all of them? Yeah. Mildly OCD, thank you. And don't notice that most mass shootings are gang violence. You wonder what the demographics of gangs are. That's why they keep having to up the number of deaths to be counted as a mass shooting as well. It's very interesting. Well, yeah, when you guys shipped the vector to an FFL near me, I had to background check to pick that up, Dork Layered, thank you. How to protect kids, homeschool them, protect them with your own pew-pews, no more soft targets, pissanky lies. I used to be a bit against homeschooling because I had only seen the kids in my immediate surroundings homeschooled, and it was always catastrophically bad for them. But I think as I've been older, I think homeschooling might be a better idea. But I am not smart enough to homeschool every subject, so I kind of wish I could live in like a community where, like there's different parents that have different sort of specialized knowledges and the kids can learn with the different parents. Best friend was homeschooled. He homeschools his kids now. It is the way. Yeah, pod schooling. Homeschool co-ops. I think it was Zuckerberg that I was reading about. He has like a classroom on his compound that like a bunch of kids in the neighborhood go to. Most places have co-op homeschooling. I think that would be like the way to go. I think that would be a good idea. You were part of a co-op that did exactly that. Different parents had different subjects. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Armin, for the biddies. Still wouldn't fix it usually. When you ban guns, it goes up. Yeah, banning guns is not going to make anything better. Let's see here. This looks to be an archive article about how the shooter got the guns. So, there's this. Suspected shooter legally purchased rifle, pistol, and shotgun. Local politicians call for action. Robin Westman used a legally purchased rifle, pistol, and shotgun for the siege on a Minneapolis Catholic church Wednesday morning, killing 2 children sitting in pews on the 3rd day of school and injuring 17 other people before dying by suicide in the back of the church. Westman had legally purchased all 3 weapons recently, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said during a Wednesday news conference. The Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives was on the scene Wednesday at Annunciation Church. ATF spokeswoman Ashley Sherrill told the Star Tribune the agency did an expedited trace of the weapon's purchase history, which was completed by Wednesday afternoon and turned over to investigators. A notebook entry in English, but using Cyrillic letters on a YouTube account, believed to be the shooter's, referenced how shockingly easy it was to buy a gun from a pawn shop. Under Minnesota law, any purchaser of a firearm is subject to a federal background check, but not necessarily a permit. You need a permit to purchase a handgun, but not most shotguns or rifles. Certain shotguns, rifles, or pistol-style firearms are classified as semi-automatic military-style assault weapons under state statute and require a permit to purchase. Most traditional hunting firearms don't require a permit to purchase. You need to be 21 to buy a handgun in Minnesota and 18 to purchase all other guns. Westman was 23. There is no limit to how many firearms one person may own in Minnesota. What an odd thing to say. There shouldn't be a limit on how many firearms you can own anywhere. Westman would have needed a permit to purchase the handgun and semi-automatic military rifle. So much word salad, true. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you, Heat! Thank you, Heat, for the fucking slaves, my guy. Thank you. Thank you.
Fun fact, you are more likely to die of heat stroke as a Europe or than of a firearm. In other news, just put my 2 weeks in at my current company to join one where I'm being paid double.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was June or July, but I remember bringing up that statistic, and I thought that was really fucking funny. That unironically, you have a higher chance of dying of heat stroke in Europe than of gun violence in America. That's crazy. And congrats on your fucking 2 weeks, bro. I hope you're excited to start your new job. I hope it's exciting for you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Motherfucking Westman would have needed a permit to purchase the handgun and semi-automatic military rifle. Applying for such a permit takes more time than an actual in-store purchase and includes a background check. The shotgun purchase also would have required a background check, but that can be completed while the customer waits. So all of the background checks that we want done were done, said Rob Dorr, senior vice president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus and a guns right advocate. Westman had no criminal record, according to O'Hara, and a search of criminal court records. Dorr reviewed a YouTube video believed to be posted by Westman showing various guns and ammunition and identified the weapons. We already read that part earlier. As is often the case after a mass shooting in America, Democrats Wednesday began calling for stricter gun laws, although there were few specifics. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said Wednesday that more than thoughts and prayers were needed. Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. Those kids were praying. It was the first week of school. 13-member Minneapolis City Council released a statement calling for changes to laws, saying such tragedies have become far too common. Every level of government must act to ensure that these preventable tragedies never happen again. We're committed to working with local, state, and federal government and all other partners to pass meaningful changes to our laws that will make our community safer. I just want to point out that Minnesota is slowly becoming a caliphate state, and if you start outlawing firearms in a state that is filling with people who will want to kill you. I don't see that working out very well. Euros unable to survive 90-degree weather. Pretty much. They keep calling it a military rifle like it means something. Governor Tim Walz said after the TV cameras are gone, Minnesotans will work to prevent any future unthinkable tragedies that are all too common. Keep us in your thoughts and prayers, but also keep us in the thoughts for action, Walz said during a news conference. Dorr said that instead of chasing our tails when we're trying to figure out what type of law could have prevented this, investigators should look at the signs that preceded the shootings. Minnesota constantly earns high ratings by gun control groups, he noted, and last year a red flag law went into effect allowing family members, roommates, partners, and law enforcement to petition judges to remove guns from people they fear are a danger to themselves or others. So they already have really strict gun laws, and that didn't prevent the shooting. Wouldn't logic dictate that even with all of your strict gun laws and it didn't prevent a shooting, it's not that there aren't enough gun laws, it's that they don't work. That's crazy. That law, along with expanded background checks for transfers and increased penalties for machine gun ownership, went into effect in 2023 after Democrats passed them while in control of the legislature and governor's office. Restricting firearms has proven difficult in recent years. I don't know if we really need to read that. That's not really related here. But that's interesting. Where was it in here? It's interesting when they say about the background checks and how everything was done that they wanted to be done. Because there was this, before I go back to the farms, police visited the Minneapolis shooting suspect's home at least twice when he was a teen, but he had no criminal record and all weapons were lawfully purchased. Unironically, he was on our radar and they did nothing. Police visited his home at least 2 times when he was a teenager, records show. More than 7 years before Robin Westman opened fire on a Catholic school as Mass was underway, killing 2 children and injuring 17 more worshippers, police were called to a townhouse in the Twin Cities suburb where he lived with his mother. The heavily redacted police report NBC News obtained from the police department in Eagan, Minnesota, is dated January 26, 2018, and it includes a 2-word description explaining why an officer was dispatched to that address: mental health. It also includes a brief synopsis that reads, assisted Mendota Heights with a check welfare of a juvenile. Mendota Heights is another Twin Cities suburb. The name of that juvenile and what exactly prompted police to be summoned to the 3-bedroom home on Crane Creek Lane were blacked out in the report. Well, that's not very helpful now, is it? 2 years before the mental health call, police responded to a report of a criminal offense at the residence, according to a police report, but beyond noting that the case was closed, the report blacks out all the details describing the event. Investigators probing Wednesday's deadly mass shooting at the Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis continue to search for a clear motive to explain why Westman, 23, committed the act of terror. Westman, who died by suicide after the shooting, was a trans woman and had been a student at Annunciation. His mother, Mary Grace Westman, had once worked at the school. Minnesota has a red flag law that went into effect in January 2024, allowing family members and others to petition the courts to have guns removed from a person they believe poses a threat to themselves or the community. The state passed a law in 2023 requiring gun buyers to pass universal background checks and to obtain permits for pistols or semi-automatic military-style assault weapons. It does not appear any alarms were sounded as Westman amassed an arsenal that included the rifle, the pistol, and the shotgun used in the attack on the church. Minnesota Police Chief Brian O'Hara said Thursday that authorities do not have any information indicating that Westman suffered from mental illness. Come on. Other than a traffic ticket, he did not have a police record. There is nothing in the investigation so far that would lead us to believe that anything was missed. The shooter, he said, was able to lawfully purchase these weapons. O'Hara added that Westman's family had been cooperating with investigators, but they have not yet located his mother, who lives in another state. Records show her residence as being in Florida. Ryan Gary, an attorney for Mary Grace Westman, told NBC News he did not have a comment at this time. The FBI's special agent in charge in Minneapolis, Alvin Winston Sr., said the agency had not had any previous contact with the shooter. So he was only on local police radar, not FBI radar. We did a check of all our holdings, the FBI holdings, and he was not in our holdings prior to this incident, so we didn't have anything on him at the time. In the aftermath of the shooting, FBI Director Kash Patel called the attack an act of domestic terrorism motivated by a hate-filled ideology. Police are reviewing the online videos in which the shooter scrawled racial slurs, a homophobic slur, anti-Semitic messages, a call for President Donald Trump's death, and references to the Holocaust and the Catholic Church. In addition, the video showed the suspect flipping through the pages of a journal written in English, but using the Cyrillic alphabet, at times uttering koshmar, which is the Russian word for nightmare. The shooter discusses the mechanics of mass school shootings and suicide. A person who went to Minneapolis Southwest High School with the shooter and described him as a bit of a strange person with a dark sense of humor said she never heard Westman make any jokes about shootings or guns, but she often mumbled in what the person believed was Russian, said the former classmate, who asked not to be identified for privacy reasons. People would ask what he was saying, and he would just tell them, "Oh, nothing," the person recalled. That's like when I would say swear words as a child, and my dad would be like, "What did you just say?" And I'd be like, "Nothing." Like, obviously, he wasn't dumb enough to believe me, but it was enough that I knew I had done something wrong. Yesterday's events were very shocking to everyone who knew him in school and the entire Minneapolis community. There's no fucking way you're telling me this, like, Aurora shooter lookalike has shocked people by doing this. There's no way. Many people do and say strange things in their teenage years, so many people just saw it as him trying to be edgy or funny. It's very hard to see the videos of what he planned and carried out. I was never very close with him, but this is still very heavy on my heart. Westman said in the journal that he began pondering mass murder in the 7th grade. In particular, he was fixated on the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut in 2012. He writes that he has a history of making threats about violence. In another part of the journal, he writes about how easy it would be to buy a gun and mentions that he has dropped warning signs to people asking for help. Clearly, nobody understood them. Westman's parents, who are divorced, have yet to make a public statement about the shooting. Neither could be reached for comment. Westman was 11 when his mother and his father, James Westman, divorced in 2013. At the time, he and his brother and sister lived with their parents in Hastings, another Twin Cities suburb. Police were called to that residence at least 4 times from 2003 to 2016, including once for a welfare check for an adult female, a sibling who was threatening suicide in 2014. I wonder why the sister was threatening that. Interesting. I wish we could get these police reports without the redactions to find out exactly what was going on. Also in 2014, police responded to a report of vandalism at the home. Officers saw several offensive words and pictures written on windows of the garage and the father's car. I wonder if this is somebody who hated the feds or just the crazy son doing crazy things. Sounds like there was something seriously wrong. You know, when I'm thinking about a crazy guy like this who is claiming to be transgender but is very obviously not, and then they're saying that there was a welfare check for an adult female, a sibling in the house threatening suicide, I'm wondering if that sibling was a victim, as family members usually are, of having like their clothes and belongings being stolen so this guy could indulge in his fetishistic behavior. What are the chances the parents did not agree how to raise the children? That'd be interesting. I'm not entirely sure.
Ein Moment.
Another call in 2010 related to a juvenile problem with a 17-year-old daughter who was out of control, but nothing in the records indicates that those incidents involved the shooter. When the shooter was living in Eagan, he was still using his birth name. He did not become Robin M. Westman until age 17, when records show the name change application was granted in January 2020 in Dakota County, Minnesota. While Westman's parents signed off on the name change, his mother expressed conflicted feelings about her child's gender identity, said a former school employee who was asked what they remembered about the family. The former school employee spoke to NBC News on the condition of anonymity to speak freely about family issues. That's interesting. The mother had conflicted feelings. She said, "I don't know how I feel about this," the ex-employee said. "I think she was struggling with her Catholic faith. She didn't know how she felt, but it weighed heavily on her." The ex-employee also remembered that Westman was often sent to the principal's office for disruptive behavior and did not seem to have any friends. Westman's mother expressed concern about her child's behavior and social issues, the ex-employee said. Faced with punishment from school administrators, Westman appeared alternately nervous and nonchalant, the former employee said. Correction. A previous version of this article used the wrong pronouns for the shooter. He used female pronouns. Yeah, I've been having to correct him the whole time, because fuck this weirdo. Oh, for fuck's sake. Imagine actually putting that in there. Holy shit. And let's see here. This should just be the article. It is. Okay. Thank goodness. Wouldn't want to hurt the feelings of the dead mass shooter. Imagine. BGM Dogo. Oh, we were watching a clip and I just forgot to put it back on. Someone quoting Class of 09 in this thread? What the hell? Dispatch audio. Dispatch audio. Interesting. Is this like when cops were called to the school? Looks like it. Emergency dispatch audio reveals what happened when first responders were called to a Minneapolis school after police say a lone shooter opened fire on a crowd of people as they prayed inside the church. Turning off the BGM again.
Minneapolis has a possible active shooter, 509 West 54th Street, Minneapolis.
The first calls came in around 8:30 in the morning.
All units, you are heading to Minneapolis, mutual aid, on a shooting.
An active shooter in South Minneapolis at the Annunciation Church and School.
We first received a page that we were going to have a mass casualty incident at 8:46 a.m.
First responders from all over the region rushing to the scene.
Any troopers arriving, we just need medical. Bring all the guys that you have.
Dispatch audio reveals the scope of the emergency response and the casualties after police say the shooter opened fire through a church window.
We've got at least 4 criticals in the inside, the rest outside of the church.
This kind of reminds me, right? I mean, again, you can't really rationalize the actions of an insane individual, but it reminds me of the was it Buffalo in New York, the Buffalo like supermarket shooting, where that person was like scrawling crazy like white supremacist anti-government stuff, and they went past like multiple like black businesses and churches and government buildings and then decided to shoot up a supermarket instead. It's like, why the fuck, what the fuck are you doing? And it's kind of similar here, where it's like this person had to drive past how many government buildings and they decided to like go to a church. I just can't explain crazy. The Buffalo. Didn't he say they got a page that there was going to be a mass casualty event at 6:50 a.m.? I don't remember the time that they said. I can't remember numbers. If the mother was conflicted on being trans, you wonder if people convinced him to hate his own mother? I mean, Reddit.
Couple DOAs, but at least 20 other patients.
2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews.
We have 2 gunshot wounds.
Yeah, his mother used to work at the school, but it's like, if you're mad at your mom, like, why are you going to the church, right? Like, his mom's not even in the same state anymore.
2 patients with gunshot wounds to their head in front. There's also a critical patient in the rear of the church.
Authorities say at least 17 victims were injured, most of them children.
Transporting 1 10-year-old male, red trauma, gunshot wound to the head.
Oh, dude.
We have children. He is third vitally stable, possibly was just grazed.
You're dealing with gunshot wound injuries from apparently a high-velocity weapon.
And within minutes of arriving on scene,
We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
emergency medical teams confirming that the lone shooter was dead.
One suspect with a gunshot wound to the head, has a rifle and shotgun. He's down right now.
Marking an end to the violent attack in South Minneapolis. For the Fox 9 investigators, Nathan O'Neill.
Good lord. This is just like, I don't know. The human brain wants to try and like rationalize things, but there's just no rationalizing someone who's fucking crazy like this. Let's see. Another Reddit post. I worked with the shooter until just a few weeks ago. In this case, I'm at a complete loss for what could have been done. He was so nice and normal, never acted weird, just a friendly kid. Someone responded, the shooter identified as a she. She changed her name and sex in 2020. Maybe you misgendering her contributed. Man, if misgendering turned you into like a psychopathic mass spree killer, do you have any idea how many women would be spree killers from our time in the early internet always being called men? Are you kidding me? There would be so many more female shooters than males, man. Let's see. Well, this is just more nonsense. It's not related. Do 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 do. Need to bring in the 3 generations rule with shooters. If you kill a bunch of people, we send your entire extended family into a mine to be worked to death. Holy shit. It's kind of wild. Tim Pool would be responsible for every VTuber going postal. True and real. True and real. Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's any more updates. Do. Oh god. W Place has just been a fucking nightmare this year, I guess, but apparently on W Place they blacked out the entire area of the church. That's wild that anyone would have, like, the brain connection to be like, you know what? You know what? A shooting just happened. Let's also remove the place the shooting happened at on W Place. Like, what? Jesus fucking Christ. Actual brain damage. Malicious brain damage. I cannot imagine living with, like, that much hate in my heart, dude. Let's see here. And people not understanding per capita in the thread, of course. You know, it's bound to happen. Federal program to provide grants for security, nonprofit security program. Okay, I don't know if this has anything to do with what we were reading. No news update here. No news update here. Nothing here. Oh my god, so many pages have been added even since the beginning of stream. Brendan Herrera did release a short video in response to having been named by the fucking crazy bastard. And again, I don't think this happened to like Demolition Ranch before. This happened to PewDiePie before. I mean, the guy that went to like that rally recently didn't shoot anyone, thank fuck, but like Pippa was on his gun. He mentioned like me on his social media. I believe that we're going to see a lot more crazy deranged individuals naming random content creators just because their goal isn't to make sense or to actually be a charge for any sort of belief they hold. They just want to create strife and chaos. And so it's really unfortunate that people like Brandon here are going to have to deal with any kind of fallout because they had nothing to fucking do with it. And especially because Brandon is going into politics, I'm sure there are going to be people who try to use this against him.
This video is going to be a departure from the normal educational or funny content you're used to, because I have to address a very serious topic. I wasn't going to talk about this originally because I didn't really want to give any more attention to this topic than there needed to be. But after learning more about the situation and processing some things, I thought it was important that I speak up in my own words and clear some things up definitively. I will say that I've been doing YouTube for over 10 years now, and this is the first thing in my entire career that, speaking candidly, has kind of fucked me up. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, let me catch you up. On August 27th, at time of recording less than a day ago, a deranged, biologically male nutjob tried to go end the lives of innocent children at a Catholic school mass. This is one of the most heinous and indefensible acts I can think of. Killing innocent children at their place of worship. He did end up taking the lives of a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old, as well as injuring 17 others, predominantly, again, mostly innocent children. This is obviously horrific and a clearly targeted hate crime. But the reason I'm coming to you in this video is that I was specifically mentioned by name in the psychotic rambling.
And as much as I think shooters are going to do this to try and create as much chaos as possible, and this person was obviously very fucking deranged, I think it's obvious like where their radicalization came from. And if they were online in any capacity to know who Brandon was, they probably knew that he announced running and that he is obviously not on the progressive side. So it seems like this was definitely a direct trying to damage his attempt at a goal here.
That the shooter released before he went out to go do what he did. He specifically mentions me by full name several times, including a push to vote for Brandon for president. When I first found out about this, I did not want to believe that it was real. And then I listened to the video, and when I heard it with my own 2 ears, I got fucking sick to my stomach. I'm gonna go ahead and say it now, and I would like to think this goes without saying, but again, I wanna leave zero fucking wiggle room for interpretation. I condemn every part of this to the deepest extent of my fucking soul. It is unreal to think about this level of evil being carried out by somebody who even knows my fucking name. He goes on to say that apparently we met at SHOT Show in Las Vegas, and that...
Which, I don't remember if it was him or Donut, but one of them did put out a tweet saying that they looked up the people who went to that SHOT event, and this psychopathic shooter guy had never gone. So it was just complete lies. It was just complete lies trying to associate someone that they had no business associating with this horrible thing that they did because they're trying to cause damage to someone else.
We talked and that we agreed on a lot of things, which I want to make abundantly clear right out the gate. I do not believe that that happened. Now, if you're unfamiliar, SHOT Show is one of the biggest weapons conventions in the world. It's industry only. It's not something the average
Fat
person
Electrician
can
was the
really
first
go
one to mention the
Like,
SHOT
it's not
thing.
as easy as just like showing up and buying tickets. Like, it's not a gun show. It's an industry trade show, and every year me and my friends will do like a meet and greet or something like that at booths of companies that we work with. Fans from the industry who are already there at SHOT Show come up and take pictures. It's very normal, and for the most part, the community is incredibly respectful. I meet hundreds, if not thousands, of people there every year, and I have no control over who these people are. But I can legitimately put my hand on a Bible and say, I have zero recollection of ever meeting this creep. I asked my friends who were also there, and they had no recollection. And believe me, this is the kind of person that would stand out at SHOT Show.
Yep.
NSSF, the organization that runs SHOT Show, has actually released a statement as well, saying that they have no record of this person ever having attended SHOT Show. So right out the gate, the evidence points to this claim of having met and talked with me is likely made up. But ultimately, I can't prove that he met me. I also can't prove that he didn't. But God's honest truth is I have no memory of this person.
And it's really a shame that he has to address any of this at all. I know he has to, because it's like, if he doesn't, people are going to use it against him even more than they're already probably going to try. And it's just like, oh fuck, man. I hate people who do terroristic things, dude.
One thing's for sure is I don't believe for a fucking moment there's a lot that me and this fucking psycho would agree on.
100%.
He goes on to write a bunch of stuff about like killing Trump and mentions iDubbbz and Ethan Klein indirectly, bands that he liked, shit like that. And I obviously don't think they have anything to do with this either. It reminds me a lot of that Christchurch shooting where the shooter said, subscribe to PewDiePie before, on his stream, before going out and targeting that mosque. I remember feeling really bad for Pewds when that all went down. And I never thought in a million years it would happen to me.
Well, yeah, of course, because, like, the guy probably didn't even watch PewDiePie. He just knew him as, like, a giant YouTuber and wanted to cause more chaos than he was already doing.
But here we are. Now, there's all sorts of theories on the internet. One of them is that this was somebody who was clearly left-leaning, who was attempting to slander me, intentionally damage my reputation, but to be honest, there's no fucking way to tell. You also may have noticed I have not said this fucker's name in this entire video. I've already made it a personal point. I have not said that name, and I will never say that fucking name. I refuse to make these pieces of shit famous, and I really wish the media would follow suit. And on that note, that's actually the last of the attention I'm going to be giving to this deranged piece of shit's words.
I mean, I could understand that, but it becomes difficult to talk about the situation if you don't, like, use a kind of name at some point. I try to just devalue him into, like, a crazed fucking lunatic. But when you're reading, like, news articles and stuff, it can be difficult if I were to just, like, remove the name entirely to understand who's being talked about in which context occasionally.
Because I have something far more important to talk about.
Oh.
Which is how we can, together, help the people that he hurt. I've seen firsthand how communities can be rocked by something like this, and I've already personally committed to helping, and I'm hoping that I can help leverage my audience, you guys, so that together we can be a force for good. To help the families, the school, and everybody affected. Because at the end of the day, I believe that you all out there watching this video are good. I believe that we're a force for good. And I invite you to join me in not letting the actions of some deranged psycho stop us from doing good.
True.
I'm working with some people in law enforcement right now at time of recording to figure out the best places that we can help support these communities to where the help and the funds that we send them actually go to the places they need to go. So when I figure that out, links will be in the description, and that is where I will be personally donating as well. Aside from the physical, tangible, or financial help, I also recommend you keep these people in your prayers. And if that's not your thing, at least just keep them in mind or reach out and let the community know that you support them. I wish we were talking about anything else today, but I take some solace in the fact that despite this terrible tragedy, we're able to use this as an opportunity to do good and try to help those who really need it right now. So that's it. I just wanted to clarify those things, make sure there was no room for interpretation. I love you all.
It's a good response, but unfortunate it has to be made at all. Genuinely unfortunate. Fear, hatred of the name increases fear, hatred of the thing itself. I have a fucking hair in my mouth. There we go. I was like, I can't get the hair out. Please help. Today has been a day. It certainly has been a day. It has been a day. Notice how he didn't mention his campaign once? Well, it wasn't the time or place to mention his campaign. That'd have been really weird if he did. And he's not a weird guy, so, you know. What is more pathetic than a person that feels that they have so little control over their lives that for a taste of power and control, they feel a borderline demonic desire to destroy others? And I mean, I also feel like even when I read these articles in real time about these shooters, I never remember their names. Like, I remember the location that the shooting happened at, and if they're crazy looking enough, I remember their face. That's pretty much it. But their names are never committed to memory. Let's see. Oh, this fucking retard. I feel like if you're posting on Kiwi Farms and you post a screenshot of an article and you don't post a link or an archive link to the article, you should just get banned. That should be grounds for banning you, unironically. There we go. This one, 18 hours ago. I had to look this up because nobody posted a link. Minneapolis school shooter confessed he was tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself. Wow! Wow, I'm so shocked. Transgender mass shooter confessed that he was tired of being trans and wished he never brainwashed himself. Hey, they're using the correct pronouns. In a manifesto posted online before he slaughtered 2 children and wounded 18 more at a Minneapolis church. In a twisted handwritten journal he shared on YouTube before the massacre, much of which is encrypted in a homespun code of Russian Cyrillic script and English words, Westman groaned about his long hair and his decision to transition. I only keep the long hair because it's pretty much my last shred of being trans. I'm tired of being trans. I wish I never brainwashed myself, he wrote. Fucking Habsburg-looking ass. I can't cut my hair now as it would be an embarrassing defeat, and it might be a concerning change of character that could get me reported. What does he mean by this? It just always gets in my way. I'll probably chop it on the day of the attack. Westman, 23, later wrote that he regretted being trans and just wished he were a girl. I regret being trans. I wish I was a girl. I just know I cannot achieve that body with the technology we have today. I also can't afford that. I cannot achieve that body. So he wanted to be an attractive girl. It's not enough to just transition. You have to be attractive. It's a fetish. The unhinged shooter also expressed feelings of self-loathing. I like feeling sexy and cute, but my face never matches how I feel. I hate my face. Maybe that's why I like furries so much. AGP! You can give yourself a new body and face. I want to be that blackface mask on Beyonce's body. Please do not skin Beyonce. Westman opened fire at the Annunciation Catholic Church and school Wednesday morning while students were praying at Mass, killing 2 kids and wounding 18 others before taking his own life. Westman applied to change his birth name from Robert to Robin in Dakota County, Minnesota when he was 17, according to court documents. Name change was granted in 2020. The petition noted that Westman identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification. Once again, right? Once again, they spent how many years going, it's okay that we identify as a woman because that's different from female. It's different. It's not biological. You can't just identify as female now, all right? Okay? Like, this collective dark age gaslighting, it's so tiresome. 5 years later, he seemed to have shrunk away from his new identity, scribbling on another page of the notebook. I don't want to dress girly all the time, but I guess sometimes I really like it. I know I'm not a woman, but I definitely don't feel like a man. You're just a gay twink, man. You're just a gay twink. And that's okay. That's okay if you're a gay twink, buddy. Like, holy fuck. The cowardly killings, coupled with the revelation that Westman identified as transgender, reignited a hot-button debate as Minneapolis lefty mayor Jacob Frey wagged his finger at news outlets for even reporting it. I've heard about a whole lot of hate that's being directed at our trans community, Frey told reporters Wednesday. Why does his hand look like an alien hand? Anybody who's using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. The Annunciation attack was the second elementary school shooting perpetrated by a trans person in the last 2 years. I think that anyone who targets children, regardless of their identity or their beliefs, is just an absolute monster. Like, it's like children and old people, they can't defend themselves, bro. It's just literal soft, easy targets because you're a maniac, and it's disgusting. Like, it just boggles my mind that someone would want to do this to literal innocent children. Like, what the fuck, man? Scared to fight strong men, exactly. But it's okay to blame inanimate objects. Yeah, always blame the objects. You know, it's the objects that convinced him to do it. Audrey Hale, a trans woman, murdered 3 children and 3 staffers in a shooting at Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee in March 2023. Similar to Westman, Hale left behind a rambling manifesto hinting at severe depression and a desire to take her own life in an act of violence targeting innocent victims. And it was crazy hard to get the manifesto out of this one. Like, the parents didn't want it released, the school didn't want it released. It's like, it was this weird, like, circle jerk of everyone like, no, just close your eyes and don't pay attention. We don't need to read any of why this person was fucked up and crazy. It's actually crazy. Her? No, the Audrey Hale. Audrey Hale was actually a biological woman. I'm pretty sure they were a trans man. They were, but the political component, if a member of an opposing sect of Christianity murders Christian children. What? Reminder, his SN claimed to be empathetic and a victim, apparently meaning to go kill people? SN? Question mark? Did I see they released all of the Audrey Hale manifesto earlier this year? I think so. I'm pretty sure that's the last manifesto I read on stream, which is why I'm confused as to why we can no longer do that. In the wake of Wednesday's school shooting, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. announced a probe by the National Institutes of Health to determine whether drugs Westman was taking during his transition could have played a role in his depraved violence. We're launching studies into their potential contribution, he said in a response to a question on Fox News, Fox and Friends, about Hale. Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer on Thursday revealed exclusively to the Post, wait, why does it say about Hale? I think they might have used the wrong name there, because I think this is about the current Westman shooter and not Audrey Hale. Yeah, in the wake of Wednesday's school shooting. So yeah, this is the wrong shooter. Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer on Thursday revealed exclusively to the Post that he was calling for the state to repeal its trans refuge law, a 2023 piece of legislation signed by Democratic Governor Tim Walz, which blocks out-of-state subpoenas, arrest warrants, and extradition requests
Spicy cat raid.
for those who travel to the state for sex change surgeries or hormone treatments. Megalum, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We're reading about the shooter. We're reading about the unfortunate events that have taken place. If he didn't upload on YouTube, we might never get to know what was inside that manifesto. No, I agree with you. I'm glad that people archived that as quickly as they did. Because like when I woke up and I saw that this was happening, it was basically a couple of hours between, you know, people in a group chat of mine who were like, oh shit, these YouTube videos, we think this is his manifesto, and then YouTube just deleting everything. It's fucked up that we don't know and have to study it years after of giving it to kids. Yeah, it is a little fucked up. It's also a little fucked up that there's a trans refuge law that blocks subpoenas and arrest warrants for people who go to Minnesota for sex change surgeries and hormones. That's wild. How do you even pass something like that? That's crazy.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell?
Katsudon, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Tim, I'm friends with school shooters. Waltz, that guy. Yeah, that guy. That guy. It is, weren't there 2 other like politicians in Minnesota that were gunned down recently, and the shooter explicitly was like, "Yeah, Tim Waltz wanted me to do this." Okay. We've got to respect everyone, we got to have compassion for everyone, but we got to understand that we've got some serious mental health issues that are being exacerbated by these types of messages by people like Tim Waltz and everybody who supported that law, said the House Majority Whip, whose district covers many of the Twin Cities' outer northern and western suburbs. True. Numerous studies point to a link between transgenderism and mental illness. The Trevor Project's 2024 U.S. National Survey on the mental health of LGBTQ+ young people reported that 39% of LGBTQ+ young people seriously considered suicide in the last year, including a whopping 46% of transgender and non-binary youths. Despite these links and incidents, however, a critical nationwide debate about the highly controversial topic has never occurred. Well, yeah, because we're not allowed to talk about it. If you talk about it, you're a fucking bigot, transphobe, you know? Westman's chilling writings revealed his violent fantasies about killing children, including wanting to be the scary, horrible monster standing over those powerless kids. He also glorifies the Sandy Hook massacre, in which 20 school children were killed. Which, again, is a weird fucking thing to do. Why would you glorify someone killing children? They cannot fight back. They are defenseless. It's like the lowest rung of disturbing behavior you can do. There's not a link, it is mental illness. Yeah, that's also crazy, where they're just like, there might be a link between transgenderism and mental illness. And it's like, brother, dysphoria is a mental condition. What do you mean? It's about power and being a demon in human form. Thanks, I hate it. Zalentor, thank you for the member. Bredo Guy, thank you for the member too. That's the point, they're cowards. I wish they could just be cowardly enough to kill themselves instead of having to kill other people first. Like, why involve innocent people, especially children, in your own fucked up, weird fantasies, you know? It's about demoralization. Fucking... Westman's videos, posted hours before the shootings, also saw the phrases, "Kill Donald Trump" and "For the Children" scrawled on gun magazines. His notebook also showed how he had specifically targeted Annunciation Catholic Church and school, where he graduated from grade school in 2017. His mother, Mary Grace Westman, spent 5 years working as a secretary at the school until she retired in 2021. Westman started shooting through the church's stained glass windows with a rifle, shotgun, and pistol around 8:30 a.m. while school children and parents were praying. He bought the weapons legally, authorities confirmed. 2 students were killed where they sat in their pews, while 18 others were injured, some critically, police said. Why do they involve the public in their AGP fetish? It probably stems from the same reason. Well, no, I mean, I know why they involve the public in their fetish, but why do they involve random people when, like, they just clearly want to kill themselves? Like, what do they think they're accomplishing here? Right? Like, it does nothing. It does nothing. And there's some sort of mention somewhere that he was involved with 764. Now, the Kiwi people already said that that was just like a unsubstantiated rumor. Guy was a piece of shit with delusions of grandeur. Remember his message to his family and friends? Yeah, it was just like fucking lunatic nonsense. I don't even want to call him schizophrenic because that would give like an excuse, right? Like, that would be insulting to schizophrenics. Asshole is one of many great examples of why we need to take mental health seriously and start locking these kinds of people up in asylums. True and real. Narcissism, probably. Fucking probably. Let's see here. Andy Ngo in the New York Post are reporting that the authorities have announced the shooter's mother, Mary Westman, has failed to cooperate with their attempts at communication. Some schizos on X are digging into Mary's socials and finding connections with people in the entertainment industry and LGBT activists. They believe this was possibly some kind of staged MK Ultra false flag event. What the fuck? We have Andy Ngo, Mary Westman, the mother of the Minneapolis trans mass shooter, who she helped transition as a minor, appears to have fled. Minneapolis police say they have not been able to make contact with her. I don't know if she fled, because that other article we read said that her residence is in Florida at this time. So it's possible she just lived out of state. Suspect's mother only follows 32 people on Instagram. The majority of them have locked their accounts. And there's a pattern for screenwriters and directors. Interesting. Interesting. I have this article opened, not this one from the New York Post, but one from Fox News, so I'll read that in a second. We've read this from, yeah, this is just the same one repeated for some reason. Weird. Weird. Oh, they just repeat it twice. Okay, so they post the same image a couple of times. It happens to the best of us. So I have this article from Fox. Minneapolis church shooter's mother refuses to talk to police, obtains criminal defense attorney. Very weird. Kinda suspicious. The mother of the shooter who opened fire on a Minneapolis Catholic church Mass Wednesday is not cooperating with investigators as they try to determine what led to the tragic events that left 2 children dead and 18 others injured, including 15 children. Fox News learned the shooter's mother, Mary Grace Westman, has retained criminal defense attorney Ryan Gary. When asked why the mother obtained a criminal attorney, Gary told Fox she is completely distraught about the situation and has no culpability, but is seeking an attorney to deal with calls like this. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said dozens of interviews have been conducted with the shooter's relatives, friends, and associates, and those who witnessed the carnage unfold at Annunciation Catholic Church. I know we have not been successful in talking to the shooter's mother yet at this time, O'Hara said during a news conference Thursday, but there continue to be efforts made to get that done. Court documents show the shooter's mother applied for her son to legally change his name, writing in 2019, minor identifies as female and wants her name to reflect the identification. It is not clear why the shooter's mother is not cooperating with investigators. When asked by a reporter on Thursday if investigations had been in touch with the shooter's father, O'Hara initially said he could not confirm that. But the chief briefly had a side conversation with Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, who said his investigators had been in touch with the father. Ooh. Still, investigators have not yet said whether the shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, lived with his mother or father, noting there are 3 addresses associated with the individual. Ah, geez, man. Patchouli, thank you. They dreamed of doing this. Damn, that one Foxu tweet just remains evergreen. It really is. That tweet of mine should quite literally be pasted everywhere. It should be even more noted because it makes journalists and other autogynephiliacs seethe every time it is mentioned. And they can't quote it properly because they have to misquote it in order to make me look like some heckin' bigotorino so nobody takes me seriously. Once it's realized that most trans activists are autogynephiliac males or ideologues pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism, all the power-hungry threats and graphic murder fantasies make a lot more sense. Truly evergreen. A bit off topic, next time you crack open a soup, should you open the chicken and rice or the clam chowder? Chicken and rice, brother! Can't verify right now which residence he was staying at immediately prior to the shooting, but that's obviously something that will come out with the investigation as it continues. The chief noted that the shooter attended mass at the church while attending the school attached to the place of worship. The shooter's mother was an employee of the parish previously for some time, so obviously there's a connection between the shooter and this particular parish. And this is just briefly going over what has already happened again. Noted the manifesto and writings on the firearms displayed anti-Catholic and anti-religious references. Specifically, the shooter expressed hatred and violence toward Jewish people and wrote things like Israel must fall and free Palestine, and used explicit language related to the Holocaust, Patel said. Mercenary, thank you. The actions of the mom is super glowy. Yeah, the mom is suspicious to me, man. Something's kind of fishy here. I don't know. I just don't believe that, brother. And let me see back to where we are here. BT, thank you for that member. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's just a large post. Parents of the children have made statements. Okay, all right. Another update here. Parents of children killed in the Annunciation Catholic School shooting speak out. 2 students killed in the Annunciation Catholic School mass shooting were an 8-year-old boy who loved to fish and cook, and a 10-year-old girl known for her laughter and kindness. Fletcher Merkel, 8, and Harper Moisky, 10, died when the shooter opened fire through the windows of the Minneapolis school's church on Wednesday morning. Their families confirmed Thursday. Fletcher urged parents to give your kids an extra hug as he remembered his son. Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son, Fletcher, away from us, Jesse Merkel said during remarks outside the school on Thursday, publicly identifying his son as one of the victims killed in the senseless act of violence, carried out by a 23-year-old former student at the school. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming. Jesse Merkel said his son loved his family, friends, fishing, cooking, and any sport that he was allowed to play. The father added, while the hole in our hearts and lives will never be filled, I hope that in time our family can find healing. I pray that the other victim's family can find some semblance of the same. Harper's parents remembered her as a bright, joyful, and deeply loved 10-year-old whose laughter, kindness, and spirit touched everyone who knew her. Our hearts are broken not only as parents, but also for Harper's sister, who adored her big sister and is grieving an unimaginable loss. Her parents, Michael Moisky and Jackie Flavin, said in a statement provided to ABC Minneapolis station KSTP, "As a family, we are shattered, and words cannot capture the depth of our pain." 18 other people, including 15 kids, were also injured in the shooting and are expected to survive. The victims' families praised the response to the mass shooting. Jesse Merkel said he's heard many stories of the swift and heroic actions of children and adults alike from inside the church. Without these people and their selfless actions, this could have been a tragedy of many magnitudes more. For these people, I'm thankful. That's like that one shooting, that one school shooting. I can't remember where it was, but like all the cops were too fucking afraid to go in the building. And like they even started barring parents from going in. And it's like, what the fuck are you even being paid for? Yeah, the Uvalde shooting. Thank you, chat. It's just like, what the fuck are you even being paid for if you're not going to do your goddamn job? Like, you are useless as a police officer if you are not going to go into an active shooting situation to try and subdue them. Actually insane. Broward County, the Coward County Police, exactly. Harper's parents said they also grieve for our fellow Annunciation family in mourning and for those hurt, and that they're grateful for the staff and first responders who did so much for so many yesterday. Jesse Merkel asked that people give their children an extra hug and kiss today, and that his son is remembered for the person he was and not the act that ended his life. Harper's parents said it's important that their daughter's memory fuels action while imploring for meaningful change to prevent a similar tragedy and work toward a safer, more compassionate world. A safer, more compassionate world. Like, I hope this woman, like, again, I feel for her loss, but I hope she's not trying to induce more gun restrictions. Because if you want a safer world is an armed world. The more good people who have the ability to defend themselves and others, the more these shootings will be taken out before they're able to become tragedies. No family should ever have to endure this kind of pain. We urge our leaders and communities to take meaningful steps to address gun violence and the mental health crisis in this country. Change is possible and it is necessary so that Harper's story does not become yet another in a long line of tragedies. We do need... mental health crisis has gone unaddressed for way too fucking long. Happened less than a half hour from your work? God damn. The shooting occurred during a mass that marked the first week of school. We already know about the shooter. A motive remains under investigation. Does it? Is it? Police said they've not identified a specific trigger for why the children at the church were targeted. Investigators determined that Westman harbored a whole lot of hate towards a wide variety of people and groups of people, and also had a deranged obsession with previous mass shooters. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara told ABC News Live on Thursday. And please leave these people alone. Leave them to grieve. Don't use ghouls to use them for your own purposes. Unfortunately, that is what happens every time. Even if you don't want it to. It's just unfortunate. How the hell can people look at the young lives lost and cheer for it? It's just so demonic. You have no mercy for anyone who would relish in the suffering and murder of children. Yep. And, there's a whole bunch of people posting, you know, like Orrin McIntyre said, I don't want gun control, I want trans control. Make the surgeries illegal, make the drugs illegal, make the doctors who prescribe or perform liable for the crimes of the mentally ill people they abuse for profit. Bury the entire demonic enterprise now. Man is fed the fuck up. Zalentor, thank you for the euro. Hi, dear Foxu. Thank you for being more courageous than the rest of us and standing up for what is good and right. I don't feel like I'm more courageous than the rest of you guys, right? Like, you guys also do stuff in your own lives. I just kind of talk about it. I kind of talk about it, and I want to showcase things that I think matter, even if they're terrible. Let's see if there's any more updates. We're almost at the end of the thread here. This is more of the manifesto deciphering that I can't show. Live a rather boring life, and you like that. Yeah, after my childhood, I was just like, I want to live a fucking boring life, bro. Holy shit. Let's see. No. Do. Any more updates here? Had 3 attacks, actually. Wasn't there a trans mass stabber in Massachusetts, too? Maybe? I read about a trans shooter in Massachusetts earlier today. Aww. Need common sense trans control. Burrito guy, thank you. Hello, Fox. Who's slightly off topic, but Maine isn't exactly far from Mass. Have I seen the latest in people getting run over by illegals in Lewiston, the designated sanctuary city? No, I haven't. I haven't heard about that from Maine at all. I didn't know Maine had a designated sanctuary city. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know who this guy is. Mike Enoch? I don't know. They say his name is Mike Enoch, but it's Mike P. The best way to understand school shootings these days is that they're content creation for the school shooter fan community. I'm not joking or trying to be funny. People want to conceive of them as ideological because it's difficult to process this level of misanthropic nihilism. If you're gonna tell me that it was actually about Jew gas, then you need to explain how this is ideologically connected to something I can't say. Anyone trying to tell you there is some kind of coherent ideology among the school shooter's various messages is wrong or lying with an agenda. There isn't. Any and every meme is in there. The person was just a transgressive nihilist. If they did it for anything, they did it to impress other people on the internet, school shooter interest groups, who have their own memes that are references to homages to previous school shooters. These memes were also present on the guy's weapon. I mean, once again, like I said earlier, it's very clear that this guy was just trying to do maximum damage to anyone possible. He didn't really have any coherent ideology. He was just scribbling shit and memes from, like, any side, right? But I think it's very easy, based on what he identified as, what he did, what he, not believed in, but, like, what he was trying to do with himself, is we could probably guess which kind of radicalizing circles he was in. Sir Toast, thank you. In his manifesto, he said he was dying. His mom works there too. In trans and leftist circles, they aren't only applauding it, they think it's righteous. Say there be future religious extremists. Yeah, no, we read some of the Reddit posts. It's absolutely unhinged. Which is why, like, even if this guy had no coherent ideology, we know where he got this violent attitude emboldened from. Alright, so we have entered the end of the thread, and I haven't seen a single thing about this guy's father. So let me try just searching for his name. I know we're past 8 o'clock, but I want to make sure I get everything here. I've already forgotten the shooter's fucking name. Minneapolis shooter father. Let's see here. Oh, fuck. 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, Fox News update. So, Minneapolis school shooter went through a recent breakup before deadly attack on Catholic school. Minneapolis Catholic school shooter recently went through a breakup and was living with an older friend, according to one of several search warrants police have obtained in the wake of a deadly attack on Wednesday's morning mass. Westman most recently lived in an apartment in Richfield, according to his search warrant. But the killer's father told police that the 23-year-old had just gone through a breakup and was staying with a friend in nearby St. Louis Park. Police also searched Westman's father's house in Minneapolis, where they seized a tactical vest, 2 computer drives, and miscellaneous documents, according to their warrant. Westman had been identified as the one who opened fire Wednesday morning, killing 2 children, ages 8 and 10, and injuring 18 other worshippers. Police found Westman died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, wearing black tactical gear and carrying at least 2 long guns, according to the warrant. The van Westman used in the attack belonged to James Westman, the killer's father. The elder Westman told police about the breakup. Oh. Man, that's a really cute house, too. That's a shame. It's like a little cottage. Westman was born Robert Paul Westman and underwent a legal name change in 2019. Minor child redacted identifies as a female and wants her name to reflect that identification, according to a court form filled out by a mother named Mary Grace Westman, the same name as a woman who police said worked at the Annunciation Catholic Church. The shooter also attended the church's attached Catholic school until 8th grade. Federal authorities reportedly visited a Florida condominium owned by Mary Grace Westman as part of the investigation into the mother of the shooter who opened fire during a Minneapolis Catholic Church mass on Wednesday. Still haven't actually heard anything from the mother, except her saying through her lawyer that she needs a lawyer. Deputies visited the same address a day earlier before the shooting for what police said was an unrelated welfare check involving a juvenile. Interesting how close that was. Contact was made with Mrs. Westman, who said the juvenile and the juvenile's mother had previously lived there and were no longer residing with her. The Collier County Sheriff's Office told Fox News Digital. Wait, okay, now I'm confused. Deputies visited Mother Westman's address, the mother of the shooter. There was a welfare check involving a juvenile. And then when they contacted Miss Westman, she said that the juvenile and the mother of said juvenile were previously living, I'm guessing with her, and were no longer residing there with her. Who was the juvenile and the mother that were living with the shooter's mother? What's going on with that? Officials noted it was unrelated to the shooter or shooter's family. Okay. The FBI declined to answer questions about activity in Florida. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara told reporters Thursday that investigators have not yet spoken with Westman, but are continuing efforts to reach her. Authorities confirmed she has not been cooperating with the ongoing investigation, which is weird. Ryan Gary, a lawyer for Mary Westman, told Fox News she is deeply distraught and not involved in the crime, but hired counsel to handle law enforcement and media inquiries. More questions than answers with this family? Yeah, it's fucking confusing is what it is, man. Binary Chimkin, thank you for the 13-month resub, bro. Thank you. Foster kid, younger sibling, some captive... I don't know. Well, they said the mother of the random juvenile was there, too. So it wasn't just like a random minor was living with the shooter's mom. Like, there was another parent there. The killer also posted what police are referring to as manifestos online. It appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writing. Disturbing videos posted by a person using the name Robin Westman were deleted from YouTube after the shooting, showing handwritten pages of a notebook, weapons with messages painted on them, and commentary from whoever filmed them. O'Hara added that all 3 firearms used in the attack had been purchased legally by Westman, who had no prior criminal record. Police in Eagan, Minnesota were part of a multiple department response to a mental health incident at a former address used by Westman in 2018, according to NBC News, which obtained a heavily redacted report on the matter. Eagan police did not immediately return a message seeking comment on the incident. Mendota Heights police, who were also involved in the response, declined to answer any questions about the incident or other encounters at the same address. Minnesota does have so-called red flag laws. We already know about that, and that is the bottom of the article. Just spitballing. What if this turns into a Hollywood child trafficking ring thing? I don't want to like heavily speculate to that crazy degree, but I want to know why the mom is being so fucking weird, you know? I want to know why the mom is being weird. And it doesn't seem like there's anything... Minneapolis shooter... Let me just look. Westman father. New York Post also has something about the father mentioning a recent breakup. Holy shit. Well, that's new. There's an article that was updated an hour ago. Oh, updated 11 minutes ago? Fuck, man. 23-year-old Robin Westman fired 116 rounds through the stained glass windows of a church, trying to kill as many children as possible. I won't dignify the shooter's words by repeating them. Acting U.S. Attorney for Minnesota Joseph Thompson said at a briefing Thursday, they're horrific and vile, but in short, the shooter wanted to watch children suffer, which is true, unfortunately. Shooter's mother, Mary Grace, has retained a criminal defense attorney, and Ryan Gary, known for working with NFL star Colin Kaepernick on representing the George Floyd protesters. What the fuck? What the? That's so fucking random. According to a warrant seen by Fox 9, Westman's father told police the shooter recently broke up with a significant and/or romantic partner and had been staying with a friend. The 2 children killed in the shooting have been named by their families. First was identified as 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, whose father gave an emotional statement, which we read. Shortly after, Harper Moisky was named in a statement shared on her parents' behalf, which described the 10-year-old as bright, joyful, and deeply loved. 12 minutes ago. Minneapolis mayor responds to criticism. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has responded to criticism of his call for actions in addition to prayers in response to Wednesday's mass shooting. Frey was reacting to a post by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who wrote, "Those like Jen Psaki and Jacob Frey, who criticize prayers in the wake of the Minneapolis tragedy, are expressing the same anti-God sentiment that motivated the shooter. He aimed his wrath at God by trying to stop people with his bullets from praying to God. Now is a time for us to come together and join hands in prayer for the children who were killed, their loved ones, and those who survived this horrific shooting." The mayor responded, "In Judaism, under Heal the World, we're taught that prayer is necessary but not sufficient. Elected leaders cannot use prayers alone to let ourselves off the hook for our own inaction." I had no idea that Mayor Jacob Frey was Jewish. That's like the biggest fucking curveball I've seen thus far. School shootings in the U.S. are met with calls for thoughts and prayers for the victims, followed by stunning inaction from lawmakers to address access to guns.
Slaves built the pyramids. Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Thank you. Slaves.
Do 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 do.
Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you, the last Roman. Thank you, last Roman man, for the 100 fucking slaves. Thank you.
If they are all not plants, then why do I see gardens?
I'm lost in the garden, brother. The Wollemi Pines.
Thank you, last Roman dude.
Hayden, thank you. You think she's had an idea the mom knew something went wrong and wants as much distance from her son as possible? Whether or not it was because she pushed being trans on her son is probably never going to come out from the looks of it. I don't know. The way the mom's acting is fishy to me, brother. That's weird. That's weird. If this would be a straight white male that was conservative, we would know his shoe size and what he'd have for breakfast and his childhood friend. Man. So this is the tweet that we just read there. Mayor Frey was joined by several Democratic lawmakers at City Hall on Thursday to call for state and federal bans on high-capacity magazines and assault weapons. Ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines now. Well, that's not going to help. Minnesota Senator Tina Smith has also expressed her support for such a move. She wrote on X, "What civilian on God's green earth needs a gun that fires 116 rounds that quickly?" Man. But what if he didn't have breakfast? Jen Psaki responds to MAGA's bad faith attacks over her saying prayer is not freaking enough. MSNBC host Jen Psaki fired back at the White House and other conservative critics who have slammed her for saying prayer is not enough in the wake of yet another mass shooting, calling the attacks bad faith and an effort to not address the issue of gun violence. 9-year-old girl ran from church to school gym despite injuries. Second story has emerged of an injured victim from the Annunciation Church mass shooting being taken to a hospital where their mother works. Vivian St. Clair, 9, was shot multiple times in her arm and back before being taken to the Hennepin County Medical Center. According to a GoFundMe page set up to support the family, despite her injuries, Vivi ran from the church to the school gym, where a police officer scooped her up and rushed her to an ambulance. She was taken to HCMC, where her mom, Malia, works. Doctors have shared that Vivi had several bullet fragments in her small body that they do not intend to remove, meaning she may carry them with her for life. She's receiving antibiotics and fluids, and through it all, she continues to smile and radiate sweetness. She's been telling people how excited she is to swim at her grandma's pool in Arizona this evening with her dad, just showing how innocent and hopeful she remains. Man. They preach look at the science, but love to ignore how the science shows gun control doesn't work. Trust the science! Only if it's the science we believe in! Fox 9 reports that according to a search warrant, the shooter who opened fire on a crowd of people and killed 2 children at a Minneapolis church had recently broken up with a romantic partner. The warrant says that the shooter, who died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, had been driving a van registered to their father when the attack was carried out. Beside the body, which was dressed in black tactical gear, were a rifle, shotgun, and pistol. During a search of the shooter's father's home, law enforcement recovered a Condor tactical vest with various attachments not related to law enforcement and security, 2 external media storage devices, and miscellaneous documents. The father told police the shooter recently broke up with a significant other and/or romantic partner and had been staying with a friend. Father also confirmed to police that the shooter attended Annunciation as a child and that the shooter's mother, his former spouse, worked there in the past. Man. Do not let them take your guns. If they succeed, they will steal everything you have and then laugh in your face. Absolutely. An armed society is a polite society. Once we are disarmed, we are at the mercy of anyone who wishes to do any kind of harm. Never give up your right to defend yourself, man. Never give that up. But it looks like I can't find any information on whether the father was actually a glowy or not, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume grain of salt if you see that until there's proof. And it looks like... Let me see here. The last thing I have on this is from Andy Nyo again. He tweeted out...
Cat raid. What the hell is this?
Talon, my guy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Talon. Oh, hey, Blue. Hey, Blue, thank you for that 68-month resub, brother. Huge fucking time, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Andy Neo said, why the media won't tell you who killed children at Annunciation Catholic Church in Minneapolis. A gunman killed children in a Minneapolis church. The shooter was trans. Media's already covering it up, just like Nashville. And he tweeted out these pictures, which I guess Elon Musk also responded to. Goddamn. Socialist Rifle Association is one of the far-left militia groups that train transgender and Antifa-linked radicals to kill. The Minnesota chapter uses the same symbols that the Minneapolis trans mass shooter put in his manifesto journal, detailing death before detransition. And here's one picture here with the really ugly flag with a gun on it that says, you gotta train if you want to bash back, which I'm guessing is a call to bash the fash. And here's another one, defend... I can't... Oh, that's a Q. Defend equality on both of these flags. A Socialist Rifle Association. And then here is an excerpt from one of the videos, Robert's manifesto journal with the same flag here. A KMFDM and some bat cat on a skull. My god, this shit glows, yeah? Yeah. Socialist Rifle Association. He was fucking Antifa! If the scum seek war, they are pushing it. It's like... That's a little wild, bro. That's a little crazy. You're not against gun control, but you think there are some groups that might need some control. Well, if you're mentally ill, you know, those background checks should be coming in clutch to prevent mentally ill people from having firearms. That's why the background checks were invented, you know? 4 months. Calopsia Loveless, thank you for that 4 months of proom. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Andy Nyo having a based moment. Dude really woke up when they beat him up a few years back. Yeah, that concrete shake changed a lot, I guess. Idiots don't know what they asked for. They really don't. At KMFDM, will these freaks not leave that band alone? I don't even know who that is. You're for asylums now? Always catches strays since they started? Oh no. Oh no. But that is all the updated information we have on the shooting. And it is hella overtime. Tomorrow I will go through some non-trans shooter tabs, since we didn't get to a lot of other tabs outside of that today. But at what time is it? What time is my thing? 7:30 p.m. Eastern, so close to stream end time. Oh yeah! Moinya! Mr. Terry Fields, you didn't even leave me a message! Thank you, Terry Fields! Thank you, Terry Fields, for the 100 fucking slaves. Thank you. Big thank you. BT, thank you. Don't forget, Antifa is a communist organization, and they've co-opted the trans community just like the Black Lives Matter thing. The fist is a communist symbol. Yes. Yes, true and real. I don't know if you could say Antifa co-opted the trans community, but yeah. Like I said, there's definitely ideologues who pretend to be trans in order to push their agenda using identity as a shield for criticism. Japanese demon lord Abrere Lucifer, thank you. It's technically illegal to be a commie in America, so wouldn't that make them owning guns illegal also? What year was the fucking Communist Control Act? I don't even remember what year that was fucking brought into law. But yeah, maybe we need to start enforcing that again, man. Maybe we're on to something. But yeah, I think it's at 7:30 is what it said here. Be in, yeah, 7:30. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. There's a king of the cart that I'm gonna be hosting, presenting, that's the word. I'm gonna be presenting with them. So it's at 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't know. My DMs say 7:30, so I'm not sure. That's why I saw you say 8, but that's why I checked my DMs with Blabs. That says 7:30. Oh, Mr. Jones on Kick. Mr. Jones, thank you for those 10 gift subs on Kick. Thank you. And Mr. Anonymous, thank you for those 5 gift subs on Kick. Keeping those warm bodies even warmer with nice gift subby blankets. Thank you guys. Co-hosting like last time? Yeah, like last time, I'll be co-hosting. Their official PR imagery shows 8 p.m. Eastern. Alright, so it's 8 p.m. Eastern. So I'll probably end a little early just so I can get prepared for King of the Cart, as it were. Probably checking in at 7, maybe checking in at 7:30. I'll always be queen of your heart. Man. Oh, man. So if you guys want to hang out and watch King of the Cart and see if we get any more surprise wine mom encounters, make sure you are signed up for Side Scrollers Plus. If you use code FOXLADY, that also supports me. It's like you're subbing to me when you use code FOXLADY. Mind ya, it's 7:30 p.m. Central right now? I said 7:30 p.m. Eastern, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I said Eastern. Go pet Bunker Cat. I am hungry because I didn't eat before stream. I was so fucking tired, bro. I died. I don't know. We'll figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Probably a lot of yapping, and then Sunday will be video gaming. Because tomorrow we're going to have to end stream early so I can do King of the Cart. So make sure you're hanging out tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow here. And then on Side Scrollers Plus, brother. Let me see. Homestead is online at the moment. Calling myself a wine mom? You can't have a random encounter with me, brother. I already told you I'm going to be there. What do you mean? Yeah, I just saw Philly and saying she's shooting guns. Are they real guns? Because I'd be interested in seeing if the Filipino boy can actually do that. Bao and I are shooting guns in real life. We also got explosives and a lot of stuff to blow up. I'm going to crime. Oh boy. She got pineapple! We're gonna raid Phillian. Remember, don't bring up political topics in non-political streamers' chats, dear chatters. If people end up breaking that rule, we ban you here, so please pucker your buttholes. Don't talk about that stuff in non-political streamer chats, okay? Okay, alright? So go say hello to Phillian and Bao shooting some guns. They look like real guns. Damn. Alright, and I will see you guys tomorrow for some more yapping and then some King of the Cart over on Side Scrollers Plus. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.